Recording. All right. With the exception of electric issues, we're going to go ahead and get started because we have got a big agenda this evening. So we're going to try to get rolling as quickly and smoothly as possible. Is my council and civic clerk? Does it show me on, Susan?
Test 1, 2.
4B1. I do not have Robert. And I do not have you yet, Stephanie.
And I'm logged in.
Okay, since we don't have any voting immediately, if we go ahead and start with roll call and then do pledge, and then you guys can get set up and we can carry through. So go with roll.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBar,
Here.
Councilmember Alfieri,
Here.
Councilmember Keys,
Here.
Councilmember Nakai,
Here.
Councilmember Neal,
Here.
Councilmember Zulawaga.
Present.
Thank you.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
America, we love you. All right. We're gaining traction.
This evening, we have down to ceremonies, presentations, and appointments. We're going to start with 4A, which is celebration of our former planning director, Sally Riley. And I believe that we have some speakers.
So good evening. Thank you everyone for being here. This is a really special night. We get to celebrate our dear Sally Riley, who was with us for a while. My name is Michael Lawson. I'm the city manager. I have the honor of kicking this off tonight. I'll just be very brief. But I only had the pleasure of working with Sally for a little over a year. But in that time, really enjoyed the interaction and the relationship. She helped make my transition into the city as easy as possible and really welcomed me very warmly. So I appreciate it and love this opportunity. So, you know, she's been a treasure to our organization and our community both for many, many years, almost 37, right? 37 is a long time, almost a lifetime for some. You know, her role as our planning and building services director, among others, but especially her role in planning was obviously very important to the folks inside these walls and the folks outside. I don't know if you have an idea of how many different projects or folks you worked with, but there can't be too many more people in this community that got to meet people and interact with them and impact lives and stuff. Projects like Sally had, and she just did it with such aplomb and just such class, and how fortunate we are to have that. You know, one of the things that was mentioned earlier when we had just kind of our mixer and our food time was just Sally's love for history, and that was a personal love, and we were also very fortunate to benefit from that love here in the city. I mean, everybody who knows Sally has probably picked her brain at one time or another. Like, hey, can you tell me about this? And what did that person do? What was that person thinking at the time? Just what value and what a treasure it is, and what an asset for our organization too. So thank you for that gift. That's something that you don't get with every planning director, or anybody for that matter, right? I rely on my 7-year-old daughter to remember stuff for me. And like I said, 37 years is almost a lifetime for some of us. So hats off to you for keeping all that in your head. You know, though the job has been tough, Sally's, like I said, has always handled it with poise and patience. and really just a model for any of us to follow, really. I'm hard pressed to find anyone who better embodies the concept of professionalism than Sally. I honestly and truly, like when I think of how a professional should act, Sally's the one. She deals with all kinds of folks and good days and bad days. And it's in my experience, you get the same Sally. So again, that's a skill. So she's a class act. I'm blessed to have worked with her. Thank you for our limited time together, but we're glad that you're not going anywhere. So with that, I will stop flapping my gums and I will welcome up John DeVoe and hand off the mic.
That's fine.
In 2002, I was at a meeting with Mr. Buttery, who will speak next, planning the downtown development program. And boy, has that been easy. Okay. We did a long time on that. And Sally was involved back at that point. So she has just been one of those kind of people that I have known since that time. And I've told her this, when you leave, I leave. Because we work so well together. We've done such a good job in getting together before the meetings, going over everything and making sure everybody can say what they want to say, whether they like it or not, but they're going to get a darn chance to say it. And they're going to get it with respect, and they're not going to get there and be a naughty boy or naughty girl in our meetings. And we've tried to do that for a long time, and it's worked pretty well. If I turn the clock ahead, back in those kind of friendlier times, Kelly and another one of her partners took care of our dogs at City Hall. And I would take the dog up to City Hall. If I had an errand to run, and the dog would be up at City Hall doing that kind of stuff. She remembers that.
I do, and David loved it. Sally loved it too.
But she has been, and everybody has said such kind words, and I don't know how I can repeat and follow that. But she's been the best person to work for and work up there that I can remember. She's an integrity, and somebody said integrity earlier. She's an epitome of that. If she does anything when she retires, write a darn book on how to do a planning department and sell it like all the professors do to the kids that got to read it for the class. She'll retire with a lot of money if she does that. But I mean, seriously, she can write the book on it. She literally can do that. And it's just, we've done such a hard, we've conquered a lot of things. We've put billions and, or not billions, but millions of dollars into the city. If you look at the different projects that have come around and we've done, they weren't the easiest things in the world to get done all the time. They were hard. But she always managed to figure a way to get everybody together to do it. She really did. And counseled me when I should be nicer. The new committee will do fine. There's always a time when you've got to change. And it's time for new blood to come into that. And it's time for new blood to come into that. They've got two new people. The planning commission is good. It's sound. And with your cooperation, you guys up here, working with them and giving the new planning director an opportunity, you guys will continue to move forward. You just will do that. So I don't know what else I can say except always get her to bake things. That woman has the best pie crust of anybody I've ever had. And always get chocolate chip cookies. we would make a deal for a later meeting for her to do that. Okay. She always would do that. At this point, I think. Mr.
He's available via Zoom.
What's that?
Mr. Buttery's available via Zoom.
Okay, so. If I say much more, I'll probably get in trouble. So at this point, thank you for the time. And Sally, thank you for all of you. She said I wasn't supposed to cry.
Oh.
Do we have David?
Yep, you do.
Okay, Mr. Buttery, take it away. Do we have David?
He's there and his mic is unmuted,
There he is.
but his mic is remuted.
I can't hear you, sir.
Yeah, David, we cannot hear you even though you're unmuted.
Okay.
I think he's going to be trying to call in. He's holding up his cell
Call
phone.
me, David. It doesn't work around, right? We're starting with that. We're starting. Now we're working. Hi, David.
Let's try this, shall we?
Go ahead, David.
We can hear
Great,
you.
thank you so much. I apologize for the technical difficulties. I'm sure they're on my end. Sally, Tamara, and I are very sad that we can't be there with you in person this evening. We tested positive for COVID on Monday, and we just did not think it would be a great way to start your retirement for us to expose you to that trouble. But we are thankful that we have the opportunity to connect with you via technology. Sally, I remember some 25 years ago or so, I asked you why a young lady from Massachusetts who went to college and got her master's degree in Florida, did teaching in the Dallas Metroplex area, ended up in Woodland Park. And what you told me has stuck with me through the years that I was able to serve as well. And that was that you wanted to live somewhere where you could have an impact, where you could make a difference, that you would be one-on-one with lots of people doing good things. You've lived up to that dream, Sally. You have served the city of Woodland Park, the citizens of Woodland Park, and the greater Woodland Park community in such a beautiful and fabulous way. Your legacy will last forever. We, Tamara and I, wish you and Mel the very best in your retirement, and we look forward to seeing you around town. Take care, my friend.
Hello. So we do, I can hold this for you, but when you give your talk, you know. But we also understand that you have a little bit more time now. You're thinking about a few more hobbies. What are you going to do with all this time, right? And so on behalf of our city staff, we wanted to help you get started in your new adventure of fly fishing, whatever that is. So hopefully this gets you some of the gear to get started. So.
Fly fishing.
Thank you so much, Michael. Good evening, council, staff, citizens, commissioners. I think you're here this evening too. In 1985, I was 31 years old, and after 9 years of teaching elementary physical education, I was ready for a new challenge. My husband and I were new to Woodland Park and were happy to become residents in a small town where an individual can make a difference. 37 years ago, I felt so privileged to have been hired by the city as the Parks and Recreation Director. Try to imagine 3.5 decades ago, the town's population was around 2,500 people. Today, it's over 8,100. The streets were unpaved. A terrible odor from the South Sewer lagoons greeted travelers along Highway 24. An antiquated water treatment plant could barely keep up with the demand, and old municipal water pipes were breaking throughout the winter. Undaunted, I was excited to be part of local government with a strong group of dedicated employees and elected officials who were ready to implement solutions to protect our residents' health, safety, and well-being. At the time, I had a single staff person who helped maintain the park's buildings and grounds. I was fortunate to have many great volunteers, including Mayor John Carr. Mayor Carr was a Little League baseball volunteer, and he was instrumental in purchasing and developing Meadowood Park's 20-acre site. I had a budget of $200,000 to complete 3 multi-purpose ball fields, from conceptual design through the installation of scoreboards. After 18 months of construction, Mayor Carr threw out the first pitch to the opening softball game between the staff and the council. The 1980s also included several other city priorities to improve the town's parks. First was the acquisition of Triangle Park, now known as Cavalier Park. The city was awarded a grant for $40,000 to purchase 12 lots that would provide neighborhood park on the south side of Highway 24. Honing my negotiating skills, I convinced the owners to sell their property to the city. The next challenge was raising necessary capital to stabilize Fountain Creek, which traversed the entire site. To enable the city to address drainage priorities, the voters approved stormwater capital fees in the 1990s. The Fountain Creek Stabilization Project made it possible to plan the park's improvements. Cavalier Park was finally realized in 1999 with the help of a GOCO grant and donation from the Cavaliers. The next city council priority was to renovate Berkstrom Park to become a rest area for residents and visitors to the downtown. Local architect Dudley Winecoop assisted designing the depot's replica and was constructed with the help of contractor Pete Kuiper. The Berkstrom family was pleased with Woodland Park's new rest stop, which was made possible by the family's donation of land. It was at this time I discovered I truly enjoyed wearing the hat of parks planner, while working to achieve the council's and the citizens' goals. In addition, I was having fun directing and coordinating a variety of recreation programs, sports leagues, and youth activities. The 1990s entered with an upswing. Some examples of successful projects included the Fujiki Golf Course, Sturman Industries, the Safeway Shopping Center, and the Woodland Park Middle School. A dream shared by local residents was a trail from Woodland Park along Highway 67 to Manitou Lake. The future Centennial Trail began with writing grants for its development and engaging partnerships with the U.S. Forest Service and Teller County. At the same time, improvements to Meadowood Park continued with construction of the concession stand, addition of ball field lights, and building the hockey rink. In 1997, I was assigned a new position of Community Activities Director. I oversaw the administration of the UPass Cultural Center and completed the first Parks, Trails, and Open Space Master Plan. I absolutely loved working with the community stakeholders to develop the Parks Plan vision and priorities for the future. At the end of the 1990s, and Kelly will remember this, the new city manager, Mark Fitzgerald, had the daunting task of bringing the city's costs in control by significantly reducing the city staff. At this time, I was assigned to the planning department as city planner. I was grateful for this opportunity because I had always loved maps and architecture, design, reading construction drawings, and this new assignment promised to be a rich learning environment for me. I welcomed better understanding of the zoning regulations to guide land use and growth for our town. The Planning Commission and the City Council had just adopted the 1999 amended master plan and overhauled the zoning regulations for residential and commercial development. These new planning tools were in place, and it was a great career move for me. Right out of the gate in year 2000, we found ourselves processing 11 annexations. The town grew by more than 550 acres as improvements to the city's new water wells delivery and treatment came online. A severe drought brought on water restrictions and soon found our town threatened by the Hayman wildfire in June of 2002. It was amazing how our community drew much closer together under the shared threat of a devastating forest fire. We learned a great deal, and we were better prepared for the Waldo Canyon fire a decade later. Back to the early 2000s, with the prospect of Walmart coming to town, brought forth Walmart representatives and a vocal community opposition. After a special city council-wide election failed to stop Walmart, the city council approved construction. The store opened in November 2007, which was about the same time I was promoted to Director of Planning. Then came 2008, with the housing bubble burst and the national recession hitting Woodland Park. For the next few years, very little home and commercial development occurred. As a result, we turned our attention to a range of municipal code updates and long-range planning. We completed the rewrite of the sign regulations, although so painful, and engaged the community in the 2010 comprehensive plan process. The comp plan turned out well and charted the future priorities such as the Memorial Park renovations, the Fleet Maintenance Building addition and remodel, and my personal retirement favorite, the Woodland Aquatic Center. Recovering from the recession and moving through the decade between 2010 and 2020, every challenge that came our way was met, including the previously mentioned Waldo Canyon fire. Again, like the Hayman fire, the community pulled together. Several large developments occurred in the 2010s, including the 168 new rental units at Trail Ridge Apartments. These units were timed perfectly for the opening of Charis Bible College, which brought 500 students and support staff to Woodland Park. The Downtown Development Authority completed various projects, including Woodland Hardware, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Part, Family Tree, and more recently, the Human Bean, Red Baron Car Wash, and the Microtel. Residential developments also expanded the housing market with new filings in Stone Ridge, Paradise of Colorado, the Valley View Apartments, and the Clock Tower Townhomes. New developments are also on the horizon, such as student housing at Charis Bible College, Brecken Heights, and Tamarack Park. My last year of employment culminated with the Envision Woodland Park 2030 Comprehensive Plan, having been approved by the Planning Commission and adopted by City Council. I hope the public will use this plan to help guide the community into the next decade. There are so many great goals and actions that support improvements to our public safety, infrastructure, community character, and prosperity. Now, 37 years have come to pass, and I want to conclude with a warm, heartfelt thank you to all of you who have touched my life and allowed me to grow professionally. I'm honored to have served our local government and help Woodland Park to become the very best place for all of us to live, work, play, and prosper, and particularly support the value of the greater good of community. And finally, a very special thank you to the professional staff that I have had the great fortune to work with at City Hall, and all those great volunteers and community members who give of their time and talents. And especially to my husband of 42 years, thank you all.
Council, I know you all had an opportunity earlier to speak, but if anyone had anything they'd like to add, you're welcome to.
To the calendar.
Sally, we're all going to miss you.
Thank you, Sally. It's been a pleasure working with you in many different ways.
It
I
certainly
wish you the
has.
best.
You're not staying, Sally?
Did somebody bring a Walmart cart for her to take her things with? Thank you, Sally.
Yeah, after 37 years, she learned when to leave the meeting.
Yeah, right. For she's a jolly good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow, for she's a jolly good fellow, and so say all of us. Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, we have item 4C, and that's appointments to the Historical Preservation Committee. And Suzanne is presenting that.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre. This evening, this is carried over from council's last council meeting when the applicants were not able to be present. We currently have, let's see here, 2 openings available, and letters went out to all of the incumbents, and I actually have 2 of the incumbents here this evening with us in the audience. I have David Langley and I have Lori Gloth. Both are here and available to answer any questions council may have.
Great. Let's go ahead and start with Mr. Langley, if he wouldn't mind just coming up for a moment and introducing who he is, why he's interested in staying on, and if council has any questions or comments.
David Langley, glad to be here representing the Historical Committee this evening.
Good evening.
Hello, David.
Do you want to just give us a brief summary for the audience's sake too of your time that you've served on the committee and why you're interested in staying on?
I've been here in I think it was around 2012, something like that. I've been a part of the committee with a resolution of really helping our history, way of life, and understanding how things got done before, which leads to how they may get done in the future. As far as I'm concerned, that's a special interest of mine, as I am an architect and had opportunity to work on a number of projects through the Woodland Park in the area. So I care about the environment, where it came from, which leads to where it's going. Keeping in tune with what the built environment is here is what maintains my interest.
Very good. Council, do you have any questions or comments?
Comment.
Sure.
As the liaison of the Historical Preservation Committee, we just watched an enormous amount of historical data retire and walk out the door. David stands before us as almost equal on the knowledge and history of Woodland Park, and he is a great asset to the Historical Preservation Committee.
Thank you. Yes, Sally was a wonderful part of that and led to, overall, I've had a chance to say with her as a major contributor, but all of you working with it. I work in about 7 different jurisdictions currently. So I'm interacting with planning, architectural reviewers, plan reviewers, so on all the time. Woodland Park has been the best out of all of it. It really has. I'm serious, and Sally, as well as you've contributed to that. I'm hoping to keep that going. And yes, I go back, opened office here in 1981 and just found myself too busy to be working for anybody else. Things happened that I didn't know were going to be of significance. That has made a point of improving things. And that's a pretty long list. So I got a pretty good working knowledge of what the buildings are around, what the residences, how they were built, what it consists of. Have had a wonderful time with Lori Gloth as acting as chairman of learning a lot about what this city really is. And I want to continue that.
Thank you. Council, anything further?
A question for Suzanne. Suzanne, what's the length of the appointments and how many total appointments are there? I know we're only doing 2 tonight, but how many?
Yes, let's see. The term of office for these open positions will expire on January 1st, 2024. So they're 3-year terms, 2-year terms, excuse me.
Okay. And how many are there altogether? How many positions altogether?
2
2 appointments tonight, but is that all there are?
2 available openings, 2. Yep.
Out of 5 or 7? I don't.
Can anyone help me with how many are on the
Do you know?
historical? 5.
5 altogether?
Okay.
There's 3 open.
Okay.
Correct. Okay. Thank you.
We had a resignation. Michelle Harris resigned. That's the 3rd one. Okay, so
Okay.
3.
So 3. Okay. Good. Thank you. Looking forward to.
Thank you, Mr. Langley. And Ms. Gloth, if you wouldn't mind just coming up and introducing yourself to the audience and who you are, what you do, why you're interested in staying.
Lori Glock, been here since the 60s, grew up here. And citizenship is not a spectator sport. And I've been involved in a lot of things in the community. I've gone away, I've come back. And I care about history, I care about this community, I care about values. And when the council actually formed the Historical Preservation committee in a resolution, I believe in 1994 or 96. And since Sally walked out the door, I can't confirm that. for sure. And when the council did that, it was for the express reason of saving the old Brazen Head, which is where the wagons are, those of us who know what the Brazen Head means, because CDOT was going to raise it when they widened Highway 24. So the city council decided to have a resolution, and in that resolution, they formed a historical preservation committee. However, they did not seat that committee until 2000, I believe. And those of you who remember Cal Elder and some other folks that are no longer in our community, Gary Lichtenberg, myself, were three of the original members that were appointed. The 5 positions, actually, we need an architect. We need somebody from the Historical Society, which is Larry Black. It specifically asks for specific qualifications. Also for people who live outside the city, and I fill one of those slots. So it's very specific with the way it was set up and the way our resolution and the way our bylaws are written to fill specific slots with specific backgrounds. So we've always worked very closely with the Teller County Coalition, the UPass Historical Society, and it's a very much an integral part of weaving those things together and trying to make sure we're all on the same page to take some very thin resources and try to mesh them together. So we used to have as a subcommittee here of the city, a much larger budget, and over the years it's been cut back. But there are specific things that we do, and there's a work plan, and you guys have probably seen the work plan in your packets that you've been given. And in that work plan, there are specific things that we do every year, and we try to expand that. And with Rusty's help as our council liaison this last year, we will now get some abatement taken care of over here, finally, with 3 entities coming together with dollars. So anyway, there's a lot of things, a lot of activities, a lot of things to do, but it's baby steps. It's totally baby steps, and we're all about education. So
That was great. Thank you. Council questions, comments?
I'll say the same comment also.
Sure.
I've served with Lori, and as Sally walked out, you can see our history is with Lori and David. So I would hope that the council preserves some of that historical knowledge on that committee. She's been a great chairman.
Thank you. Council, anything further? Questions?
I'd just
comments?
like to thank you and David both for your service for all these years. Thank you so much.
Very good. So Suzanne, we're gonna do the electronic voting, right?
We can do them individually. That would be great.
That would be great. Yep.
Start with David.
Yes. So we'll just play Jeopardy music in our heads for a minute.
I need a motion.
I'll make a
Very
motion
good,
to
very good.
reappoint David.
You're coming
Langley.
back to every meeting. You're hired. Oh.
I'll second Kelly's motion for David. Thank you.
Council may vote.
Maybe.
Not
No.
getting it.
Not
seeing
getting it.
You're not able to vote.
We don't see
Nope.
it. No.
Nothing's coming up.
It isn't just Kelly.
It's not just me.
No,
I did my little trick and that didn't work
I
either.
just did your little trick and it didn't work either.
I don't know your trick, so.
I don't either.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
now
it's
Yes,
up
got
now.
it.
yeah, there it
Yes.
It is now.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting for one to go.
Sorry, I forgot to hit save.
It's okay. Thank you, council. Motion's passed unanimously.
I'll make a motion to reappoint Lori Gloth to serve a term expiring January 1st, 2024.
I'll second it.
Thank you, council. Motion's passed unanimously.
Very good. Thank you both for volunteering your time. We appreciate it. All right, we're going to move on to item 4D, and that's the oath of office administered to our finance director and city treasurer, Aaron Vasalati. And he's been with us, but he hasn't been with us in person yet. So this is his first meeting. Oh, Aaron, welcome.
Are you sure?
So Mayor Pro Tem, I will do Aaron's oath of office, but I also need to do Lori and David's
Okay.
as well. But let's take care of Aaron first.
Okay.
Suzanne, can we just clarify, since we've been through this before, council already approved his
Yes.
appointment. Do we have that date for the record?
Do you know the date?
If not, but I just wanted to make that clear since we've
Yes.
had that happen before.
We'll have you come out here. Aaron. And I'll have you face the council. Okay. You raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Aaron Vasalati,
I, Aaron Vasalati,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Colorado,
and of the state of Colorado,
the charter and ordinances of the city of Woodland Park,
charter and the ordinances of the city of Woodland Park,
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
and that I will faithfully perform the duties
as the treasurer of city of Woodland Park,
as the treasurer of the city of Woodland Park,
upon which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's have you sign your oath of office. Official. There's a pen. And then if I can call Lori, Lori, and David up. Okay, yes, and I'll fix it. I'll have you guys come up here too. Okay. Repeat after me. I, David Langley, I, Lori Gloth, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and of the state of Colorado, the charter and ordinances of the city of Woodland Park, and then I will faithfully perform the duties of the Office of Historical Preservation Committee, upon which I'm about to enter. Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations. Let's have you sign this. Just need you to sign it, David. Right there, right there. Here's another pen if you need it. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, moving on. We are at 4E. That's, I'm going to go ahead and let either Councilmember Neal or Nakai take that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and start the lead. This was a motion I had made 2 weeks ago. And Robert pointed out that it had not been properly posted. And, that there was a snafu in the email that went from myself to the city clerk. So it did not get properly posted. We did table it until this week. So this is a kind of a kindness gesture. Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre has been serving in the position of the Mayor Pro Tem for a year-ish, and it will be more than a year, more than half the term. It doesn't change anything she has been doing or will continue to do. It's more ceremonial. It just gives her the ability to, at one time in her life, to say, I was the mayor of Woodland Park, instead of always adding on Mayor Pro Tem. It was carefully calculated so that it was 89 days from the election 2 weeks ago. So we were much less than 89 days. Catherine and I, Catherine actually had suggested doing this several months ago, but we war gamed it, that there were scenarios that something could happen to a council member and we would be out of appointments. So it would have cost the city between $5,000 and $10,000 to have a special election to handle the situation of appointing a council member if something did happen. So we opted not to make any of the motions until we were 1 day shy of the 90-day mark, which means there is no situation that can occur, whether somebody resigns or we get run over by a bus or assassinated by somebody who doesn't like this. But we are,
Let's hope not.
it is impossible for the citizens to incur any cost of a special election. So I would like to make a motion to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Labar to the position of mayor of the city of Woodland Park.
I'll second.
I know you have to recuse, but there can be.
Yeah, I won't be
discussion.
voting. And
I know that we're open for discussion.
yep, and I appreciate it too. I certainly didn't ask for it. And
No, you did not ask for this.
no, so, but thank you for the gesture. I appreciate it.
Is council ready to take the vote?
No.
No.
No, okay.
Yep. We start by asking, can you please explain to the citizens of Woodland Park, Rusty, why you would take such a step to bias or influence their vote coming up in April?
It had nothing to do with that, Robert. It had everything to do with a kindness gesture when I thought about it. And we were going to do it months ago, not even close to the election coming up. We were talking about it months ago, but we came up with scenarios that could have a jeopardizing effect, forcing a monetary effect to the citizens, which we would not do. So months ago, we decided to table it until this, and Suzanne, our clerk, can testify that this was discussed months ago, and she gave me and calculated the exact date for me when I could make the motion.
Is it the function of elected officials of council to take feels-good votes on behalf of the citizens?
Well, I guess sometimes I think it could be. Well, she's doing the job, so I made the motion. I'm not gonna defend my motion to you, Robert.
Well, I'm bringing it up, Rusty. It really is difficult to stir up waters that we have traversed in this city, but it's unfortunate you've compelled me to do so, so I'm going to continue. This council had the opportunity to have a fully filled council, yet some of my colleagues here on the dais, here including Mayor Pro Tem, took steps in self-interest to keep their perceived hold on power and limit the office by not voting on one of the several capable applicants for mayor. Do you recall that? It's regrettable that you brought this before the public tonight, but it compels me to bring to memory for our citizens the poor choices made on several occasions that have, in my opinion, harmed the proper functioning of our city. One, this Mayor Pro Tem voted for herself and rejected the vote from her peers that we preferred a different applicant to fill the late Mayor Valcar's position. This Mayor Pro Tem refused to allow open discussion for applicants for the DDA board and went straight to nominations, thwarting an open discussion and examination of conflict of interest allegations, which are still being raised each month at the DDA board meetings. This Mayor Pro Tem, without open discussion, nor the advising of this council member, chose to appoint Council Member Nakai without public discussion, nor examination of other valid candidates to fill one of the temporary vacancies. And finally, in my opinion, that although the Mayor Pro Tem has settled down into satisfactory administering the office of Mayor Pro Tem for the past few months, there is no compelling reason for this body to change its status and make an appointment to that of mayor. It's the good citizens of our community choose to elect her lawfully as one of the preferred candidates in April. That will be soon enough. It is, in my opinion, highly inappropriate for this council to bring this matter forward for a vote this evening. I move that the matter be tabled.
There's a motion on the floor.
For the record, I'm not removing or withdrawing my motion. It has been seconded. I note what you have said. Thank you. You've just said it professionally. Thank you.
To add on to a few of those comments, I wholeheartedly agree. It is not the role of government to cast feel-good votes, which, based on how Councilmember Neal has posed this, is really all this is doing. I have Councilmember Neal, when you say it's so that she can, and I quote, to say I was mayor, that really does not sit well with me. Furthermore, to say it was carefully calculated. You say that this was held off until 89 days so that it would not trigger a special election. I want to clarify that because Suzanne, a special election, as I understood it, that we avoided before was because there was only going to be 4 members on council, correct?
That's correct. But I think you may want to clarify.
Yes, please.
You may want to clarify that if another position was vacated because somebody was hurt, couldn't serve or anything, then another election would have to be held. And there's 90 days. If it's not within 90 days of a scheduled election, we have to have a special election. So it was the risk factor of having one more vacant seat is, I believe, what Councilmember Neal is saying.
So let me clarify, because right now we have 6 people on council. And if Mayor Pro Tem Labar would have been appointed to mayor, we would have still had 6 people on council.
But Mayor Pro Tem would have been appointed.
And we would have been out of appointments.
Correct.
So if a seat had opened up, we would not have been able to appoint anyone because we're only allowed 2 appointments on council.
Correct.
And that would have been Councilmember Nakai and at that point, Mayor Labar.
Correct.
So even if we lost a council member, currently in that hypothesis, having 6 and someone had stepped down, we would have 5 council members and that would not have triggered a special election.
That's council's choice.
Okay.
Council has to vote to choose to continue as a council of 5. And I really don't feel that it's proper for me to be answering these questions because I'm not bringing this issue to you. I would prefer to defer to the council members bringing the issue to you.
Well, and I can certainly refer to Jeff because this is how our charter is structured, but I want to make it clear, the idea that this was out of a precaution so that if something happened to one of the council members, you would be avoiding a special election and cost to taxpayers is not actually the case. It would not have automatically triggered us and forced us into a special election. Now, it would have left us without a seat that we could appoint, but we also could have continued on without being forced to elect for that seat. So I wanted to make that clear.
Okay, so I'm gonna preface that, which is correct. However, if you had appointed Hillary back in April of last year when you all discussed it, and you chose not to because it would cost you an appointed seat. If I'm appointed, we appoint her mayor, we lose a council member, and then we lose another council member. Accident, they resign, health issues. We are now at 4, and it will trigger a special election no matter what you do. So the precaution is that if you do it while we have 6, and we're at 89 days or less, it doesn't matter. We're stuck at 4. We're not going to cost the taxpayers an election. That's the strategy we had. It's not, and you all decided not to appoint her because you didn't want to lose the ability to have 2 appointments. It doesn't matter now. She's been a mayor. She's been the mayor. So that's just, and the charter states that we don't have to go to the electorate to appoint her mayor if we don't want to.
Absolutely, but I wanted to point out that the argument that this was waited on, that Councilmember Neal and you were waiting to do this until now,
He
the
waited-
reasoning.
He waited to do it till now.
Oh,
I
okay,
was-
throw him
I
under the
was
bus.
Finally doing it sooner, so.
But the reasoning that this is why you waited until now is not necessarily sound, because it would not have triggered a special election had you brought this forth in November or December prior to the 90-day mark. It would not have forced a special election.
We don't know
didn't-
that.
We didn't say it
We didn't
would.
say it would. We just said
could.
it could.
There are scenarios that
Yeah.
it could cost the taxpayers. So I did not want to do any motions to appoint that would cost the taxpayers. I knew that at 89 days in working with our city clerk, what date it had to be so that no scenario could force a special election and the cost to the taxpayer. So I waited
And as
to make the motion.
Councilmember Nakai just said, of course, anything can happen and force a special election. But again, you had stated if we had lost a council member, it would have forced a special election. That's not true. We would have had to have lost 2 in that short time to force a special election. My one other comment is to use this government body in a way that promotes a candidate at this point who has turned in a petition to run for this position that you were suggesting to appoint her for. I find that to be at very least inappropriate, but verging on misconduct in using your positions to actively support a candidate for that position and move her up to that position while she's actively running for it.
When we suggested it, she hadn't pulled a petition and she hadn't decided to run yet.
Well, then I guess
You
you should have
tabled
gotten it on the agenda before she did.
Well, we tried, but we didn't do it because she was going to run for mayor.
I get that. Intentions set aside. Unfortunately, we have to deal with it as it is. She is now an active candidate for the position you are asking to put her in. And that is, in my mind, a clear conflict of interest, which of course has been a major subject of ours throughout this entire council. It really reeks of severe inappropriateness and misconduct to use your positions this way.
Jeff, is this misconduct? Thank you.
There's a motion on the table. It's been seconded.
I'm trying to think about what I want to say. I'm just, there's a lot of people throwing things around of accusations of impropriety. And I believe that each person that is speaking to that has been guilty of such. We did have the conversation at our last meeting about Hillary has served and served well in the position of Mayor Pro Tem. She's done it with character. She's done it with the utmost propriety. We're all human beings and we do make mistakes. And I can say that I'm just surprised that our fellow council member would think that everything is devious and underhanded and for the wrong reasons. That's not what I do in this seat. And I don't know. I just think that we all are up here for the right reasons. We're all up here to serve the citizens and do a good job for the community, all of you. And I can tell you that there's no impropriety. Ms. LaBar has done a good job. She's been doing the job for almost a year. And it's really just honoring the title, giving her that. And Ms. Alfieri, I can tell you that there was a time when you were involved that would have caused a special election. I won't go any further into that, but I think we're all pointing fingers and maybe we're all a little guilty. So I would just assure the citizenry that this council and these folks up here are serving for the right reasons. And they're not trying to be devious or underhanded or do anything impropriety that is not above board. So I just would like to stand up for all of you on this council that I serve with. I mean, all of you. And thank you for your service. That's all I have to say.
Stephanie, I'll at least thank you. The tone between the two meetings 2 weeks ago and tonight is much different, and I appreciate it. We do have a difference of opinion. You've stated your difference of opinion. I've listened to it. I've listened to Robert's. I just appreciate the tone in stating the difference of opinion is much more professional this week. And thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that. That is the difference between having it appropriately on the agenda and not. To Councilmember Case's point, I somewhat agree with what you said as far as all of us serving. And again, we are public servants. We serve without expecting recognition. We serve without being automatically elevated to a higher level. That is one of the things that as a public service and elected official, we do the job we're elected to do. And most of the time with little, if no gratitude. So again, the idea that just because Mayor Pro Tem LaBarre has been leading the meetings, again, if the people want her to be mayor, they can make that choice in 2.5 more months. There's no reason for this council to circumvent the will of the people and do that now. Leave it up to the people.
We're not.
The charter
thank you.
gives us the ability to do this. We're not circumventing the people. The charter states that council can appoint her because Mayor Carr passed away.
And again, why was that not done then? Or we did
I
attempt
wasn't
to do
sitting
it.
on the council.
Exactly, you were not. And you
So-
did say that we chose not to appoint a mayor. I would point out that the two of you, not including you, Councilmember Nakai, who are now suggesting that we appoint a mayor, were the two sitting up here when we attempted this before, who refused to vote on a mayor.
So that was not me.
I said it didn't include
Oh,
you.
I thought you said it did.
No, I apologize. Yes, when we had attempted this prior to appoint a mayor, when the vacancy was left open, these other two council members were the ones who insisted on not voting for a mayor because they didn't feel we needed it. So I ask, what has changed other than, as Councilmember Zuluaga pointed out, good feelings?
Is there any other discussion, Suzanne?
Mayor, but at some point, someone has to call the question if you're done discussing.
I'm happy to call the question. We know how this is going to go, but I think we've all, unless anyone else has anything to say, I think we've all had our time to speak. I'm certainly through.
Okay, the voting is up. Council, you may vote. Thank you, council. The motion's passed 3-2. And with that being said, we would administer the oath of office to our new mayor of the city of Woodland Park.
Just for the record, I was perfectly happy being Mayor Pro Tem, and I liked being able to say, I'm not the mayor, I just act like it. So
You act up like it.
I'm the acting mayor, yeah. But thank you, council, for your recognition, and thank you all for your professionalism with the topic. I appreciate it.
Please join me. I'll have you face the audience. You will raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Hillary LaBarre, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States
I will support the Constitution of the United States
and of the state of Colorado,
and of the state of Colorado,
the charter and ordinances
the charter and ordinances
of the city of Woodland Park,
of the city of Woodland Park,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of mayor
the duties of mayor
upon which I'm about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Let's have you sign this. With that being said, council, one other order of business. As you will see later on in the agenda, Mayor LaBarre is going to be absent. So before we get to that, would council be so inclined as to want to appoint a mayor pro tem this evening?
Oh, no.
We're
I'm gonna
going to
go with
need
no.
one. It's your decision.
That falls back into the discussion of somebody getting hit by a bus, and I hope it's not me when I'm gone. So.
You may participate in this discussion.
Yeah, I know.
I do have a proposal that
Sure.
would make it non-conflicting for anyone. And that is we put numbers or names in a hat and we draw out that name, and whoever that person is runs the meeting over the next couple of weeks. That is a lawful way that we can draw straws for the position. That way we don't get into another hour of entanglements of yays, nays, and hurt feelings.
We can do that, or you can add it to the next agenda, even though I won't be here. That's okay. Or we can do it this evening. My suggestion to run the meeting while I was gone was going to be the senior most member of council. Just because I thought that that was pretty neutral, but council, you're welcome to have discussion.
I would go with the senior most member.
I think, Jeff, would you weigh in on this about, there's a difference between appointing someone to run the meeting and someone being mayor pro tem. So I want to make sure we're talking about two separate things here. The who's going to cover the meeting is a later agenda item. So the discussion is, do we have to have a mayor pro tem?
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I don't know the answer off the top of my head. I'll
Can I add on to that question? It doesn't count as an appointment. I don't believe it does, but I wanted to clarify that because we keep saying appoint mayor pro tem after we've said we've used our 2 appointments.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Be to nominate and. Yeah.
Oh, I have an answer for you. Section 3.3 of the charter says, if a vacancy shall occur in the office of mayor pro tem, the council shall
Oh, okay.
choose a successor for the unexpired term.
So we have a vacancy of mayor pro tem now.
Correct.
And does that make one of the 3? Does that make 3 now? Doesn't it?
No. So my recommendation would be that we make Councilmember Case mayor pro tem because she is the senior most council member along with me. That's my recommendation. You do not have to take it. You're welcome to have discussion.
Is that an actual motion or,
I'll make a motion to appoint Councilmember Case as mayor pro tem.
and I'll second it.
And that is the first motion I have made as a mayor pro tem or mayor on this council.
Does council want to have discussion or would they like me to call the vote?
Quite honestly, I'd like to have comment from the audience.
It's up to the mayor.
Yeah, we're not. Our agenda is so packed this evening that I just want to move on with this topic.
Okay, this one we're going to do by hand because I didn't have this one prepared in the civic clerk setting. So the question is to designate, I'll use the word designate, Councilmember Case as mayor pro tem for the city of Woodland Park with a motion made by Mayor LaBarre and a second by Councilmember Neal. Alfieri,
No.
Case,
I will withdraw from voting. Thank you.
Labar,
Yes.
Nakai,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Zulawaga.
No.
Thank you. Motion carries 3-2 with Councilmember Case now being Mayor Pro Tem of the City of Woodland Park. Congratulations.
Thank you. I certainly didn't intend for that, but thank you. And I don't know that it's really going to make any difference. I hear some grumbling in the audience. I'll do the best I can. I'm really, thank you. But
Well, Catherine's running as well. Do we have a place for her to be appointed to?
you know, that's so inappropriate. Please.
No, the hope is I
Let's
come
be-
back from my
can we-
trip
can
and we don't need a mayor
please
pro
have
tem to run the
adults in this
meeting.
Meeting tonight, please.
All right, we're moving on to item number 5, additions, deletions, or corrections to agenda. There are none. 6, consent calendar, 6A, and our presenter is Suzanne Leclerc.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Labar. In essence of speed, maybe we can handle the 2 minutes together. We have minutes of December 2nd that are needing approval and minutes of January 6th that are needing approval. In addition to that, if I could add the statement of expenditures as well as the HR Green contract. If we can put all of those through on the consent calendar, if you would like to take them individually, please let me know.
I move to approve the 2 minutes on the calendar, except for a typo you have on page 16. It says Colo Uncle member Alfieri.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
We tried it. Anyway, so I'm moving that we approve the 2 with that spelling check.
And statement of expenditures and contract or just
Well,
the
I have some
minutes?
questions about that.
No,
Okay.
no, just the 2. and
Okay.
We'll do the finances separate.
I'll second
Robert's motion on the first 2 being on the consent calendar.
on the minutes.
Okay,
Yeah, as amended.
As amended.
got it. Okay, Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes.
Nakai,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. The next item then would be the statement of expenditures.
Move we approve the statement of expenditures for November 2021.
I'll second.
Thank you. Labar,
Yes.
Nakai,
Yes.
Neil,
I did not hear the motion. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's for to approve item.
To
Robert
approve
made it.
item C, statement of expenditures for
Was that
November
you?
I have
2021.
some
guess so.
questions before we
Oh,
vote on it.
yes.
That's fine.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's okay.
Disruption.
We'll hang on one second. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was just trying to scroll to, very seldom do I actually have questions about it, but I did see 3 things that I just wanted to bring up so that citizens could hear. There was a $19,500 expenditure, partial escrow refund for John Radcliffe. Since it was a large dollar amount, could you just explain what that is, Michael?
So this is where I too also miss Sally Riley. So this is a relatively common thing. We hold prepayments in escrow for certain developments, and then we refund them at some point. I'm not entirely sure why we do that or what the story behind this one is. Construction materials use tax, our attorney tells me.
Thank you. That was adequate. But it was just a large one. Should somebody have looked? The second one, and like I said, I have 3 questions. The second one has a law firm of Suzanne N. Boggers.
She's our prosecutor for the municipal court.
And lastly, there was a 13.5 for Logan Simpson for the design. This was for the comp plan and code review. My question is, when will we see the final code review products? Do we have any anticipated timeline yet?
I don't know if we have Karen Schmink available on Zoom. I believe we do.
she is.
Okay. If we can get Karen, I'll
How
defer
we're
to her.
progressing since we've got a sizable payment.
So Rob, can you just bring Karen in? Okay. Here she is.
Karen, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot. It's just, I'm sure that citizens would like to know how we're progressing in that particular thing. I'll repeat the question in case you might have been getting a cup of coffee or something. There's a line item for Logan and Simpson. It's for the comp plan and code review. It's a 13.5 expenditure. My question is, how are we progressing on the code review? We have an expected or anticipated date when we'll start seeing the results of that.
We have been working on that, and I've been part of several meetings with Logan Simpson. We did actually request that they, excuse me, work on finishing dotting I's and crossing T's on the comp plan, so that that was truly in a good state to be put out on our website and such. And so we took a little pause off of the code review. And they should be wrapping that up here in the next couple of weeks. I have not talked to them about a more specific deadline or time frame in terms of when we would have something to come back out in a public forum, but we do continue to make good progress on that. And I apologize for the cough. I've been homesick this week, so please bear with me, and you'll get to hear more of that later tonight. So my apologies.
Thank you, Karen. Michael, that was all I had. And thank you, Robert, for entertaining the questions.
Okay, so we have, let's see, we have a motion by Councilmember Zulawaga, a second by Councilmember Case, and I'll restart the vote. Labar,
Yes.
Nakai,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously. The final item we have on the consent calendar is the approval of the HR Green Professional Services Agreement.
That one had been tabled. It's back. Council, is there comments or discussions, or is everybody ready? Russ?
It's just a reminder. Can we turn this one down a little? I'll step away. Just a reminder, I was the one that had found some language that I thought we needed to address. I met with the city staff, the attorney. We went through it with the IT professionals from the attorney and came up with some, I think, better language that I will now support, just so you know.
Yeah, my questions have been answered, and I reviewed it, and I like what I see. So
Perfect.
if you want to propose a motion, go ahead.
I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve the HR Green Professional Services Agreement in the amount of $39,950 for the development of the physical concepts and schematic layout for fiber networks.
Second.
Thank you. We'll take a quick vote. Nakai,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Very good. We're off to item number 7, which is public comment on items not on the agenda. And I only have one person signed up who did not mention the agenda, and I don't know if there's anyone on Zoom. So I have Abiba Herman signed up. Okay, so that'll be on the agenda. So when that comes up, we'll remember, and I'll make note of that. Yep.
I don't see anybody signed up on Zoom to speak.
Okay. So we are going to move on to 8, unfinished business, seeing none. And off to 9. And 9 is a first reading to consider ordinance number 1417, and our city attorney is going to present that for us.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Ordinance 1417 is a housekeeping ordinance. It makes some changes as a result of some legislation down at the Capitol relating to penalties for ordinance violations. We've been running ordinances like this in each of the cities that we represent to update the codes in the wake of this legislation. A lot of this ordinance is having a citation by reference to the penalty provision of the code, so that the next time this happens, we don't have to amend 15 sections of the code like this time. We can just amend the one penalty provision.
Council, do you have any questions, comments?
I have a comment, I guess, that we can hold over. I just wanted to give Jeff a heads up because this is again on initial posting. Did you want to give your caution? I do see in here a lot of places where it seems like the monetary penalty has been set at a specific amount. So I would definitely be interested in more information as far as where that amount came from.
I can tell you that right now.
Okay,
It's set in state statute.
okay,
And so the code provisions say that our court will levy a penalty of no more than what the jurisdictional limit is for the court.
and is this the jurisdictional limit?
Yes.
Okay. And then I guess a little more background on why in a number of places for us, we had different limits of penalty, but it appears to me as reading through this that we just maxed that out regardless of the type of violation it was. So for instance, in some places, I believe it was a maximum of $350. Some places it was a maximum of $1,000. And now as I read through it, I see in all of those places, it's now $2,650, regardless of any difference in maximum penalty that there was previously.
I think
It's not
I think the
correlated.
intent is to allow that as a maximum penalty rather than mandated as the penalty. But if there's some ambiguity there, if something you want to look at, we can lay this one over.
Yeah.
And clear that out. But the intent is to just set the threshold.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go Councilmember Neal, then Zulaga.
Oh, Robert, if you want to
Oh,
go first.
okay.
Yeah, and Stephanie, are there particular ones you want to discuss? Because I saw the same thing where we just flatlined it at everything at the same very high limit on, and when you look at some of them, it's like, whoa, that's
Yeah.
kind of, so maybe we'll get into some discussion at the next.
Yeah, because we're talking literally in
'cause this is just
some
the first
places,
read.
1000%
I know.
increase. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so I'll coordinate. and
Jeff's
work with
gonna
you on that.
clarify that real quick.
Well, I'll just offer some more comments that the provision that's incorporated by reference in all of these different penalty provision sections provides that the ordinance in question shall be punishable by a fine of not more than. So it could easily be much less than if that's the tradition with respect to that type of violation. So again, it just sets the ceiling. It doesn't mandate that number.
Very good. Councilmember Zulaga.
Yeah, Jeff, I know we're setting this for public hearing next week, but to set a bit of understanding of background of this, it seems to me that what this is the state once again taking our level of local control and dictating to us that there's certain things that we used to put people in jail for to keep our community safe. And now it's going to cost the city money if we leave that in our statutes and our ordinances. And so now folks get a walk, have less regard for our city laws because there's no jail consequence. Seems to me this fits into a bit of the current administration making the state a free for all. People can, it's like that's not the same rule of law. We talked about this on another issue last meeting. Is there any way on a local level that we can maintain control without breaking the bank?
As to the first part of your comment, Councilmember Zuluaga, I don't believe this is the General Assembly limiting our authority. Indeed, they're giving us additional authority to increase fine amounts on the perpetrators to whom you're referring. It's true that the General Assembly, I didn't vote for it, passed some legislation requiring cities to pay for public defenders for indigent defendants in municipal court. Many jurisdictions, in order to save money for the taxpayers, have repealed the criminalization of offenses. But that's your choice as a policymaker. It's, again, we've run these ordinances, presented these ordinances in all the cities we represent. it's your choice. We could continue with criminal offenses and providing at taxpayer expense defense attorneys for them in our court.
So when this comes to public discussion, could we kind of delineate some of what's happening to the bar in our community generally? In other words, are we letting pedophiles and sex traffickers go free now?
No.
Are we? I know we're not, but I'm just saying, can we set a bit of a scale of what that looks like? So when this comes to the public discussion, we can see what it is we're letting go of in terms of jail penalties and what it is that we're maintaining. I mean, just aside from the fines to me are, you get somebody who's an indigent, he's not going to pay $2,650. You're not going to get that.
Neither is he going to pay for his own attorney. We are.
Well, right. Yeah. But that he's doing things that are causing public damage, it might be worth us paying that attorney to have him in jail, as opposed to setting a fine for a guy who's never going to, pony up for that anyway. So anyway, I just want, if you would, when we set this for hearing, if you can put some of those pieces together. Thanks.
All right, can we get a vote or motion to move it on to public hearing?
I will move that we approve ordinance number 1417. Am I on the right one?
Yep,
Suzanne? Thank you. 1417, series 2022 on initial posting for a public hearing on February 3rd, 2022.
I'll second.
You may vote and have it set up for you.
Council, motion passes unanimously.
All right, it's 8:30. Someone will have to remind me at 9 o'clock that we're taking a break. And we're on to number 10, public hearings. We're going to start with 10A. And these are the ordinances to amend codes in our municipal code that would then go to the ballot for voters to decide.
Not
I have
the
to
Oh,
do
wait.
the first one.
This is
Wait.
the family
Not
child.
yet.
Oh, yeah, not yet. I got excited. I thought we were there already. So we're on 10A for number 1416 ordinance, and Karen is our planning director, is the presenter for that. Sorry, Karen.
That's okay. I'm a small piece of what you have in front of you here this evening. So as presented on initial reading, you have in front of you this evening ordinance number 1416. The reason for this is it was in September when the state signed into law House Bill 21-1222. This allows state licensed home daycare facilities serving up to 12 children when they're operated by a person residing in the same dwelling where the child home cares are being provided. So in our current regulations, the city of Woodland Park does have some other parameters around when and where and how family home daycare happens in the city of Woodland Park. And it was outlined similar to many other communities in the state, where it was split into both small and large family home care centers. With this change in state law, we're looking at all family provided home daycare. So that includes both the large and the small size, to now be only regulated by the state of Colorado. So the ordinance in front of you this evening takes care of making some changes to definitions as well as our use table. So this state law has very clearly stated that anywhere we allow, excuse me, a home-based daycare in a residential zone, that needs to be treated as a permitted use, that we don't get to require an additional level of zoning development permit for that use in association with a home. So this would be allowed in all of our zone districts except for the highway service commercial light industrial zone. And I'm sure that's because that's not where we typically allow houses anyhow. These types uses are still going to be overseen and licensed by the state of Colorado. They have pretty extensive rules and regulations around how they look at home-based daycare, and that their licensing does also allow or require annual inspections related to fire for life safety issues, and then also and anything by that state daycare licensing agency. So this did go to Planning Commission at December 9th, their meeting then. And that commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the ordinance that's being presented to council this evening. So with that, any questions?
Robert, I'm looking right at you.
No, I met with Karen and we talked through this whole thing. So
Very good.
I am now reluctantly ready to move forward. I mean, which hill do you want to die on? And, you know, the loss of local control is happening before our eyes. So we just got to get in there and change it at a state level to guard what we have at a local level. So
Fortunately, this time, this is less restrictive than more restrictive, which is typically not the case.
yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
But I liked some of your thoughts from 2 councils ago that hopefully may be the foundation on some of the discussion on the previous amendment concerning the fines and penalties that
Exactly.
we may want to carry the point you were making last council meeting. This one is actually beneficial.
Yeah.
So this would not be the one I'd fall on my sword on.
Well, exactly what Karen and I met about that
Yeah.
very thing. So, yeah.
Very good. Anything further? All right, can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve. Sorry,
1416.
1416 series 2022 to amend Title 18 of the Woodland Park Municipal Code to address changes to the family child care homes as required by recent state legislation known as House Bill 21-1222.
I'll second it.
Counselor, you may vote.
Thank you, council. Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Now I actually know where we are on the agenda.
I
Yes, Karen.
apologize. Being really new and out of practice since I was out of state for a while, I do need to ask a procedural question, and I'm sure
Sure.
Suzanne will make sure that it's clear. But with this being a public hearing, didn't we need to do?
Oh, yeah, I didn't ask.
Little public thing.
Busted.
Karen, you did a good job.
Hey, Karen, you just bat 1,000 on that one. That's great.
Yeah.
You passed
Thanks,
her.
Karen.
Well, and no offense, but I think Jeff was asleep.
No, he was thinking about his next joke for the end of his reporting.
No,
Karen,
so,
you get to stay.
Karen, you are now assigned the person to remind me about
Thank you
public
all.
comment.
Thank you all for your grace.
So if there was any public comments,
Yeah, so
there was no one in the audience signed up. I didn't see any hands. No one was running. to
There's
the
nobody on
podium.
your sheet signed up,
No,
correct?
correct.
Yeah,
Safe.
so you're good.
I have those letters highlighted. So I'll still probably forget those as well, but we'll see.
As I said, we're all still human.
Right. So, okay, well, with the exception of public comment, now I think I know where I am on the agenda. And we are on 10B. And I see that we have the presentation of the proposed charter amendments, and our presenter is going to be Mr. Frank Connors and the Charter Review Committee.
Start now or take the 9 o'clock break?
We'll go ahead and start now, I think.
We'll just wait for Rob to pull up the PowerPoint.
Good evening.
Mayor, City Council. Hear me?
It sounds like it's
Yeah.
on.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council.
Good evening. Good evening.
Thank you, Frank.
Tonight, we're going to be doing the Woodland Park Charter Review. These are the results from the committee, our summary and recommendations.
We have it up there.
Who's going to hit this slide?
Rob, will you put slides from?
I just say slide, you just change it. Thank you.
And council, when Frank gets to the various proposals, I'm going to jump in and give the background of how we came to propose these amendments,
Very good.
just to save time later when we're marking them up.
Sure.
So our agenda this evening will be the charter definition, Woodland
Yes, sure.
Park Charter history, the referred measures, and our recommendations. The definition of the home rule charter is defined as a document required by home rule cities and towns that defines the power and responsibilities of the local government. A charter must be approved through an election by a majority vote of the citizens. Cool. Thank you. You can just follow along. You see where I'm going to end. Definition: instrument of limitations sets forth the basic structure and organization of the government, establishes procedures of the conduct of the municipal government businesses, and establishes powers of elected and appointed officials. Does not spell out details of municipal operations. Details can be left to the city council. State laws apply in the absence of a charter provision. Charters are not easily amended. Unnecessary details and verbiage should be avoided. Charter content: we have mandatory provisions governing initiatives, referendum of measures, and recall of officers. Common provisions: prefatory synopsis, which I had to look up. It's just all the stuff at the beginning. I had help from Jeff. Provisions continuing, amending, or repealing existing ordinances, qualifications, terms of office, number of council members and election procedures, boards and commissions, legal and judicial affairs, budget control, and financing. Charter Review Committee, us, established August 5th, 2021 by the Woodland Park City Council Resolution Number 880, Series 2021, and that was approved. It activated a committee to review the charter and make recommendations to the City Council of potential ballot measures. It also identified an activation date of April of 2022. Committee members: we had our council liaison was Councilmember Catherine Nakai, Councilmember Rusty Neal, Stephanie Alaferi. We had Suzanne, our city clerk, Jeff, our lawyer, and his staff, Michael and his staff, city manager, myself, Don Delson, and George Jones. Can't mess that one up. We had a kickoff meeting on the 28th of September, 2021. We held meetings bi-weekly. All meetings were open to the public. Meeting minutes were reported by our city manager. For our committee strategy and objectives, we did not do a line-by-line review. We focused on issues identified by the council, staff, citizens. We used other home rule charter examples. We reviewed both the pros and the cons of each issue and forwarded the potential ballot measures, which we will do tonight, to the city council. So our charter history. We started in 1975 when the Woodland Park Charter was approved. We had previous amendments from the years of 1980 to 89. We approved sections 5.3 Charlie, 2.10, 4.3 Mike, 3.4, and 9.17. We further on in our history, 1990 to 99, we approved sections 7.14, 7.15, 3.11, 10.3 Bravo. 2000 to 2009, we approved sections 3.5 Delta, 6.2 Echo, 7.8, 8.2 alpha, and 1, 10.39 alpha. These are all sections in the charter. Section 9.17 was defeated. In 2010 through 2020, we approved sections 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5 delta, 3.4, 3.5 echo, 4.3 Mike, 4.6 Gulf, 7.6 Bravo, 7.11, 8.1, 8.2, 9.7, 9.13, 13.2, 15.12, and you would think we'd had nothing left over. Our referred measures, this is what we looked at. Section 15.16, misconduct, ordinance 1410. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to specify that elected and appointed officials may be removed from office for misconduct. Section 15, Section 15.16 of the charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to specify that the elected and appointed officials may be removed for misconduct. Yes or no?
Mayor and council, the current charter provides that willful violation of the charter is misconduct, and several provisions of the charter define their violation of, as misconduct. But the charter provides no penalty for misconduct. And so the effort here in this amendment is to do that.
Next one on the list is gender-specific language, removal from the city charter.
So,
We can do
Mr.
one at a time.
Connors, I think
Yes.
we're gonna do one at a time. So we're gonna
Okay.
let them, we're gonna have you present them. Jeff's gonna tell us what happened was legally, and then I'm gonna go ahead and let council discuss it. Or do you want to have Mr. Connors present all of them and then we're going to?
This way we can open it up for public comment and everything. Mr. Connors can sit down. And
Oh, okay.
he can just go
Okay.
through his presentation if the council
No, that's
desires.
fine.
That's
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
It's fine. He'll get sore legs otherwise.
He didn't want to stand up there that long,
No.
I'm sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
A lot of these parts don't belong to me anymore anyway. The next one up is gender-specific language, removal from city charter, ordinance 1411. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to remove all gender-specific references from the charter. Shall the charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to replace all gender-specific references such as he, she, his, her, with a gender-neutral reference such as council member, mayor, or such persons? Now, I do have to say that currently in our charter, there is no she or her. It's all male. So even this, if I'm not mistaken, will have to be approved to be rewritten, correct?
These are red line versions of the ordinance, the ordinances that you have in your packet, members of council. And when we get to marking up, we'll be asking you to adopt those technical amendments to these various provisions. And Frank is right. There's no she or hers in the charter. It's all he. So the language which is in the proposals puts gender neutral language in there. I should also mention that at the very end of the process of developing this amendment, we discovered that in the back of the charter, in the definitions, there's a definitional term that says whenever you say he, it means she. So the one includes the other. So from strictly from a legal point of view, this is solved.
Okay, the next one we have up is city manager to sign contracts, Article 3, Section 3.2, Ordinance 1412. An ordinance of the City Council for the City of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to authorize the city manager to sign contracts of a value below an amount to be set by the City Council. Shall Article 3, Section 3.2 of the charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to authorize the city manager to sign contracts of a value below an amount to be set by the City Council? Yes or no?
Council, in the current charter, the mayor is required to sign every contract. Sometimes that's a cumbersome requirement if the mayor's out of town or something like that. So this amendment would permit, not require, but permit the city manager to sign contracts below a certain value that you all on council will set from time to time by resolution. It's the current form of the proposal. It doesn't specify an amount in the charter. It empowers the council to set that amount by ordinance.
And
Yeah, go ahead, Robert, because I was going to, Robert and I discussed, there was an ordinance that set it at $50,000. And then when Val Carr was the mayor, we had actually made a new resolution, I believe it was, that set it at $25,000 that I don't know if we have on record. So if we could just find out what that dollar amount is. It's not germane to the actual ordinance that we're voting on. It's just that we should have our record straight on what that dollar amount is.
Yeah, it's pretty clear what that was, but my question more to this is, should the charter give a baseline?
Frankly, I think that's a policy choice for you guys. You could do it that way, and downstream, the council by resolution could change that number. You could specify in the charter the beginning number, and then you could change it
And modify from there by ordinance.
Yeah, yes, that's an option. Right now, there's no number in there. It's just available for you all to set the number by resolution.
It makes sense for this reason that comes to mind for me is that as time passes, inflation may change that.
Sure.
That may cause it to increase as time goes by and would not require going back to the citizens to change that number. So it would be by resolution or even in ordinance if the council wanted to do that, resolution would solve it. But it would provide that flexibility to the council to address changes in economic times.
Sure.
Seems like that would be the reasoning. That just is what comes to mind.
Well, the reason I'm talking about setting a baseline is that right now, how many contracts of let's say below $25,000 are you having to sign, or have you had to sign since you've been in office, or you've been standing in?
Well, it's not been cumbersome.
There hasn't been a lot.
No. But
But
usually,
doesn't it have to come before the council
yeah,
to
when
approve
it's,
it?
yes.
When it's a minimum.
When it's a certain amount.
Yeah.
But also Michael has the authority to sign contracts of a certain amount, but I also have to sign. So this would just, we'd set an
Only he has to
amount,
sign.
right? We'd set an amount and then the mayor doesn't have to sign it. So he would just have the authority.
And so that means that those contracts wouldn't even come before council each session.
Right.
We'd have nothing.
We would set an amount that he would be allowed to handle on his own.
Keeping in mind, it would have to be in the budget,
Right.
certainly.
Right.
Well, sure, yeah.
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 But it facilitates operations.
I understand, facilitates operations. It's more monitoring with the public eye is my only, when we're looking at this is like, do we really, and I don't know if this is going to be made clear to the citizens that that's the implication of it, that what it's going to mean is, okay, business is just going to happen as usual according to whatever the budget is, and you're not going to see what sort of issues, what sort of contracts we're coming into. I mean,
Well,
it's got pros and cons to it. So I'm
They're
just
still
laying it out.
in the budget. They're still in, like, they're still public knowledge. They're not
Sure, but when HR Green comes before us, like it did tonight,
Mhm.
that would not come before us, so the citizens wouldn't know that the city's working on fiber optics.
We still have to approve contracts. It's the amount that we don't have to approve.
So if it was a contract for under that amount, it wouldn't come
So
before the
let's-
eye of the citizens. Is basically, is that right,
Let's let
Jeff?
Michael explain.
So the way I understand it is that what the intent behind this one was to kind of have a symmetrical alignment, if you will, between the amount that council can approve and the amount council doesn't have to approve, and my signatory authority, the manager's signatory authority. So this isn't changing the amount that requires council's approval. It just means that if there's something that's under $25,000, it wouldn't come to you all. anyway. So this is not changing that. This is just to say that I could also sign those without having to get the mayor's signature, which is kind of I suppose it's another technical check on things. But those wouldn't come to council anyway. So, and everything appears on the statement of expenditures regardless of who signs it.
Thanks.
We move to the next one. All right. Next is oath of office. Yeah, thank you. Oath of office, section 3.13, ordinance 1413, an ordinance of the city council, of the city council for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to require that the oath of office include an affirmation that the officer swears to tell the truth in performing the duties of the office. Shall Article 3, Section 3.13 of the Charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to require that the oath of office include an affirmation that the officer swears to tell the truth in performing the duties of the office. I do have to say that this is also being changed because the word officer is being meant as a police officer, and that's not what this instance is for. It's for elected officials.
It's just the point I was going to make, Frank.
Correct.
Yeah, this applies. This will modify the oath that we've heard Suzanne give to various folks with respect to council members. And council members would have to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I would hope so.
So help me God.
I know, I heard that in your head. I heard it from all the way over here happening.
It's only been there since 1884, but okay.
Shall we move on?
Yes.
Next one is the conflict of interest. Section 3.14, ordinance 1414. An ordinance of the city council for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to repeal and replace the current general conflict of interest provision with a more detailed and comprehensive conflict of interest provision. Shall Article 3, Section 3.14 of the Charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to repeal and replace the current general conflict of interest provisions with a more detailed and comprehensive conflict of interest provision? Yes or no?
Council, our charter in section 3.14 currently has the familiar language requiring disclosure and abstaining from voting if one has a conflict of interest. But the problem with the charter provision is it doesn't define what a conflict of interest is. And a big focus of this ordinance is to cure that deficiency. And when we get to the particular amendment, I'll walk through it. The terms like financial interest and personal interest, and when we say it can't benefit a member of your family, what does that mean? These terms are all defined in this proposal and were not defined anywhere previously.
Carry on.
All right, last one. Vacancy on the city council. Section 3.5, ordinance 1415. Ordinance of the city council for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to clarify the options for the city council and filling a vacancy on the city council. Shall Article 3, Section 3.5 of the charter for the city of Woodland Park be amended to clarify the options for city council and filing a vacancy on city council? Yes or no?
Council, this one's pretty self-explanatory. I'll talk more about it when we get there.
Very good.
That's it. Passing them off to the city council and the mayor. Thank you.
Nice job, Frank. Thank you.
Thank you for all your work.
Oh, no, it's pretty good, actually.
All right, so seeing that it's 5 minutes to 9, let's go ahead and take a break now. It'll be a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 9:05. All right, we took a little extra time. I think we needed it, so. Okay, so we're gonna start with item number 10C, which is the approval of ordinance number 1410. I'm gonna go ahead and let council have questions if they have questions for Jeff and comments, but I'd like to remind council for the sake of time that these issues have been debated by the Charter Review Committee. These are the issues they decided to bring to council, and each one of these, should they be approved by council, will go to the voters for the ultimate decision. It is not council's yes or no that passes these. It will be the people's vote that passes these.
Or not.
Or not. They can
Well,
vote no.
yes and no. If there's some that don't make it past us tonight,
Right,
they won't go to that.
correct.
Then we deprive the citizens of their vote,
Within,
of the vote. If we don't forward it on to the ballot, I mean,
Won't
this
go
is
to the
the
ballot,
the
right.
converse to what you said is
Right.
if we don't approve it, then it won't go to the ballot and citizens won't have the opportunity to
I can
vote
already
for it.
tell we're gonna be here all night.
I'll shut up now. Thank you.
All right, so we're gonna
Maybe.
start with 10C, council. Any questions or comments? And Jeff,
If I might, just before
Please
you
do.
get into this, I have a couple more. I want to remind you, it's a red line. So when you get to markup, we'll need amendments to incorporate all the red lines. The red lines in this particular proposal are only on the effective date. On all of these proposals, we had to add language about approval by a majority at the election. That's different from a regular ordinance. The meat and potatoes of this ordinance are in section 3, section 1516. The first sentence, any willful violation of the provisions of this a provision of this charter shall constitute misconduct, is a current provision in our charter, and it's been in there for years. It's the language after that that is new, about 2/3 of the council being sufficient to remove a member for misconduct. This language follows almost pretty close to word for word the current statute that applies to cities that provides for removal of council members on a 2/3 vote. So this is a precedent a long established precedent in state law.
I have a question for the attorney. Sure. Jeff, would you help us understand that this ordinance and this provision in the code does not preclude and does not affect or take away any rights of the citizenry to petition for recall? So it does not take the citizens' rights away with regards to them wanting to make a change on council with a recall.
It does not, and it could not. The power of recall is reserved to the people in the state constitution in Article 24, and a home rule city has no authority to diminish that.
Thank you. I just wanted to be
Reserve
sure
power.
that was the case. Appreciate that.
And then the actual original text read, any willful violation of a provision of this charter shall constitute misconduct, and any person holding an elective or appointive position in a city or employed by the city found guilty of such misconduct shall be penalized by the council as it may be determined and as provided in section 13.1 of this charter. So 13.1 of the charter was actually removed and in my opinion, correctly for the Personnel Merit Board, but in doing so, it nullified the ability to penalize people for willful misconduct. The new one, we excluded employee or by the city or a position in the city or employed by the city found guilty because there's other means of doing that inside the charter. And it's more of a Michael job than it is the charter. But we could put that text back in as well if we needed to. So that's the only other thing I had on that.
okay. Councilmember Alfieri?
And Jeff, can you help define for us what misconduct is defined as in the charter?
Certainly, any willful violation of a requirement of the charter is ipso facto misconduct.
Is
So-
that the extent of the definition of misconduct in the charter?
Well, it's not a definition. A provision of the charter says any willful, it's actually in this It's the first sentence of this provision that we're amending. Any willful violation shall constitute misconduct.
Misconduct.
So the only question, the two questions are, is there a violation and is it willful?
So what is the definition of misconduct in the charter?
Well, there isn't one.
Exactly. So that
That's
leaves
why we need
it
this.
drastically open to interpretation, and this does not define it. The only thing regarding council members and anything that could be construed as misconduct in the charter is regarding our oath of office, which states, further, he will faithfully perform the duties of the office upon which he is about to enter. That leaves it dangerously, scarily open to interpretation
I'm not
by
sure.
any council in the future.
I'm not sure I understand.
There is no definition of misconduct.
Well, misconduct is any willful violation of any requirement of the charter. I say it's ipso facto. By doing the violation, you do the misconduct.
So if
So
you,
that's the definition.
and if you violate that, the part of the charter that says faithfully perform the duties of the office, what does that mean? How is that actually organized? How is that monitored? What does that look like? What are the provisions? How do we calculate that? We don't, and that is the problem. It leaves it open to be the will of 5 members on council to decide who is found in violation of the charter and guilty of misconduct. There is absolutely no direction in this amendment or the charter that outlines that. Furthermore, I'm just going to go on to my comments if that's okay.
Sure.
Councilmember Case. Decide within a small group of them to remove those elected officials, that absolutely is taking away the rights of the citizens for their representation.
Thank you.
I find this amendment to be a very, very slippery slope. Quite honestly, there is no need for it as far as I'm concerned. If the people want to remove someone they've placed in office, as we've already discussed, they have ways to go about it. They can recall them. If a council member is found to be in egregious misconduct or willful violation of the charter, depending on the limit of that, there are laws in place to hold that council member accountable, criminal laws in place that they can be forced to be removed from. If they're convicted of a felony, they cannot serve on this council. So the fact that some on this council would try and take that power away from the people to actually be able to pick and choose who sits up here and who doesn't after the people have spoken, it is beyond egregious, authoritarian, and pretentious that this would even come before the people and that you would suggest such a thing or support such a thing. If you really are the servants of the people, you would not be trying to encourage taking away such power from the people. That's what I have for now.
Mayor,
Yes.
so I'd like to start my comments by first thanking the committee for the hours and hours and hours you put into this. So my comments are going to go contrary to that. Thanks. But firstly, I wanted to thank you because I do acknowledge your efforts. I want to echo the city clerk's comments about our city charter. And she says, and I quote, "I am protective of the charter." I would say we have a US Constitution that has survived and guided our republic for 235 years with relatively few modifications. Thomas Jefferson, one of the deep thinking founders and the one who drafted the Declaration of Independence and strongly influenced James Madison in the formulating of the Constitution 11 years later, he was often quoted as saying that government is best which governs least. A variation of that is the government is best which governs least because its people discipline themselves. So the city of Woodland Park inundated the voters 2 years ago with 11 charter amendments. And this year, we're being asked to consider 6 more. I challenge if any are really more than micromanaging an otherwise strong skeletal structure of our city. So on this specific ordinance 1410, giving elected officials the authority to remove their colleagues, council members are elected by the people. The proper course of action to remove a sitting council member or mayor is a recall process. This begins with we, the people. It's a dangerous idea to think that sitting members can remove one another, as this would turn our representative form of government into oligarchy model, where a few rule by dictate and could silence non-conforming votes duly seated by the citizens of Woodland Park. So I'm not in support
So
of this ordinance.
may I have 2 more? All right, so just in the charter, there is section 3.15, and I just found one. I'm sure there's more, I don't know. But 3.1, the compulsory attendance and conduct at a meeting.
Sorry.
A majority of the members of the council may by vote either request or compel the attendance of its members and other officers of the city at any meeting of the council. Any member of the council or any other officer who, when notified of such request of his attendance, fails to attend such meetings for reasons other than confining illness or absence from the city, or because said councilman is attending a meeting as a representative of the city, shall be deemed guilty of misconduct in office unless excused by the council. The mayor shall enforce orderly conduct at meetings, and any member of the council or any other officer who shall fail to conduct himself in an orderly manner at any meeting shall be deemed guilty of misconduct in office. If we don't have the penalty clause, we can't do anything about the misconduct. That's pretty much, this is charter. I didn't write this. This was done, I don't know when. So that's the first one.
There is one other. Let me help you out because when you,
I know there's more. I know there's more than one. I'm just, you were
There's
saying
actually
that there
2.
wasn't any in the charter. So there
and
is
I appreciate you
definitions.
bringing that up. There's actually
Where's
2
Stephanie?
total.
We're going to allow
I
Councilmember
fin-
Nakai
yeah.
to finish.
Thank you. Now I've lost my train of thought. It was for you, Jeff. Oh, we are not the only city in our charter to put willful misconduct, removal of office, correct?
Absolutely not. It's very common.
It's
As I
very
mentioned a
common. So-
moment ago, it's been in state law for almost 50 years.
Yeah, we're not
And state
reinventing.
law
the wheel.
applies within home rule cities unless and until it's superseded. So one might argue that if this provision were stricken entirely from the charter, this provision in state law would apply.
Which is basically
Which
what
says
we're
the same
writing,
thing,
which is
yeah.
basically the same thing. So
Right.
we're conforming with state law and we're not doing anything outside the box of other
No.
municipalities. Okay, thank you.
So to add on to yours, yes, you are correct. There are 2 instances in the entire charter where it uses the term misconduct. One is in regards to attendance, which it clearly defines that a council member can be removed for the direct misconduct of attendance at meetings. That is defined with a punishment.
No, it just says it's guilty of misconduct in office. It doesn't say what there is no punishment to go with the guilty of misconduct in office.
Consequence.
There's no consequence. Thank you, Kelly. There's no consequence in the current charter for this.
So
I don't,
the other one is at the very end of the charter, any willful violation of a provision of this charter shall constitute misconduct.
correct.
And it goes on for another sentence to use misconduct again. So those are the 2 times in this entire charter that the word misconduct is used ever. And the only time it is ever defined is in regards to attendance of a council member. So what is the rest of misconduct?
That's
That's the point.
The provision,
Breathe.
that's, I know.
Breathe, Catherine.
I know, the original intent in this charter has the penalty as misconduct. The problem with it was we removed the enforcement of it, the 13.1.
I'm not,
So
Okay.
we're putting the penalty back in, that there is actually a penalty for misconduct.
and I understand that. I'm not asking about the penalty. I am asking what defines misconduct?
A willful act.
Oh, okay, what is that?
I don't
Can be a
know.
number of things.
Will you elaborate?
Okay,
I am
all right.
not gonna
This
list
is
them.
slippery.
Okay, hold on.
Jeff? why don't
Jeff,
you-
I'm gonna,
Jeff,
hold on.
please.
Example?
Please, yes,
Stated
thank you,
again.
Jeff.
Let's look at section 4.4. This is the no interference rule. Council members won't interfere with
How
Michael's staff.
apropos.
Microphone, Jeff.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm referring to section 4.4. This is the very well understood no interference rule. Council won't interfere with Michael's staff. This has nothing in it about a penalty. But the provision we just have been talking about provides that a willful violation of the no interference rule is misconduct. So what is misconduct? One of the things misconduct is violation of the no interference rule, section 4.4 of the charter. There are many, 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 many more examples like that in the charter.
And I would think that just a reasonable person, if there were a violation, let's use the one, for instance, that you just cited, I'm sure that a reasonable council would not penalize another council member for that violation. I think it would have to be chronic and abused, if you follow. It would have to be something significant. I mean, just a reasonable person test. Not to say that I'm supporting or not supporting. I'm just saying that it wouldn't, I just don't think that it would happen if someone just made a mistake. Like I said earlier, we're all human and we make mistakes. Just a thought to share. Thank you.
I think I commend you on having far more faith in government and government officials than I do.
You are one.
But, oh, trust me, I'm the first to say, don't trust me. But the problem is, again, does that burden get put on 5 council members? Should it? Is that where it
don't know.
belongs? Because as you said, any reasonable person could be the electorate, could be the citizens. Leave it up to them
6 right
to
now.
decide.
Well, this would go to the
It would go to the
citizens
citizens
for a
and let them
vote
decide.
if this were to pass through council. The citizen, this would not become law. This would go to a vote of the people.
Correct.
And
To
if you
consider it.
And if you supported the power and will of the people, you would not be proposing taking away power from them.
I don't know.
Well,
that
if
I
there
know.
were-
Okay, hold on. With that statement, let me say this. The people met as the Charter Review Committee. The people brought this forward to council. The people have a right to determine whether it would pass or not. As government officials, we would be taking their right away if we don't allow it to go to the ballot. The people brought it to us.
A group, a committee did. You can't say the people. That's a
They
little
are the
different.
people. The committee is the people.
They're a selected
They
group.
are.
Hey.
They are a selected group, just like our boards are a selected group, just like this tiny group of people who are in this chamber tonight are the people. They are not the 8,000 people that we represent, but they are the will of the people this evening because they are here.
We have an opportunity to vote on it.
That is correct.
And
I
for
just,
the
let me just
depth to
clarify
review.
something because I'm not finished.
Oh, sorry.
I don't appreciate that the Charter Review Committee is not counted as the will of the people because they are citizens of this city. It does reflect the will of the people, whether we like what it is or not, that is up for opinion. But that they are not the will of the people is not up for opinion. They are. And I'm going to end it at that. Are there any further questions legally that need to be clarified by Jeff? Because we have the people here who would like to speak on it. Good. Then I'm going to call the first person who signed up to speak on this number. And that is John Davis. And I realize that some of you have signed up for other items as well, but we're just going to do one at a time. So Mr. Davis, please. And the speakers are limited to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you, Charter Committee, for all of your hard work and dedication there. I speak from 46 years of experience with local, regional, and state governments there. And I have a couple of suggestions for you on this proposed ordinance. One, as has previously been indicated, excuse me, I'm sorry. I reside at 240 Eagle Pines Drive here in Woodland Park for the last 3.5 years. As previously has been noted, you already have a recall process. The people who we, the electors, elect you as council members and as mayor, there is a recall process for us to recall you if we feel like you violated the charter or any other process. The other thing is, yes, I believe you should have the right and ability to, if you will, remove an appointed official. You appointed them. But I think you should also require a minimum of 5 council members and mayor to be able to do that. Not a 2/3 vote of whoever happens to be sitting on the council at that time. It should be a supermajority of your total possible votes here. And if you have vacancies, fill those vacancies for it. If you decide to move forward with this and take it to us for the electors to review, I suggest the wording on the ballot be changed to add that these people may be removed from office by a 2/3 vote of the council. As it indicates here, if I'm an uninformed elector, then I don't know who can remove these people that you've put here. That's all I have, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Those are excellent points. All right, and then next I have Cassie Kimbrell for 10C.
Hi, Mayor, Council, Committee, and the people. I really want to concur what the gentleman before me said, because a lot of those things, I like those amendments, and especially about the supermajority. I think we need to see a full council for that to happen to represent the people's vote. I would ask that the council vote no or amend the ordinance 1410 before it goes to ballot. A lot of the same suggestions for a unanimous or a total of 2/3 for a full council. So, the 6 people, because if you're voting to vote one off, it would be 6, 5 with council, 1 with the mayor. Thank you, city attorney, for explaining more of the misconduct. I thought that needs to be more specific when going to the people. I don't think the people will truly understand for that interpretation. So the willful violation, it did have a few of them, and I appreciate that. And I could see where the penalty is, but I do agree that it's open to interpretation. And I would want that to be clarified in the ballot vote. Depending on the conduct and infraction of the council member, there are laws, state and federal, that can be held against elected officials and accountable, and which it would go to state law. Charter amendments are not directed at severe misconduct. It doesn't define that, clearly for the people, which a lot of this has already been spoken about. Again, I agree with why recalls are not easy, because it's not supposed to be easy for pushing a button. If the group of community members want to do the work to recall, gather signatures, putting money towards that cost, then that represents the voice of the people. If a public hearing, because I noticed also in there, it said like we would have a public hearing. the council becomes the judge and the jury. So it is my desire that the council does not subvert the democratic process. And I noticed there was only 3 people from the city on the committee, and then the rest is staff and such. So those are my comments. Thank you. Do you need my address?
No.
Oh, okay.
Let me just say that out loud, just so the public knows. We no longer require the public to give their address. Just please state your name and whether you reside in the city or don't reside in the city.
Do reside in the
It's
city.
for safety reasons for
Okay,
you.
yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Suzanne, is there anyone on Zoom for 10C?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So those are my 2 speakers for 10C. And council, are there any further questions or comments for Jeff after hearing what the public had to say?
I have a question for Jeff and then a comment about the comments that we just received. Jeff, I understand that each member of council, including the mayor's vote, is equal in weight. So a majority, a supermajority, or 2/3 would be of the 7.
Correct.
Thank you. My comment, based on what we just heard, is I think that the 2/3 vote is appropriate. And I thank you for that.
I think they were asking for supermajority.
That's 2/3.
That's
Yeah.
2/3.
That is a
Which- yeah, which
supermajority,
is what it's
2/3,
writ- which
and
is
that's
how
what's
it's written.
listed.
That's required in the city manager's contract as
Right.
well.
And is that what's in, that's what we have right now?
Yeah.
Mayor, I have a
Yes.
question for Jeff.
Sure.
So Jeff, from what I heard you say, there is remedy to prosecute under state law misdemeanors without having to change the charter. There already is provision in the state law. Is that correct?
Yes, what I was referring to was in the council manager form of government statutes that describe the powers of councils in those sorts of cities. Section 31-4-1081 provides that any member of a city council may be expelled or removed from office for good cause shown. It doesn't define what good cause shown is. So if you think misconduct's a problem, by a vote of 2/3 of all the members elected to the city council. So there it is. My point earlier was that just to mention that the model for this ordinance amendment was the state law that's been in effect for, let's see, since 1975.
Council, anything further? Are there any amendments then or none?
Well, we need to amend it for the
Red lines.
red line, which
Right.
is an approval by the majority of those voting at the city election to be held on April 5th, 2022. Plus, we need to change the 21 at the end for the passed by the city council on a second final reading following blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Because it said 21.
I think we have some other suggested amendments from the community in terms of clarity, because only those who are at a meeting like this or sufficiently drilled down are going to understand what this is saying. So was it John I saw? Where's the fellow?
John Davis. Yes, it was
John
Mr.
Davis,
Davis.
yeah.
Recommended that we put the amount of
He recommended the 2/3.
2/3, and he also recommended, I thought, a supermajority. So I would be much more favorable to this if those 2 additions were made to this. And in fairness to the voters who then look at it on the ballot. Otherwise, I would decline a vote on this.
So
Robert,
Jim,
I'm confused.
I'm
sorry,
kind of
go ahead, Liz.
confused because the sentence does say by an affirmative roll call vote of 2/3 of the members of the city council in office at the time of such vote, the mayor, the council. So what are you saying to
Well, the
add?
amount of present, let's say the mayor has gone to Tahiti and isn't there, and this action gets brought before council, You don't have 7 now, you've got 6.
That's not what the language, it's 2/3 of the members of the city council
Present.
in office, not in
Yeah,
attendance.
not in
Not in
in
attendance.
office. So that means it
Requires a
still is a
full board.
supermajority whether they're gone or not.
I would have to
No.
participate.
Oh, okay.
Jeff, can you clarify? Because technically, we have 6 city council members in office.
Right.
So it would be 2/3 of 6,
It's 4
not
right now.
2/3 of 7.
Correct, with the way the language is now. And I think I heard some of these witnesses suggesting things like put the number 5 in there.
Exactly, which would be 2/3 of the
7.
full council, which is my understanding of what you were suggesting, correct?
Right.
So the way it's written is just saying the number that is currently holding office, whether present or not, which in this council, we've had a full council for a month. So it's quite feasible.
So you could make the language match what it says for the city manager, which is 2/3 of the entire council,
Of a full
Yes.
council.
of the entire.
This is a
council.
policy choice for you all to make. You
Right.
could do
I think
that. You could put the
You
number
can put-
5
Or you
in,
can put the number full council. You could do
Sure.
entire or
all of the
full.
above.
How do you clarify that? Because I know that question has come up a number of times in the last 2 years where it will even define full, entire council. And there has been disagreement over whether this is a full council or 7 is a full council.
Correct.
Keeping in mind, I think this is useless anyways because it shouldn't be up there, but I'm happy for the clarification.
Well, hence the interest in the number 5. 2/3 of 7 is 5.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about what the full council means, and, all that stuff.
Right, yeah.
Just
Put 5 in.
it's
And I
5.
think for something as strong as this, it absolutely needs to be at least 5.
At least 5, yeah.
Because and the number 5 certainly does address when we have a short staff of council, which has been something that's been plagued this council for the last few years. So I think that makes sense for something as strong as this type of action.
I mean, so you would just need to change it to say by an affirmative roll call vote of 5 of the members of the city
minimum
council
of
in
5.
office
Period.
at
At
the
least
time,
5.
period.
At least 5.
At least 5, yeah, or just 5. And that would, in this particular case, 5 would be a unanimous,
Yeah, you just put a
because-
period after city
or just
council,
after city, yeah.
because you don't need the
There's
rest of the
6
stuff.
There's 6 of us.
Oh, whoever's,
yeah,
being-
that's
yes,
true.
whoever's being accused.
That's
has-
true.
So in this particular case, it would be
It would be
unanimous.
unanimous,
And it
certainly.
would be egregious enough to get unanimous, would
Makes sense.
make sense, so.
Mhm. Okay.
So
So-
what does the proposed change look like?
Yes.
Is
Do you want to read it, Jeff, or?
Well, I'm getting, what I'm hearing is the sentence would be amended to read, by the affirmative roll call vote of 5 members of the city council, comma, the mayor, council member, or appointed official may be removed from office for misconduct.
That's my,
And then what would it say on the ballot? Or is that the one,
That
is that,
would be
that's
on the
what would be
ballot.
on the ballot?
Yes,
well-
that,
No.
It would say what's above in the box on the ballot unless you amend that.
That's what I'm wanting to
One of
get
the
clear.
witnesses suggested that after the word removed on the last line, language like by the council should be put in there. So people who don't know what's going on know who's going to be doing the removing.
Right.
So that's again, a choice for you guys.
Correct, right.
You
Well,
want,
I like the reason I'm bringing it up is I like the point of what's on the ballot is clear for people. Because quite honestly, when you get all these huge number of ballot or charter changes and you get just a little one-liner, I know that there is maybe 10% of the people who vote, and that's being generous, who research and read what those line by lines are. So it needs to be as clear as possible that's meeting the intention of what the change is suggesting.
I have another question for clarification. Does this provision apply just to the council or does it apply to the council's boards and commissions as well?
the language says the mayor, a council member, or any appointed official.
Okay, so the appointed
So-
officials would be boards and commissions as
Yes.
well. Okay, I just didn't know what that meant. Was that what the Charter Review Committee it is? Thank you.
If you want that changed to 5, somebody, I need a, you know, you need to do it.
Doesn't that potentially have a problem when we have boards that would not have 5 voting members?
We vote one.
We vote. No, we would be
vote.
voting.
Doesn't matter about their board.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, it's,
Got it.
yeah, right,
Disregard.
right.
Remember, there's no such thing as a stupid question, just stupid questioners.
No, there's no stupid question, period. Just like, yeah.
Okay, so to fix that,
So,
can Jeff get a motion?
so I would make a motion to put before the for the voting public, the proposed charter amendment, subject to the changes we talked about, which is 5, at least 5. And then in the box, that it be clarified that it's council. So the languaging that needs to be so that when a person's reading it, they can see clearly that council's having that. So if you would read what that would be like, that would be helpful.
What I have is shall Article 5, Section 1516 of the Charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to specify that elected and appointed officials may be removed by the council from office for misconduct.
Okay.
That would-
I see faces that say one more time.
Okay.
One more time, a little
Okay.
slower.
Let me just read the last 2 sentences of the ballot title, because you've all got it in front of you.
Correct.
It would read that elected and appointed officials may be removed by the council from office for misconduct. That's in response to one of the witnesses asking for
Yes.
who's doing the removing. And I'd appreciate it, Councilmember Zuluaga, if you would make the red line also part of your motion. The red line amendments, that way one motion will be
Well,
done.
At the
Jeff,
bottom
I
with the
didn't
date.
have the actual page up. So could you tell me in the packet what page we are on so I can actually?
If you want, I can try. If I get it wrong,
Page 1.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Well,
Page
that
78.
page 78?
Yeah,
Oh, so
I'm
close.
looking at it. Where 79 is.
79.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion that.
First in the box we're reading, right? First part we're going
First
to
in the
look at is what's in the box. with the-
Ballot question.
The ballot question, right?
Yeah.
What they're going to see on the ballot, right? Go ahead.
And then clarify with the red line amendments.
Oh, okay.
Make it all
Yeah.
one motion.
Make it all,
Did-
yeah.
So it's
Suzanne
fix
is
the
saying you
ballot
started
title.
it, You got to finish it.
Okay,
Or
okay.
withdraw your motion. and
No,
let
no, okay, I'm
Councilmember
good.
know.
Okay, shall Article 15, Section 15.16 of the Charter for the City of Woodland Park be amended to specify that elected and appointed officials may be removed from office for misconduct by the city council?
By the city council for misconduct.
I liked his
Uh,
one better.
And then add the second part about section 15.16.
And
Two paragraphs. down.
right, so the part of the section 15.16, the red line is section 6. Propose that this ordinance shall be in full force and effect upon publication. No, that's not it.
Yeah.
Where's the line of 2/3? Here it is.
The second sentence.
15.16, misconduct removal from office. Any willful violation of a provision of this charter shall constitute misconduct, but by an affirmative roll call vote of at least 5 of the members of city council in office at the time
Now,
of such
is-
vote, the mayor and city council, et cetera.
We have a motion and no second, just point of order. Was that your motion?
It's a combined, it's both.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what Jeff's asking
the
for.
early-
Okay,
Right.
Yeah.
The earlier
Just
version
curious.
got rid of the in office at the time
Yeah.
of such vote.
I will second once you guys get it figured out.
You don't-
So just
Oh,
so
yeah.
we have order here.
Members of a full council, is that what we said it was going to be?
Yeah, well, if you say
5
5, you
members.
don't need to say that.
Okay,
So
good.
the
So
city
then just trim,
Just take it out.
so what's the language going to read
So-
then
so it would be-
professionally?
Vote of at least 5 members of the city council, comma, the mayor, a council member, or any appointed official may be removed from office for misconduct.
That's acceptable.
Okay,
And it's acceptable for the second.
council may vote if they're prepared. I'm ready. I just have one council member that hasn't voted.
I have nothing.
So you don't have any way to voting, is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, my civic clerk is up, but I have
No opportunity.
I
to
have
vote.
no box. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you
then-
want my voice vote? I'm
Is
happy to
that
give
okay
it.
with you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Mine is no.
No, okay. So thank you, council. The motion carries 5-1 with Alfieri voting no.
Okay, on to the next. We are at 10D for approval of ordinance number 1411. And once again, we'll let our city attorney present that.
This is the one removing the gender-specific language from various sections of the from the charter, excuse me. You can see the proposal includes the actual amendments to all the charter provisions so that the voters could see exactly what this measure proposes. The only thing I have to add to this one by way of reminder is that late in the process, after this thing was basically written, we discovered that there is a provision in the charter already that said wherever it says, whenever it says he in the charter, that means she implies the other. So from a legal point of view, that takes care of the application of the charter.
Very good.
But this, I think, is brought forward by the committee because it was recognized that some may favor this change for other reasons.
Can I add on to that? Sure. This was actually also one that was on our previous list of ballot questions 2 years ago in the Charter Review Committee. It just, I think we dealt with nearly 20 different potential amendments at that time, and this one did not make the cut. I think we still had 11 2 years ago. So oftentimes in Charter Review Committee, the ones that did not come forward and end up on the ballot kind of get tabled and come back up 2 years later. So that also kind of a little bit of history of it. It was one that wasn't found to be of the highest importance 2 years ago. So it came back forward again this year.
Councilmember Alfieri, I do need to correct that. It was on the ballot.
Oh,
It was voted down by the
was.
voters.
Thank you.
You're
I
welcome.
knew I'd seen this
Yes, it was
before.
definitely on the ballot.
Yeah.
It was just voted down.
Yeah, and it was voted down by 50.4 to 49.6. So we brought it back because it was such a close vote, and we thought if we clarified it differently, that it would probably pass. That was the.
Yeah, it was a little
Plus,
bit
it was one of
confusing.
11.
It was one
It
of
was,
11
you
as
know,
well.
voter
so-
fatigue.
Voter
Excessive.
fatigue,
Yeah.
so that was pretty much the.
I'll just make a point of this because I still think it can potentially be confusing to people wonder why, who cares, right? But our clerk is female and she has been our clerk for a long time. And when we read our charter or duties or the clerk's duties, it refers to a male. And so it just makes it so that whether we have male or female in the positions at the time, it refers to the right gender of whoever is in charge at the time. That's all. It's not trying to change genders, talking about transgender or who he, she, or who's being referred to as what, that they are or aren't. It is to clarify for the person in the position at the time.
It
So-
refers to the position instead
As
of a
the
he,
action,
she
right.
Yeah,
reference.
yeah. So that's all it is.
I just have a simple point to make about it. Firstly, it's pretty accepted law, isn't it, Jeff, that in our Western law, that the reference to a he in a position means he or she. It's quite
Yeah.
commonly accepted in law.
It is.
Yeah. And I think the only reason that this has any favorable consideration to me is that under definitions, so that's what 1513, is that going to be, that'll be struck, right?
No.
It won't be struck?
No, it's not, well, let me put it this way. It's not a proposal here in this in this charter amendment. Yeah, you could make an amendment to remove that language as unnecessary any longer. If the, he and his language is all removed from the charter, then that obviates the need for the definitional language.
Well, I would be inclined to make that for this point. It says, this is what the definition says. And this to me lends more confusion to the gender issue than anything that's being proposed. It says the definition that the masculine gender shall exceed and shall include the feminine gender and the neuter. Excuse me, what's that? I'm confused. So if that is struck, if that's removed and made to be council member, clerk of recorder rather than he or whatever, I'm great with that. So if that line can be struck, this certainly gets a more favorable look through my eyes.
Which sentence are you?
Language definitions, 15.13 is being unnecessary.
That's
Male
actually-
gender shall be
That's not,
extended.
It's not in the
that's not
actual
part of
packet.
this particular ordinance. That's just a definition in the charter. So the ordinance is separate from that definition. The ordinance is basically to remove the he or the him or the man and replace it with council member, the mayor, the city clerk. So they're two separate deals.
So then why would we leave this in if we're going to propose to change the rest? Because in law,
It's a definition.
he means she.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff did say we could just not change anything in the charter as it is and leave that definition in there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying in this. If you
But-
choose to do the changing of the genders to be conforming to the titles and you strike this definition, haven't you solved? I mean, isn't that?
But the definition isn't part of the ordinance, so you'd have to add the definition to the ordinance to then remove it. It's not currently in the ordinance. I mean, I understand
to
what you're,
Thomas
I
Jefferson.
understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah.
It's just, it's not in the, so if you want to add it to the ordinance to
There you
remove
go.
it, that would be how you would have to make that motion. So
we could amend this
We could
ordinance
amend the
to
ordinance to
include
do
that.
Which is what
If
I
that
meant to
was the
say.
desire
That
of the
was what I was
council.
getting at, my answer to you.
I thought that's what you're getting at, yeah.
Sorry,
Okay,
Jeff.
we know now.
Don't confuse me now. The neuter, yeah.
the neuter, you don't like the neuter part?
Well, my dog's neutered, I get that.
I don't particularly care for the neuter part either. so.
Maybe it means neutral.
So would you like to make a motion then to make that?
How about a public
To
hearing?
include that? Yeah. but-
Yeah, so Jeff, where would that language appear and then how would it change what you've brought before us?
Where would that language appear? Probably at the very end of the ordinance, we would have another section of the ordinance that says, and it would be section 1513B is repealed and we'd show it struck through in the ordinance.
So moved.
Well, I appreciate it if you'd also move the red lines.
Right.
Make it in one motion.
But hang on,
And can
we're
we have a
gonna-
public
Yep.
hearing before we
Yeah,
make a
let
motion?
people-
Yeah.
I have no one signed up for this particular number. Do you have anyone on Zoom, Suzanne?
No.
The
Very-
red line just removes she and her.
Hang on, I see a hand in the back. And you're welcome to come up to the podium if you'd like to speak on this particular number. Oh, you did. I just saw it as 1411 and not D.
Thank you. My name's Drew Hill. I work and shop in Woodland Park and, but I'm not a citizen of the city. I just wanted to voice my opinion on this. It seems that this is a bit of a moot subject. As the city attorney has already pointed out, and as you've already pointed out, that he means she from a legal point of view, but in respect for the female gender, I think it would be better if we simply acknowledge that there are two genders, male and female, and that the language in the charter maybe would be better modified to include he/she for the, at least for the purpose that it's possible that roles or definitions of jobs, job titles could change in the future. And so if you're trying to change the charter to be role specific, what happens when those roles change? You'd have to modify the charter again. But the The incentive for me to comment really has to do with my 17 years in higher education and the state university system, where diversity, equity, and inclusion is a big movement these days. And what I found before I left that environment is that the diversity, equity, and inclusion was for everyone but someone who looks like me with silver hair. I call it silver, it's not gray.
It's lovely.
And there's sort of a slippery slope that I'm concerned about, that this issue sort of advances in a, at least it seems in a benign way now, which Mayor, you pointed out, that this isn't about that. But my concern is that over the course of time, we're opening the door to a social issue right now that really hasn't been resolved. And there's, basically a culture war at play right now that has to do with gender identity. And so that's my concern, that we open this door when this culture war hasn't been resolved. Okay, once it's resolved, then let's go for it. But right now, I think we would be putting the cart before the horse to advance that agenda, even in a way that seems somewhat innocent at this point. So I would simply suggest use the easiest way to resolve this, he, she, or leave it as it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Suzanne, anyone on Zoom?
No, ma'am.
All right. Council, any comments, questions?
I would just like to thank Mr. Hill for his comments. To be quite honest, when it came to this, I looked at it. I'm grateful that it doesn't make a material change to the operation of government, and said, hey, leave it up to the people, let them decide. I really appreciate your suggestion, because that sits far better with me than completely neutral language. I would like to see that be the course that we take with this. Quite honestly, I've been a female all my life. I don't care if it's he, she, whatever. It has no impact on me whatsoever if it's done in the masculine term instead of the feminine term. But yeah, that would be, I think, a much better compromise that I would like to see. And I appreciate you pointing that out, because again, the complete neutrality of this, it's a little too far. And I think we have a acceptable compromise in what you suggested. I would like to see City Council consider taking that step and amending it to be he, she instead of neutrality. Thoughts?
I don't personally care being called councilman either, but you and I and Hillary and Kelly are probably not we may be the norm, we may not be the norm. I don't know. I hope not.
I don't have a problem.
But you got to respect the other side, where people might not like being called male. So I don't have a problem with either way. I'm just stating that, some people may take offense to being called he.
So exactly, and the
But yeah,
she makes.
He, she makes sense.
So if you were to propose that, would you also propose the striking of the definition because it wouldn't be necessary any longer?
Well, if we addressed every part of it, it would still list he, she. So as the charter currently reads, the masculine gender shall extend to and shall include the female gender. That still wouldn't be needed. We would just be going through, and for instance, sorry, I'm trying to find an example where it says, members shall be excused from voting on any question in which he is how it currently reads. The proposed change is a member shall be excused from voting on any question in which the member. So instead of changing it to the member, it would simply just read he, she, whereas right now it reads he. And further on in that sentence, has a conflict of interest or on any question concerning his, it currently is written to be changed to the member's own contact. Instead, could read, has a conflict of interest or on any question concerning his, her own conduct.
It seems to me that the comment that's already in place that says he also means she satisfies everything. And that we're getting wound around the axle about something that's already okay.
Exactly. And which
So-
was voted down last.
And also considering that it went on the ballot the last time we did this, and it was defeated, although by a narrow margin. The majority still said no, and we did have a pretty good voter turnout, as I remember. So I think, and no offense to the Charter Review Committee, I know where you're coming from, but it seems like that it's already okay. So maybe we're just spinning our wheels for no reason. Just a thought.
May I just make a comment?
Sure.
After, and on behalf of the Charter Review Committee, because I sat through all those meetings, this discovery came after this was not something they knew about
Okay.
when they made this decision or recommendation. It came
Okay.
after the fact when Jeff's associate Elliot discovered it in the definitions.
Okay.
Okay, so council, can I get a motion?
No motion.
Or not.
Or no motion?
Just table it. I mean,
Just
doesn't go
Let
to
it
the ballot.
go.
Let it
Let
go.
it go. Don't let it go to the ballot.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
all right. Do I have a consensus for that?
You don't have motions.
Right. I just want to make sure somebody doesn't feel like. Okay. All right,
Is everybody good? Rusty?
I see his
I'm struggling.
better
He's still
brow.
thinking
He's
about it.
still-
Yeah,
I
I'm
know,
s-
I could see the look on his
I'm just
face.
struggling with why the charter committee brought this back up. I mean, I look at it as trying to bring us into the 21st century, and just about every government document I've looked at when I was actually working, granted, they were larger cities, and larger cities are a little bit more liberal. And I think of, the effort that Helen Reddy, I am a woman, hear me
Hear me
roar.
roar.
I thought we were moving forward to recognize women by making it neutral. I'm not going to fall on my sword on this one. It's one of those things. Let the voters decide, let it go forward. But if the council thinks it's, going to be more divisive in the city than not, divisiveness is the thing we need less of. So I guess I'm resolving it in my own mind, just talking it out loud.
Thank you.
So thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome. Just makes sense.
Yeah, I'm not going to make a motion then on this one.
Okay. Do we still have to take public comment? Oh, we already did. Never mind.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
I just know how she
Yeah,
is.
roster that one. That's good.
Oh,
I'm occasionally on it. I do know there's somebody signed up for E.
excellent.
So
Let's do it.
but let's go ahead and go over 10E.
E or D?
E,
E.
1412.
1412.
I'm right. Okay. Mayor and council, this is the one I described earlier where the right now, the mayor is required to sign every contract. This authorizes the council to set a threshold below which the manager may, not shall, may sign the contract. That's the amendment. The language is on page 2. And it's very easy to see how the existing charter reads by, reading past the bold language, which is the new text. The red line language in there changes the shall to a may. So the manager may sign these contracts, but is not required to.
I see council reading, so I was,
Would you,
okay,
would you like me to start?
sure.
I understand the convenience of this amendment. However, I like the idea that there is an extra level of oversight by the elected officials when it comes to how we are spending money. And every contract that is involved. As Mayor Labar said earlier, she has not found it cumbersome to be signing those contracts. And when you take on that role, there are certain duties and expectations that are involved with it. Yes, it might seem unnecessary, especially because most of these contracts come before city council anyways. What does it matter if you have the city manager instead of the mayor sign it? But again, it is just an additional level of oversight from the elected officials for the people over their government. And if it has not been found to be cumbersome thus far, I really question the need to get rid of that oversight if there does not and has not seemed to have been an issue with the way things have been done so far.
Is there any input from someone serving on the committee, maybe you, Mr. Connors, as to how this evolved or the discussion in the review committee? It just would be interesting to me. That'd be great. Thank you.
Hello again.
Hi.
Couple things to do regular business. It's better when the manager has the opportunity to work and get it done instead of waiting on somebody else. If the contracts are already approved, you already know the amount is, there shouldn't be any reason why you shouldn't be able to sign the checks. That was our thought. Just speeds up the process. You already know what the money is. You've already approved it. He's just signing the checks from the guy who gives him the bill.
Yeah. So the contract would be signed after the council approved it
Yeah.
and reviewed it.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And Michael or Suzanne, there's also like lease contracts for like a party at UPass Cultural Center that's like $500 or whatever, and he still can't sign that either, correct?
I don't know if that's relevant for a rental.
Yeah, like a rental.
But leases, yes.
Or leases, okay, so like
Leases,
if you had to
yes.
lease something,
I'm not sure.
And it was under
one-day
the-
rental would qualify.
okay, and then do the leases come to the council, or is that just something that you
They're
have?
supposed to, look at our attorney. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, so it would still fall under the same, we would approve it and then you could sign it. Or Hillary, or the mayor could sign it, whichever is more convenient, because the mayor could be, council could approve it and the mayor could be on a sabbatical and then we'd have to wait a month to get it signed.
Right, to execute it, but
To
yeah,
execute it,
any
correct.
lease is gonna come before council regardless.
Right, okay.
Some
Mayor Pro Tem
contracts
would
that
still-
I can think of that are operational in nature, just in my memory are, let's say, janitorial service that's provided for the buildings of the city, or even internet service that those kinds of things, internet and our infrastructure with regards to IT.
The postage meter, the
Yeah,
copy machine.
those kinds of
Yeah, those
things,
are all
those
things
make
that we lease.
operational sense.
Correct.
If it were a construction contract, that would be roads or a building or something of significance. Not only is it going to, those will always come before the council, and he would not be authorized to sign those until they were approved by the council. So just some thoughts. Thank you.
Well, I did ask the mayor, was it onerous earlier? to sign these contracts? And she said, no, there's not enough of them to worry about. So my question now is to you, Michael. In your experience, is your work hindered by this extra step of checks and balances? And if so, give us some examples.
I think it would be negligible, the inconvenience of it. Like you all have mentioned, if the mayor is out of town and there's an urgent contract, I suppose that could be inconvenient. It just adds a little bit of time to executing a contract.
But couldn't the mayor pro tem sign in the absence of the mayor? Jeff?
Outside the
I don't
scope.
know about that.
No.
Well,
Okay, I
no.
didn't know.
So
I've
this,
never run into
No,
that.
it just says the mayor.
Does it? Okay, thank you.
Mayor pro tem is if the mayor is unavailable.
no, if, when Val was mayor.
Yeah.
And I was mayor pro tem,
Mhm.
only Val had the authority to sign.
Okay,
It is only if pro tem is put in the acting position of mayor.
then
they
you
can
sign.
sign.
I understand. Thank you for that clarification.
But for this to come to the ballot, and it goes back to what Councilmember Alfieri says, it seems like this is not a very big, it doesn't rise to be a very big issue for us to be making a big song and dance about. So
Cluttering the
why are we
ballot.
doing this?
I would, this is on a level of a technical fix, I would think. It's not a huge issue.
So it sounds to me like this is not an issue that is going to go to the ballot.
Yeah, I think the double-edged sword, and Stephanie, Ms. Alfieri, you brought up a very, very valid point. I like the two-person rule in general when it deals with citizens' money. And since it's not a big inconvenience, it's not a big deal, we're going to flood the citizens with a lot of ballot questions to review. I would rather their intellect focus on few number of important ones and not have something unimportant. So I will not be making a motion to bring this one forward. And Frank, I know you did a great job in listening to everybody in the committee, and that's why this came forward. But if it dies right here.
What about Don? Does Don have hurt feelings?
Yeah,
I mean,
Don
he
was
was
on the
there.
committee.
No, I'm just
Don, I did notice.
I'm just
why-
kidding, Don. Just kidding. And I do know, I did have, Mr. Davis was signed up to talk on this number. Did you still want to come and speak on it?
Yes, please. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. I also need to thank you for reminding me how much fun council meetings.
You should come every time.
I've been retired for almost 4 years and I had really forgotten how much fun. they
He's
were.
got a dry sense of humor, y'all.
Yeah.
Sir, we expect you to come to every meeting, please.
Keep us honest.
I have a couple of questions, I guess, before I can understand this better. Is the manager authorized to award any contracts below a certain threshold?
Yes. There's been some confusion as to what the amount is, but it seems like it's $25,000 or below.
Okay. Let me tell you from an operations person, a person who's had to get projects built every day, every 2 or 3 days is valuable in the process. And for you to be able to if you've already awarded the contract, authorized the award of the contract, what does it matter who signs the contract? It's recorded in your minutes. I assume that the clerk also signs every contract. So you've got a 2-person with this proposal. You have a 2-person signature, the manager and the clerk. And if you set that threshold wherever you want it to be, and if you in that resolution or in that ordinance indicate that it has to be a budgeted expenditure and within that budget and in accordance with your approval, if you need something else, ask the manager to send you a report each meeting or once a month on what contract says he has executed for you on your behalf. We used to take, and I would bring a proposal to you, a contract award to you, that in that recommendation would say, recommend award of the contract to so-and-so in this amount and authorize the manager or the executive director to execute the contract. And it would never come back to you. It wouldn't bother you. It would save 2 or 3 days and I could get a contract on the ground faster.
It's more
My
efficient.
2 cents.
Very good.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Now, council, with that input, is it going to die or are you going to let it go to the ballot?
I mean, the only comment I'm not gonna, it's not a hill I'm gonna die on either. I don't care if it goes before or not. But to me, if we're giving him the authority to approve a contract for a set amount, why wouldn't we give him the authority to sign it as well? I mean, we have to approve it. It has to be budgeted. So it's not like he's getting something extra out of the deal, right? I mean, it's just, he can approve it. He should be able to sign it.
Well,
It's
the
just my-
language is also may.
May, right. It's not shall, it's
Right.
may. So it's,
Correct. So if we feel like it's something we still
We could
need
still-
a mayor to
right.
sign.
right. So like I said, for me, I'm not going to die on the hill, but I think it makes life a little easier. And I think we trust him. If we didn't, we would probably remove him. So that's it. Yeah, that's it.
And you make a good point, but as you said, we do trust him. That may not always be the case. Not you personally, Michael, sorry.
Well,
But I mean, we are changing the charter and I'm probably never going to, err on the side of less government oversight.
Which I don't disagree with. That said, we can always reduce the amount that he could sign a contract to 0 if we don't. We can do that by resolution. We don't have to, if we decide we don't trust him, we can reduce it to 10. So there's still oversight. There's still.
I hear from the manager and from manager who is staff, if you will, that it's not cumbersome. I hear from the
Yeah.
mayor that's in the position right now that it's not cumbersome. If it becomes cumbersome, we could address it again.
Yeah.
We're a small organization. We don't have 1 billion contracts, and the larger ones that are substantial in money are going to come before us anyway. And we're going to see, let's just let it go this time. And I mean, that's just my position.
It works for me.
And not clutter the ballot with this. That is not an issue right now.
I already X'd it off my agenda, so.
Thank you.
Next.
Uh,
We have no motion on this one?
Correct.
Correct. All right, so we're going to move on to 10F.
We're moving right along.
Yep, and I do have Mr. Davis is again signed up to speak on that, and I believe he's the only one for 10F. So we will remember you when we are done discussing it. Jeff, 10F.
Mayor and council, this is the one about the oath. This adds that the officer will swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the oath administered to you all, to members of council. That's the gist of this one.
Do we have the oath as it stands today? I know we just heard it several times. I don't
While
remember.
Suzanne is looking, in the body of this proposal, section 313, doesn't actually have the oath, but it says that the person will take an oath affirming that they will support the Constitution and laws of the United States and the state of Colorado and the provisions of this charter and the ordinances of the city. And that the officer will faithfully perform the duties of the office which he is about to enter, which is the oath we've heard Suzanne give
That's- okay.
repeatedly. This would just add that, a new dimension to it for council members.
I don't know. I think it's inherent that to tell the truth. I don't know. I think it's just inherent in the position.
I absolutely agree. I think if you have gotten to the point of taking the oath of office, there's already an assumption by the voters that you will do as such. And again, going back to putting this in here does not necessarily change anything. It's not a material difference. It doesn't hold you any more or less accountable. There are still very severe penalties that can be incurred if you do not tell the truth and are found to be blatantly, you know,
Misconduct.
Misconduct, yeah.
Really, you want
Couldn't
to, you
resist.
want to go back there?
No, I just couldn't resist, Stephanie.
I don't blame you. Go ahead.
There's also a difficulty to prove. So, I mean, I know where the charter review came from on it. I'm not, it was more, you know, I'm not particularly comfortable with it, to be honest.
Councilmember Zulawaga.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. And then we'll come to Councilmember Neal.
These are my comments on this. Taking an oath involves making a solemn promise before an institutional authority or in a manner that invokes a divine being. It's more than just making a promise to yourself or to another person. A person is expected to comply with any oath they take regarding their future behavior. Oath-taking, it's taken seriously. Depending on the nature of the oath, there may be significant penalties for failing to live up to it or otherwise violating what was said in the oath. I want to take it back a little ways to John Adams. He was America's statesman, attorney, and diplomat. He was a writer. One of the founding fathers, was the second president. He's held a lot of positions in the forming of our nation and the integrity of taking a position of public trust. And he is most famous for his comment that he makes quite plainly. He says, "Our Constitution was made only for a moral and a religious people. It is wholly inadequate to the government of any other." My third point is, since 1884, Title V USC Section 331 has wording used across the country that I suggest, if we're going to make a change in our charter, that we adapt to all elected officials and appointed officers within our city. And it would read something like this: I, so-and-so, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States, Colorado, and the Charter and ordinances of Woodland Park against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office in which I'm about to enter. So help me God. Everywhere else in our country, that's the oath. A liar is going to lie. Our vetting process is key to maintain a quality city. It's fear of punishment for actions done in this life that holds a man corruptions in check. So the whole idea of changing it just to say, I'm not going to lie, is like, he's a liar, he's a liar. You know? And he'll lie to you. Okay, so I would propose that this, if this is going to come to the people, that it be what is in line, what is across our nation since 1884, that sets a standard that we are lacking in Woodland Park. I mean, I had to ask Suzanne and get approval from the attorney to say, so help me God, when I did my oath, and she was not allowed to say, so help me God. I had to initiate it in my own oath, and I thought that was preposterous. I do. So if we're really want to put legs to this part of the charter, I think we put it to the standard that it is for our nation and has historically been so, then it would have some meaning for me.
Councilmember Neal.
Since I took that oath, that verbatim oath, when I was sworn in as a second lieutenant and graduated from West Point, I did champion this one. And I guess the duty, honor, country from West Point was in the back of my mind when I brought this up to the city charter. It was an attempt to improve the integrity, improve the feelings of the citizens about the ethics of the city council by adding that simple, and we swear to tell the truth. I'm disappointed that there's so many people that may be against adding that we're supposed to tell the truth up here. I'll go ahead and make the motion later on. I'll listen to what the public has to say. But if it's voted down, it's voted down. I'm not going to lose any sleep on it. I'm going to do my best to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. And But my West Point oath guides me. I'm not gonna lie, cheat, or steal, nor tolerate those that do. It's the second part that's the hard part, nor tolerate those that do. Anyway.
So the, where my consternation comes from is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So if we inadvertently leave something out, it could come back and bite us.
Oh, I get it. And we're politicians.
And we're politicians. And so
You
I
open your
don't,
mouth,
if-
you're lying, right?
Right. So I don't,
Common joke.
I wouldn't have a problem if it just said to tell the truth. Because you're not setting yourself up to help tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So that if you omit something intentionally or unintentionally, it's not gonna be quite as bad, I guess,
If I
for a
could get
better
a-
lack of a word.
As a compromise to get a second, it still may get voted down. I would remove that, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, because that may be a little bit overboard, but swears to tell the truth. It was my intent to try to raise the bar for the council, for my
Yeah.
own self, for everybody around me.
Well, Rusty, what's your standard? You're gonna raise the bar for what? To what? What's your fear of consequence to tell the truth or not to tell the truth?
Well, I guess I hold mine to what I hear in a court of law, where when people testify or they say things, they have to take that oath. So I thought it would have been nice that we all were willing to take that oath, but I'd like to leave it up to the people whether they think we should tell the truth or not. If they don't think we should tell the truth, they'll vote it down. Well, I think we're
No,
trying to protect
we do
something up
try.
here that we shouldn't be protecting. I think the citizens should let us know.
Well, I'm not saying that you're not heading in the right direction. Don't get me wrong. I think that Woodland Park's oath is, if it's faulty in the fact that it doesn't even come to the standard of what it is across the nation. And so from my point of view, it's like telling the truth is once again, just piecemealing, making this complete of what it is being an American. And it seems to me, why bring a half a proposal to the people to go, oh yes, to tell the truth, but you haven't based it on a standard. And the standard is fear of punishment. And the fear of punishment is fear of punishment for what you do in this life and another life. If I just lie and say, doesn't matter what you think, look at it nowadays. Everybody look at across the country, everybody lies and smiles. It's like, I have enough money, you'll never find out. And that's kind of the standard it's become. So I think when you tie it back to something that's much more, well, what the integrity is of what nation was founded on and what is held to be sacred, at least for me, if you're going to make efforts in changing the charter, you should make it in alignment to what is across the board, not just that's piece. To me, I get what you're trying to do. I just feel it's piecemeal. And so that's all I'm saying.
It's a baby step.
No, not mine.
Do we have people that are going to talk tonight
Before we go
We
there.
have
Before
Mr.
you
Davis
do?
signed up.
after
Mr. Davis.
Stephanie does?
You made a really good point, Catherine, about adding this and the level of burden that it creates to prove. Did somebody tell the truth? Did they not? Unfortunately, I don't want to go there, but I have to say this ties back to the first one we went over, what constitutes misconduct? And then it's open to interpretation. Well, they took an oath to tell the truth. We don't believe they did. It's a legal
It's a burden of
nightmare.
proof, right? I said it's a burden of
Yeah.
proof. That's the bigger.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the idea of let the people decide. Like you said, Councilmember Neal, but I think they did when they elected their officials. They already decided that they believed those people would tell the truth, and it's automatically implied with their vote of the majority for those elected officials without needing to reaffirm it in this. Lastly, there's just some sort of appreciation for the oath of this that we have taken as city council members within the city that everyone that has come before us has taken. I don't know if it's ever been changed, but it has been the same way for a very long time. And I have to appreciate that certain level of history that's involved with this already. Again, without making such a severe material change, I guess I'm a little sentimental about that.
Can I do public comment now?
Yeah, I want to hear what people have to say.
I only have John Davis signed up for this letter, and I don't know if there'll be anyone on Zoom.
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Councilman Neal, I applaud you for your intent with this. And I spent 33 years in the Army Guard administering that oath to a number of new officers and an enlistment oath to a number of enlistees there. Already, you have the city's core values here. One of those is trust. One of them is integrity. As a manager, if once someone was to tell me a serious untruth, they would have broken my trust of them, they would have violated their integrity, and they would have been gone. You can't fire each other. You may be able to remove one for a untruth. You can censure and you can reprimand each other for untruths. So I really don't quite think this is a necessary item here, particularly in an oath of office for an appointee or an elected official. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make one comment, Mr. Davis? I'd just like you to make a note in about 20 months from now, we're going to have applications open for the next charter review. Just trying to pull in those volunteers as soon as we can.
It's much easier to speak from this side of the microphone.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
It may die. I'm going to make the motion to approve ordinance number 1413 series 2021 and ordinance of the city council for the city of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to authorize the city manager to require that the oath of office include an affirmation that the officer swears to tell the truth in performing the duties of the office, and to amend section language 13.13, the second from the last sentence, so that it reads, for elected officials only, the oath shall include that in performing the duties of the office, the elected official swears to tell the truth, period.
Yes, Jeff.
Rusty, would you be willing to make the red lines part of your motion?
I just did.
Oh,
No,
I'm
there's-
sorry.
When I said period, that deletes
There's one more.
the
red-
whole truth and nothing but the truth.
There's one more red line though, the date at the bottom. And approved by a majority of those voting at the city election be held on. And the date.
Should be 22, not
Should be
21.
20.
Oh, I'm
22.
sorry, 2022
So just add and the red lines.
and the red line.
There you go.
Council, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, council, you may vote. Got it. Thank you, council. Motion has failed. 5-1. It'll be up here in a second. It looks like the internet's not. Oh, there we go.
It's always something, isn't it?
Yes. Motion failed. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 10G. I do not have anyone signed up for it. So if at the end of our discussion, if someone has something they'd like to say, just please come up to the podium. And I'll ask Suzanne if there's anyone on Zoom. So So 10G.
Mayor and council, this is the conflict of interest provision. This one I mentioned a little briefly earlier. We currently have a conflict of interest provision in our charter that imposes the duty to disclose the conflict and abstain from voting, very similar to the state law. But the charter doesn't define what a conflict of interest is. If you look at this proposed ordinance, on the second page, the purpose and intent section, the red lines conform the language to the remainder of the ordinance, just as long as we're passing through this section of the ordinance. The purpose and intent section is from Aurora. Starting with B on that section, the definitions and the remainder of the ordinance are a modification of the Fort Collins provision. Significant additional definitions as you look on page 3 of this ordinance. Financial interest is defined. And then there are a whole list of things that are not a financial interest, and those provide a good indicator of what a financial interest is. For example, if you look at number 1, the excluded is the interest of an officer, employee, or member of immediate family. It has an employee of a business or a holder of an ownership interest in such business in a decision of any public body. And then here's the important language. When the decision financially benefits or otherwise affects such business, but entails no foreseeable, measurable financial benefit to the officer. Well, what the implication is, the contrary would be a prohibited financial interest. If you did have that kind of direct benefit. Also, the prohibitions, the operative provisions here talk about no officer, employee, or a member of the officer or employee's immediate family. So immediate family is an important definition, and that begins there at the bottom of the page. Going over to the next page, personal interest is a very important definition because personal and financial interests are the sort that make up a conflict of interest. You can see that the personal interest definition, I just want to point out, is an objective person standard. It's an interest that a reasonably prudent person would realize or experience some substantial benefit or detriment. It's not what you think, it's what a reasonable person would think. Finally, the operational parts of this amendment begin at the bottom of page 4 with letter C. There are 3 principal areas addressed here. Conflicts of interest arising when a council member sells something to the city. Going on to the next page, number 2 is when a council member purchases, an officer, employee, or member of the family, purchases something from the city. And then probably the most important provision is number 3, interests in other decisions. And it has an officer, employee, or member of the immediate family who has a financial or personal interest. See, there are those 2 terms. In any manner proposed or pending before the public body of which he or she is a member, to which she makes recommendations. And then here's the appearance of impropriety part. Or any officer who believes their vote on a matter will, for whatever reason, have the appearance of impropriety. And then the duty is to disclose the conflict, abstain from voting, and don't try and influence the other members of the panel, which is the standard state law conflict of interest language. That's a quick tour of this language. That's the proposal.
Council. I see everyone
Okay.
reading. If you're ready, go.
I'll start this off again. Conflict of interest. This is something I'm painfully aware of on this council. I welcomed the opportunity to further clarify what constitutes a conflict of interest, because it is painfully vague in our charter. I like a lot of what is laid out here. The problem that I have with it, and Jeff touched on this, is that it specifically lays out personal interest to say in the judgment of a reasonable, prudent person realized or experienced such direct and substantial benefit. This leaves the burden on council to determine what that is. I have personally been in the situation of council being able to determine whether or not I had a personal interest in something. I would argue no one up here knows better than ourselves whether or not that exists. I can tell you in the 2 times that we have actually had an issue with personal conflict of interest on this council. And the first was with Jim Path regarding the 180-day moratorium. He consulted with our attorney who said there was no conflict of interest. And yet this council still thought they knew better than our attorney and former council member Path, whether or not he did. The other was with me having to disclose my personal relationship regarding Tanner Coy during the appointment for the DDA. I again consulted with our attorney who advised me there was not a conflict of interest, but I was clearly told by the majority of members of this council that if I did not recuse myself, there would be a conflict of interest vote and my vote would be stripped from me. I chose to recuse myself. Again, I knew better and our attorney also advised the same, but this council thought they knew better than myself based on my personal relationship and our attorney's recommendation that there was a conflict of interest. So that's where I have a problem with this. I've made it clear a number of times, I will never call for a conflict of interest vote against a council member, and I will never vote to strip a vote away from a duly elected official. This goes back to the same argument. There are laws in place if a council member actually chooses to engage in a topic that they have a conflict of interest on. Ultimately, I'd like to see the entire vote struck. And again, I appreciate the attempt to further outline this because it is so vague in the charter, but the idea that this leaves the burden on the rest of council to determine a conflict of interest, and again, does not reinforce any respect for the council member that might be having to decide on a conflict of interest. And the fact that this council itself has shown they don't actually follow our attorney's advice when it comes to such things, that doesn't give me a lot of confidence that this council or any further councils would act any differently or be any more qualified to make that determination.
So you forgot all about me.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
For the last 4 years, I've had to recuse myself from votes simply because of my last name, not legally, but because of the appearance of impropriety. That is a part of the law and the standard. It is what appears to the public to be improper. And I can tell you that when you live on a lot that you are going to benefit from the vote from, it appears improper. When you sleep with someone whose money is going to come from a vote from us, it appears improper. When my family is building something, even though legally I have no reason I have to recuse myself because I get no financial gain, which is the legal part of it, it appears improper that I don't recuse myself. The public knows it and my council knows it. The thing is that moral obligation of being trustworthy to know when it appears improper. And sometimes you're so in the box that you yourself don't realize because you think that you are a moral, competent, trustworthy person that you can separate yourself from the situation, which may be the truth, but it doesn't always appear that way to the public. Your council members, I happen to know this council, 2 of these council members wanted to pull a petition for my recall because they were concerned about my ability to recuse myself appropriately. Councilmember Neal is one of them. And he decided instead to meet with me before he sat on council and have coffee with me to understand when and why and how I recuse myself. And then he learned that I have always appropriately recused myself, though not legally needing to, but simply out of appearance of impropriety. And sometimes when you're in that box, you don't recognize how improper it may appear. I never once had any financial gain from anything my father-in-law has developed up here, not ever. But the public doesn't know that because of my last name. Some think that he's my husband, some think he's my father, most don't realize he's my father-in-law, and they don't know the depth of our relationship. But my council members do. My council members know me really well. So sometimes they are the measure in which that recusal has to come because they can see outside the box and I can't. It has never come from my council. I have never been asked by any of my council because I have always appropriately recused myself because I just understand the way it looks. It looks bad. And your definition of what looks bad and my definition of what looks bad could be very different. And that's why I think these definitions are great to go to the public. I think having a more thorough definition is great because it doesn't leave it as shady as it used to be. I always used the appearance of impropriety, but some of my council members didn't even know that that language was there. So I don't agree with you. I think it's an important thing to go to the voters. I think it doesn't have to because the standard is already there, but not everybody uses it the same way. That's okay. But I think the voters should determine that. And I do think that recusal is critical. And especially if it's just the appearance of impropriety, not the actual legal reason. But we don't all agree on what appears to be improper. And that's also why our peers are here to help us with that sometimes. So I see Councilmember Nakai has something to say.
Well, and to Hillary's comment, if we see it as a recusal and we don't do something about it, and it ends up coming back to bite us and we get sued, or the ordinance or whatever we approved gets revoked, that's worse than having to recuse yourself or being recused. That's just my 2 cents.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Firstly, technical question, Jeff, on the red lines 2 and 3. Why is elected officials struck? It says, it is the intent of the city that its officers and employees adhere to the high, and it struck elected officials adhere to the highest levels of ethical conduct, et cetera. Are you saying because the officers are assumed to be elected officials?
The definition of officer includes elected officials, and the language used, if you recall, this purpose and intent section came from Aurora and the rest of it came from Fort Collins. So in order to make the language parallel, that's the reason for this amendment. Just internal consistency.
All right. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I struggle a little bit with this because I was also lived through the Jim Pfaff saga, and I've observed Hillary's over caution in the form of recusal, and I've appreciated that, I have to say. But in Jim Pfaff's case, he had legal counsel, very clear that he was not in a conflict of interest with it. So there was no legal, wouldn't be a legal consequence for it. So I'm a little bit cautious to use the argument that we could get ourselves in trouble if a council member has done their due diligence, has determined either rightly or wrongly, according to the other members, but legally, according to them, like, yes, it's okay that I be involved in this. I think the mayor is wise in the way that she recuses herself, because, it's like the projects that I've seen anyway are so solid in where they're coming from that one vote either way is not going to matter. However, on a point like it was with Jim Pfaff was with regarding RV and time in whether it was 180 days or less, or it could be longer, that was a bigger issue than Jim Pfaff. And so it bothered me that other city council members had the opportunity to vote him off the island. And that's what the difficulty with this is for me. Maybe it should go to the people to determine that, because I found that we shouldn't have the right to recuse one another.
I just want to clarify, that's not what this ballot issue is about. It is clarifying reasons that you should recuse yourself. We still maintain the right to recuse a council member.
Well, that's the part I like to see change, because I think that sucks.
I want to clarify something earlier when Ms. Alfieri made comment. Mr. Paff received counsel from an attorney that he retained. It was not the counsel he received from the city attorney.
Correct.
I just want to make that clear for the public.
And I don't think because I was the public at the time. It
You
was a
were.
perception. I
You were-
was.
you
I was
were.
not on council at the time. It was a perception issue. I think that the public, at least for me, was a perception that he lived in an RV. Whether he legally didn't, him voting yes or no probably didn't make any difference from a legal standpoint. But again, it goes back to Hillary's comment. It's the perception that the city sees. And that's for me, the biggest perception is perception's 9/10 of it. It's the majority of the conflict generally.
So I'd like to, and Hillary, I did not, Mayor LaBar. It's getting that late. We're going to get to first names here shortly.
Don't we
I'm already there.
Yeah. I did not bring yours up because you have never faced a conflict of interest vote. You have always recused yourself. I have always respected that. If you chose not to recuse yourself, I would always respect that, because it's not the perception of this council, it's the perception of the people. And I have trust in them that if they elected any and all of us up here, they find that we're probably smart enough and intelligent enough to decide what is and isn't a conflict of interest for us. And worst case scenario, if they find that we don't, then we go back to recall and such. But I don't think that's one of those things that most people would automatically vote for someone that they don't think is capable of recognizing a clear conflict of interest and being able to say myself or someone related to me is going to receive some sort of personal or financial gain by being involved in that topic. I'd like to think that people trust our intuition and simply our analytical skills enough if they're voting us into office.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Finish up.
The other thing, Catherine, you said perception. You could make the argument that you could find any number of citizens who might perceive any one of us to have a conflict of interest on any topic. It's a small town. We have a duty to vote as council members. So the idea that just the perception of a conflict of interest should be the burden for recusing ourselves, I do challenge that, because just the perception alone should not be enough, because like I said, again, anyone could see that and make that argument, but that does not negate our duty to act in this office. There needs to be a very reasonable, concrete reason for us to recuse ourselves based on a conflict of interest, more than just perception.
Mr. Mayor, Miss Mayor, point of order. We have about 10 seconds to make a motion to extend this meeting. It's just before 11 o'clock. I know we have a lot of public comments, so I would propose this meeting be extended until midnight.
I'll second.
Suzanne, there was a second from Kelly. And then Suzanne will call the vote.
Are you sure midnight?
We'll have to extend it later if we have to. I mean, just. Yeah.
Okay, Neil?
Are we going till midnight?
Waiting for the vote.
Oh,
she's-
I'm doing it. I don't have it in this.
Should do it by hand.
I have
So
to do
just-
this one by
yeah.
hand.
Yeah.
I don't think we're gonna
Neil?
make it till midnight.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
Yes.
Labar,
Yes,
Nakai.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Who is speaking? I'm sorry. Okay. I'm just gonna make the point of, this isn't about whether council can recuse a fellow council member or not. We do have language that suggests you recuse yourself if there is conflict. This just further defines it. I'd also like to remind, for the public's knowledge and some council members, there have been council members in the past who have sat here with particular agendas. Some of them have been builders. Some of them do not disclose whether they are part of that LLC or not, but other council members know. So I think there is a weight in our peers holding that balance at times, because that goes back to that whole trustworthy, honest issue. And legally, there have been times where people didn't need to recuse themselves, but I can tell you there was a grave appearance of impropriety. And I think that this council held up that trustworthiness of the citizens by making some of those decisions. That's just my personal opinion, but there have been times where there have been council members who sat here with agendas and they moved it through with votes where they probably should have recused themselves. So I think that this topic is very important for elected officials, and I do think it should go to the public.
Is there public comment?
Can we talk to him?
There
Can we hear
is-
from him?
So
And I do
I,
have one on Zoom as well.
okay, I don't have anyone signed up for this particular letter. I see a hand waving. So we'll take the person, let me take the person on Zoom first, and then we'll
Okay.
take the people in chambers next.
So the person on Zoom is Joe Fury. Joe Fury, you may speak.
Okay, thank you. Joe Fury, I'm a citizen of Woodland Park, live in Tamarack. And I agree very much with Mayor Labar on this conflict of interest and appearance of conflict of interest. I spent 27 years in the Air Force, and the criteria was appearance of conflict of interest. And the military, and that's the same across the entire military, and that's a big part of our government. I have a question. Does the rewording in the personal interest section include friendships?
I'm going to let our city attorney answer that.
Not expressly, no.
Okay, I
It
think,
says an interest other than a financial interest by reason of which an officer, employer, or member of their immediate family of such officer or employee would, in the judgment of a reasonably prudent person, realize or experience some direct and substantial benefit or detriment, different in kind from that experienced by the general public.
okay. I think it needs to be explicit that friendships constitute a conflict of interest. Let me give you an example. A previous mayor stated in a city council meeting on a different issue that he was good friends with a certain developer. And then later, there was voting on approving that developer's controversial project, which a lot of citizens were riled up about. And I came to the podium and pointed out to the mayor, to the council, that the mayor was recorded on a city council meeting recording that he stated he was good friends with this developer. And I said, therefore, the mayor should recuse himself from voting. And I was met with silence from the council and the mayor, and he went ahead and voted anyway. As a member of the community, I considered his vote invalid. So I think it's very important that we keep the appearance of conflict of interest, and then it should be explicit that it includes close friendships. So, and you know, that works two ways. Not only does it hold up the integrity of the council and the voting, but it would also protect that member from destroying his friendship based on how he voted. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fury.
Okay.
Suzanne, is there anyone else on
Can I ask
Zoom?
the attorney a question about that?
Sure.
Jeff, what's your opinion on that languaging that he's talking about there? Is it included in here? Is there a way of dealing with that? Or if something like that were to happen again, would the same type of, could he be met by the same type of response?
Well, it was
from
a
council?
complicated, for starts, his fact pattern was complicated because it was somebody claiming to have been a friend of the applicant in a land use approval that sounded like it was quasi judicial. So the reason for the person that you would expect a person to abstain in that situation is not because of a conflict of interest, but because they are not going to be impartial, which is the due process standard for quasi judicial matters. So there's that. As to whether the personal interest is included in the friendships are included in the definition of personal interest. The definition says any interest other than a financial. So it could be a friendship interest. I think that's probably at the outer extremity of the application of this law. I mean,
And that's why.
I grew up in
why-
a small town and everybody's a friend with everybody.
Yeah,
all the
right.
time.
Exactly.
So-
But that's why this is the whole council being able to recuse a fellow council member is a rabbit hole with this particular topic.
Yeah.
But that's why, like when you watched a video and it was quasi judicial and I was like, but you said, I find that I can be fair, or you recuse yourself. There's still that balance of counsel to help determine that. Because sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. And it doesn't mean that you don't think you can. It then turns into that appearance again.
Sure.
And if any one of us would have said, oh, I can guarantee you on this council, if any one of you would have said, I am best friends with this person, we're great, I would have said, it's quasi judicial, you need to recuse. I would have been paying attention to that. And I think some of you would have also. I think this council functions very well and very professional compared to some previous councils. But Mr. Fury rose a good point, and I think that this topic is a good point for the public to decide. So, all right, I saw that Mr. Nakai had his hand up.
I think you have a conflict of interest here. Couldn't help it.
Mike Nakai, Woodland Park. I wanted to comment on the fact that there is a theme in these charter amendments that came from a lot of public input, and I don't think that's by accident. As a member of the comprehensive plan, I was able to read the comments of the citizens who took time to fill out surveys and write in comments about what they thought was wrong with this city. Okay, what bothered them about this city, what we needed to do. And this was 35 pages of comments from hundreds of citizens. The number one theme that I read was they were fed up with this council. Sorry, the council at the time. And this is the last few years. And the number two thing was traffic. Okay, those are the two number one things, right?
That's a real common theme.
Okay, and I'm, that's just what I saw. This is the voice of the people, literally. Okay, so first off, Rusty, I applaud your effort with the truth. I wish we lived in that world. Okay, I wish we lived in a world where every side decided to only tell their side of the story and exaggerate the facts and exaggerate stories and exaggerate details. Okay, I wish we didn't live in that world, but we do. And so I applaud what you tried to do, but we don't live in that world, and it's just, I think, impractical to enforce. But I applaud you for trying. Okay, as far as conflict of interest, Suzanne, you have a pretty good memory. I believe that we sat here a few weeks ago trying to, on first reading, approve an item, whether it was the liquor license or something to do with stuffed emporium in the old Denny's building. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, Stephanie was adamant about insisting that Hillary recuse herself on the upcoming vote of that. Okay, so I believe you just said that you would never ask another council member to recuse. And if I'm not mistaken, I just heard that from this dais just a few weeks ago. So that's my comments. I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike, I do want to thank you for that, because I did, I admitted I was the one that was pushing for that truth thing. And maybe I was tainted by, I didn't read slowly every comment. I sped read, you go through 200-300 comments. And if you go through all of those comments, all of them from top to bottom, the themes came out. There were 4 themes. You hit 2 of the 4 right there. So maybe that's why I was thinking the direction I was when I was participating in the charter review, pushing the truth one. Voted down, so it's moot point now, but thank you for recognizing where some of these thoughts came from.
Very good. And if I can clarify, yes, I do remember what you're speaking about. It was on initial posting. And I did make the comment that part of it involved her father-in-law's name, which she has always recused herself from. So I did bring that up. However, I did mention and ask if she was going to recuse herself. But again, she chose to. We didn't bring a vote for a conflict of interest. That is what I've always said, and I continue to stick by this to this day. I will never vote to strip a elected official of their vote based on conflict of interest, or for any matter for that I can foresee. So yes, I did bring it up and ask if she was going to recuse herself. But again, I will never vote to strip one of my fellow council members of their vote, no matter what it is. And to that, I do have one other question or just thought to propose. Mayor Labar had mentioned that sometimes it is necessary to depend on our other council members for some of that guidance and to look for our peers, for that guidance. I would ask as well if you think it's important for each one of us to look to the other 5 or 6 members for that guidance. Where is the return of confidence from the other 5 or 6 members in that council member to be able to make that choice themselves? Because it seems like that's a one-way street to be expecting them to reflect on the opinions of the other council members, but there's very little respect from the other council members to appreciate that council member that might be accused of a conflict of interest to say, you know what, the people elected you. I trust that you're going to make the right decision, just as you're asking the rest of us to trust the other council members' opinions on the subject.
So again, this tidbit is a rabbit hole and not a part of this. My point of that is not that they don't always trust you. It's that sometimes you don't recognize the appearance of impropriety yourself, but the public and your fellow council members do. That's my point. It's not that you shouldn't be trusted to make the right decision, but occasionally, and it's not that you necessarily wouldn't, but the appearance of it doesn't always come through. And that's what happens. I have never legally had to recuse myself, ever, legally. My city attorneys have always told me, nope, you can stay right there. You don't have to leave the room and you don't have to recuse yourself. So I could have just said, fine, I don't have to. But I'll tell you what, they wanted me to. And so did my council. And sometimes when you're too hard-headed or you don't recognize the right thing, the rest of the people in the council does. They're not sitting up here to hurt me. That's not their job. Our job is to work together. And sometimes they help me see a mistake I might make. And they protect the citizens by doing that. Because if I would have just said, I have no interest, blah, blah, it doesn't matter. 80 years from now, when my father-in-law kicks it, what if it happened to be that he put me in a will that I didn't expect to be in? And then whoever got that benefit, and because I made that vote, they're going to come back to this council and they're going to want it redone and they're going to sue the city for it. That's why I have no problem with my fellow council members keeping me in check on occasion. They haven't had to yet, but it doesn't mean they won't. I haven't had to keep any of my council in check. They've done the right thing, but it doesn't always mean that they will. And my job is to protect the citizens and the votes of this council. And that's the way I see it. And
Mayor-
that has no issue with what we're voting on this evening.
So I was going to ask you, Mayor LaBarre, have we finished with public comment? Are we ready to?
We are ready to make a
So
motion.
I would like to, I think this is rises to the level of the citizens putting the input into on the ballot. So I would make a motion that charter, what the heck?
Ordinance
Ordinance,
1415.
yeah.
I have it at
14. Oh, thank you very much. Okay. I make a motion to approve ordinance 1414 series 2021, an ordinance of the city council of the city of Woodland Park, Colorado, submitting a ballot question to the electors of the city to amend the city's charter to repeal and replace the current general conflict of interest provisions with a more detailed and comprehensive conflict of interest provisions, including all red lines.
And I'll second.
I was listening.
I have a question. This is something that I just noticed. All these ordinances are series 2021.
Yeah, we wrote them, during charter review is when they were written.
Okay.
That's why. It's a
Thank you.
Technicality.
I'll second the motion.
No, I already
No,
did.
she did.
Oh,
I
did
beat
you
to
already?
it.
Good job, Kelly.
It was her.
Catherine.
It was
Oh,
the scale
Catherine
on the
did.
end.
How about you vote?
I shall, when the little thing
Electronic?
pops up.
She's getting tested. It's that time.
Finally.
Come on. Where is it?
Thank you, council. Motion has passed unanimously.
Wow.
Okay, we're on to H.
Mayor and council, this is the last one. Hallelujah.
Are
This
you on,
one,
Garth?
this one has to do with clarifying the options for filling vacancies on council. The language is fairly self-explanatory. The goal here was not to really create new options, but simply to memorialize the ways vacancies are filled across Colorado by local governments. And that's the list that appears in the proposed amendment, providing, clarifying the council can appoint any qualified person, conduct an open application process, within 6 months of an election, appoint the next highest vote getter, or schedule a special election. So that's the proposal.
I see Catherine looking at me.
No, I'm just saying this is the Nakai rule, so.
Okay.
So I have a question. The way it currently reads that the vacancy shall be filled by a majority vote of mayor and or remaining council. This is all under that subsection B that we're adding. Currently in the charter, if you move to subsection C, it says if the council fails to reach a majority vote in the appointment, they may call a special election. So my first question is, how do those correlate with each other? Because it seems like the section B says they shall fill it by a majority vote or these other options. Is C supposed to go away?
No. The rule is you try and read both provisions together in order to give effect to both. So in this case, you would sketch the option to schedule a special election has a condition precedent. That is that you fail to reach agreement on an appointment within a certain period of time.
So my concern is the difference, and I apologize that we are going back to this terminology, shall versus may. Because this says shall, meaning we have to appoint by a majority vote through appointing a qualified person, conducting an open application, highest number of votes, or schedule a special election. C is what allows us to end up in the situation we have here that says if we don't reach a majority vote, we may call a special election, but we don't have to.
So maybe we just stricken the special election portion of this item, and then it would then subsequently go to, we didn't make an appointment, so then we may choose to make a special, to do a special election. Right?
Twice.
Chad?
I mean,
So.
in other words, so essentially we would put a period after occur within 6 months of said election period.
Period, right. And then that would, if we didn't make an appointment based on any of those, then it would go to subsection C, like Stephanie said, and we may have the option to call a special election. We don't have to.
Right. If you didn't
But if-
appoint within the specified
Right.
time, then you would go to an
Goes-
election.
If you wanted to. But if
Uh,
you leave the special election currently in B with the word shall, then we are forced to do a special election if we don't make an appointment. Is that what?
Well,
we're
not
doing?
just
I mean,
the special election, but it indicates that we have to go through all of those processes
No,
to fill
that I
the
don't-
appointment.
It's one of, isn't it?
It's may,
It's
not
it's a may.
shall.
It's a may.
Those are the options.
And it says or.
Are you looking at the old one or the new one?
The vacancy shall be filled by a majority vote of mayor or council. To fill a vacancy, the mayor or the remaining council members may, and then it gives the options. But the initial section says shall fill the vacancy.
Which was how, Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, that's how it was written before.
Yes.
Yes.
So if we go back to any appointment we've done with that same text, excluding, all we're doing in this is adding the 6 months after an election to appoint somebody. That's the only thing that's being added to the original text, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, my concern is
So-
that it's not allowing us the option to
So-
not fill the appointment.
No, so if we go, well, if
Midnight.
that's the case, then we've been doing it wrong for 50 years or whatever, because in the previous attempts at appointments, you didn't appoint when Councilmember Path resigned, you initially chose not to appoint that seat. You didn't go to an election and you just left it. So
Exactly.
there's no shall, so you weren't required, the shall didn't make you go to a special election. It didn't make you do anything. Because like Jeff's saying, that the B and the C are tied together.
Yeah.
Right?
Did we try to appoint for Jeff's seat?
Yeah, you guys discussed it and decided you for path. You
Sorry.
discussed it.
We
and
would let it
decided
stand
not to
at
appoint.
5 for
for a
Yeah.
while, then
Jeff, you're staying.
Thanks.
Yeah, no, no worries.
awesome.
Yeah, you're not on the chopping block.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're saying. Yeah,
So basically, we're not changing any of the verbiage except adding that last sentence
of 6 months.
of 6 months. And then I would say strike the special election out of that because I think we added that.
Okay.
First C.
And then just have, and then C is the
Yeah.
special election.
C stands on its own.
Yeah.
C
in that
stands on its
case.
own,
All
right?
right.
So my next question is, what is the need or relevance to add the 6 months? Because it says we can appoint any qualified person, conduct an open application process.
Well,
That,
if you
that
go-
can be
if
the
you go back
person.
to the citizens and what we read about my appointment, everybody was up in arms because it wasn't specified specifically in the
Mhm.
charter.
Yeah.
So if you specify it in the charter as an option, you're taking out the ambiguity and the appearance of an impropriety. That's the sole reason that we don't have to put it in. I mean, we're just doing it to try to appease the public.
So my argument with this is playing devil's advocate, next highest vote total within the last 6 months. That tells me the citizens had the option to place that person in an elected position and clearly chose not to.
That's
So
not
it seems
necessarily true.
counterintuitive that the council would take the preference to seat a person that was not chosen by the citizens in an election. I mean, take for instance, worst case scenario, you have 3 open seats, you have 4 people apply, and as happened just a few years ago, we had somebody receive only a few hundred votes. I don't think the citizens would be overly happy with that. And again, this does not negate the ability to appoint them. You are proof of that yourself. But it seems like it's placing in there some sort of direction for future councils that could be misconstrued as a, hey, let's just look at the next person that got the highest vote total. When in my mind, I'm thinking the citizens clearly said they didn't want that person in office based on the election results. And that might be,
I would suggest that the number of people that voted for them voted that they did want him in the office. To say that the citizens didn't want him in office when that, let's say 200 people voted for him, just because there weren't enough positions to take him, 200 people wanted him to have the seat. So to say that the citizens didn't want him there is not necessarily wholly true. If they would have gotten no votes, that may be true, certainly. But the people that voted for a yay.
well, you
I'm
could also
not a nay.
make.
I'm going to clarify
Mayor.
something really quick and then I'll come to you.
Mhm.
Those people got votes. We also can appoint people who got no votes.
Yeah.
We can appoint strangers. So to argue that someone who got second highest votes, people didn't want in, they were at least voted for by the people, but we can still just appoint a stranger as well. So how is that any different or better? A stranger versus someone who got 2,000 votes, but not 2001.
And it's not, and that's why I question the need for this anyways, to add that into it. And to Kelly's point, yes, I understand maybe 200 people voted for them, but in this example, there were more than 1,800 people who said didn't vote for him and didn't want him in office. So there's credit to that as
Hang
well.
on, I'm gonna come to you, but the argument is a little bit irrelevant because you either can do second highest of somebody who got votes, or you can do a stranger who nobody voted for. So that argument's a little bit asinine to me. I'm gonna go to Councilmember Zuluaga.
Well, I recognize there's a lot of the public here tonight who wants to deal with issues that are beyond this one. But I simply want to say about this particular charter change. For those of you who have been watching, Colorado Springs just had to fill a vacancy themselves in the last couple of weeks. I personally found that very fascinating and very fair, the way that process occurred. I found the filling of our vacancy process here in Woodland Park very, very problematic. There wasn't a structure to it. And I thought Colorado Springs had a very good structure to it. When I look at this charter amendment, I don't see a systematic structure that allows us to get not only council's input on it, but public opinion on it at the time before the vote is made. It was made very arbitrarily, and this continues to be arbitrary in my mind. So I think this is not well thought through. I don't think this solves a problem that we have. I think we still have a problem, don't get me wrong, but I don't think this solves it. And I don't think we're going to solve it tonight. I would very much like to see us look at a model like Colorado Springs and how they deal with that vacancy. It was very civil, very fair. The public got opportunity to share their point of view before the election. In fact, the person that the council selected, by the time it finished through public comment, they discovered something they didn't really know about this candidate, which was she'd been in the district like 2 months or less. It was a very short period of time. And the people were saying, no, we want representation that's really there. So don't go appointing somebody who's just moved into the neighborhood. So I thought that was very good. And I think that we need to look at that sort of tone of that to solve what we've got going on in Woodland Park. I think this is a good stab at it, but I don't think this is ready to I don't think it's going to help us. I don't think it's going to solve the problem we have yet. I'd like to table it for 2 years is my 2 cents worth on it. And if public opinion next, is that where you're?
Or is there any further comment? Okay. Councilmember Neal? Okay. I don't have anyone signed up for this letter. Suzanne, do you have anyone on Zoom?
No, ma'am.
I see someone's coming up.
Oh, I see.
Our expert's coming up.
Oh, he's signed up for H. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Commissioners. I think you've got a potpourri smorgasbord choice here with too many choices. You need to narrow them down. Maybe may appoint any qualified person by conducting an open application process. And then if you want to add the election, or as Councilman Zaluga suggested, a more defined process there. But if you're going to appoint a qualified person, or you have a qualified person in mind, tell them to apply.
We have that process.
Oh, there. Yes.
Mhm.
Oh, so maybe you should narrow these choices down here. Thank you.
Thank you.
But to clarify, that is not always the process. We do not require an open application process for appointments, as what happened with Councilmember Nakai. We did not put it out for application. She was simply handpicked for appointment. I do like your suggestion, Mr. Davis, to slightly adjust the language to read, appoint a qualified person through an open application process. I think that,
And public discussion.
yeah, I think that covers the basis of making sure it's open to the public. Anyone can apply, including anyone who has run in the last election. The public gets a chance to be involved and comment on it. I think that would be my proposal, is that we simply amend the language slightly and remove all the rest.
I think that would be changing this charter review committee's effort to an extreme at this point. So I would recommend you make a motion and either it is voted yes or no to go to the people.
I will absolutely do that. Let me pull this up. And again, I mean, we've turned down a number of their recommendations wholeheartedly. So I think amending it, but keeping it still maintains some of the solution they were trying to get to, and further defining how we fill vacancies.
But that option already exists.
I was going to say,
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
what
We
does it
take
say? What is
applications.
guidance right now before this amendment about filling vacancies?
The-
Do you have that?
I
Because if
think
it,
the only guidance is what Councilwoman Alfieri was referring to a moment ago with
True.
respect to the having a special election. The direction is you'll try to appoint to fill it. If that doesn't work, you'll have a special election. That's the only guidance there is. Some of these options here are not mentioned directly. I think that's what the council,
So
the charter
add
review
the
committee.
option.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to read it? I have it here. It's 3.5 in the charter. And to be clear, my distinction is that it doesn't designate how we vote, make a majority vote and appoint that seat. What this would do is force it to be an open application process, which I think is vital. That's why I really like Mr. Davis's suggestion, that it be forced to be an open application process, because right now the charter, as you said, it's an option, but it's not required. It's again saying that we can cherry pick any citizen to be appointed without allowing other citizens to apply and have their chance to come before council and also be considered. So that's the distinction that I'm making in this suggestion, is that I would like to see it be required to be an open application process for appointment instead of just an option.
Mhm. My only concern is with taking applications is sometimes people apply, sometimes people don't. And so for the sake of a functioning council, I don't know that it will ever happen or could happen, but there may be no applications and then council must move forward. So I think council should have the options. I don't think it should be one or the other or only. I think the options should exist.
But if someone chooses, the difference between choosing to appoint someone or appointing someone through an open application process, you can't forcefully appoint someone to a council if they don't want to be. They
my
would still
point
have to
is-
apply.
Right. My point is, we could still take the second highest vote getter. And if they refuse, we go to the third highest vote getter. Then we go to the fourth highest vote getter in people who participated in the election for the seat. Because the general public may not show up with applications. And then what do we do? So.
But if they,
Can we, sorry,
if they were interested in being on council, they could apply.
Yeah, then they could apply. So, but you can also go to them and ask them to. I'm just
Mayor
saying,
Pro
I
Tem,
think keeping
I'm
the
going to call
options
the
open.
question.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah,
Good.
thanks.
Okay.
I'll make a
So-
motion to approve ordinance 1415 as written.
With the red lines.
lines.
With the
right?
red lines.
There you go.
It's been a while.
I'll second.
Council, you may vote. Thank you, council. Motion has passed 4-2.
Thank you. All right, moving on to new business. Council, do any of you need a break? I just want to check before we get so far into somewhere and then someone. Nope, okay.
if we
And
can
then
just
may-
have the,
Sorry.
well, we have to make another motion in 20 minutes anyway.
Yep,
So, yeah, okay, go.
I was just checking now.
No, just go.
so.
And so Mayor Pro Tem, just to summarize, we're bringing 3 questions to the
Yes.
voters on the April 5th, 2022 ballot.
Correct.
Okay.
Right, 11A, approval of the Board of Adjustments Rules of Procedure, and our presenter is our Planning Director, Karen.
She's still out there? Wow. You guys are all still out there too. Bless your hearts.
So, and I'm sorry, my voice is probably left like an hour or 2 ago.
Sorry.
That's all right. What you have in front of you this evening with this item is a proposal from the Board of Adjustment. Like many of our boards and commissions, they have a set of rules and procedures that they follow. This provides a framework for election of officers and how they run their meetings and some other administrative kind of items for the board. The rules that they have been using were first adopted in 1988, and they were since amended in 2005. And while things do change over time, it was really over the course of the last 2 to 3 years, through a couple of fairly significant appeals, that it became very apparent that updates to these rules were needed. So the city staff at that time, as well as members of the board, has spent the better part of the past 18 months diving into these rules of procedure and coming up with what changes they felt need to be made in order to make things more clear. The proposals that you have in front of you this evening have also been vetted through City Attorney Nina Williams. So the objectives with these updates were to better define and clarify some of these rules and then reduce duplication with municipal code. So in your packet, you had both a red line version of the current 2005 document that shows exactly what is being proposed to be altered. And then there was also a clean copy of the proposed document that makes it much easier to read cleanly from one end to the other. I was under the understanding that this evening we would have both the board chair, Lou Ramon, and the vice chair, Jim Rumsey, in the audience and willing to help provide support and answer questions, since they were there through all of the meetings that they had to come up with this proposal. So the Board of Adjustment has, I think it was back in November, took another look through everything and was very comfortable with what you have in front of you this evening. And their recommendation is that City Council approve these proposed changes to the rules of procedure for the Board of Adjustment. So with that, the recommendation is adoption by City Council. Questions, please.
Council, I'm going to go ahead and let our speaker at the podium go first.
Thank you, Karen. I'm Lou Ramon. I'm the chair of the Board of Adjustment. Jim Rumsey is back here. He is our vice chair. What we saw, particularly as we went through an appeal that we faced for the village at Tamarack back in 2019, was there was a lot of confusion. A lot of things were not clear. As a result, people were disappointed in the process. So we took it upon ourselves to try to clarify that, codify that, so people understand what's going on, what the rules are. We also had a number of comments from the citizens, both on that appeal, but also on a number of variances that we've addressed over the last few years, that we weren't informing enough people. We didn't give them time to respond and things like that. So what we did is add some detail in here that will give us a little more time, give people time to see things. It will expand the area that we notify people on. It will also take away some of the concerns that we weren't being transparent enough. Again, like the mayor said, impressions and feelings. There's a piece in here where we talk about if we have another appeal, which tends to be a decadal instance. I am aware of only 2 appeals that we've had since we've had the Board of Adjustment in effect. But we had a comment that the secretary of the board, who sits on the dais, is from the planning department, and yet the appeal is related to a decision the planning department made. Easy peasy. Will, for that hearing, just simply have Suzanne appoint someone else to take the minutes, keep the time and things like that. So where there were easy things to do that could negate some false impressions, we wanted to do that. So we can go through these. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to try to walk you through what the rationale was. We also tried to clarify some of the words, take some of the legalese out of it, break long legal sentences into smaller sentences that people maybe could work through and understand what's going on. So that was the theme of it. It took us a while to go through this. We had unanimity on the Board of Adjustment when we approved these on November 1st. So if anybody has any questions, as
Council?
opposed to me reading through all this.
Ramon, I do have one question for you about council here.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know.
was looking at
You,
the
it goes there.
finger.
Yeah, I know how it goes. Simply, language has been struck as the board shall consist of 5 regular members and at least 2 alternative members. So what are you proposing in alternative to that?
Oh,
'Cause I don't
the
see-
reason for that, especially here at the beginning,
Mhm.
is those words that we struck are duplicates of what is in the code. And we always felt that it is best practice not to duplicate what's in there, but to reference it. Now, the legal department, Jeff's folks, when they looked at this, they said, well, wait a minute. This rules of procedure is posted on our website. It would be nice, it would be handy for the citizens to have a one-stop shop. And our thinking there, I still wasn't willing to duplicate words because you can get out of sync too easily. But I said, look, for somebody to go to our website and get this, they're on the internet. If they're on the internet and we put a hot link on here, they just click on that and it takes them right to that section of the code. If the code were revised so that that section was no longer applicable, yeah, we'd have to go through and change this. But as long as, you know, chapter 1851:10 talks about the membership, we're in good shape.
I understand the notation now. Thank you. Yeah, it's good.
Councilmember Neal.
We have a long history.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if I'm going to have to recuse myself because, you know, based on the introduction, for those in the audience that are not aware, I was the person that led the first Board of Adjustment appeal in 20 years in the city of Woodland Park. I view it, and I've spoken to the, I guess I was the plaintiff, I've spoken to the defendant, and the reason why I think it was a win-win is he thinks he won, and the plaintiffs think we won because there was a compromise carved out. That's a little history of that Board of Adjustment, and that's what got me involved in city council and eventually running is that Board of Adjustment appeal. This one, when I started reading the packet, and the citizens have to realize that this part is page 110 out of 130 pages. So when we received the packet a week ago, and your intent of adding the hot link, all that occurred in our packet was the words add hot link. So I put myself into my position to almost 3 years ago, trying to go back and forth with the 2 documents. And I must say that Karen and your team, Louis, you did a magnificent job because as I poured through all of the rules and regulations going into that Board of Adjustment, it was hard. It was complex. There was contradictory things. And I've seen how you've tried to remove a lot of the redundancy and everything, but the hot link wasn't there. And
yeah, I think if you went to the final version, at least the
it
copy
is
I
this
got,
morning.
it was an active hot link.
This morning is when the council actually got one with the hot links.
Links going.
So I did start going through, starting at page 110, and it's something like 20 pages of
Yeah.
trying to follow through. I think you caught most of the stuff, but what I did find was there was some paragraphs that you didn't delete where you should have deleted one or the other because the language was not the same still. So I would like to work with you one last iteration as the guy who actually used the documents kind of as that Napoleon's corporal on your work. you're this close. It's so close and so good that if the council wants to approve it, I'll go with the council, but I would ask that we perhaps table it for 2 weeks. Let me work with you directly now that I've got the final product.
Would it be possible, Rusty, for me to get together with you sometime?
Absolutely.
Monday?
That's what I'm offering. I just need to get the council to allow me to work with, the committee on this and see if I can point out where I found some, because if you haven't taken the time to go back and forth, which I did again, you will actually miss some of the contradictory stuff. They caught almost all of it, very few, but since we're doing it, let's do it once right. And it would only take one sit down, just like when Michael and the IT department, we went through the HR Green one time. I'd like the opportunity to do that so that we get this nailed, so that anybody else in the future that ever chooses to appeal something, it's easier on you all than it was for the 5 of us when we did our.
And that was the idea behind it. The reason I'd like to get together Monday is because I've got a Board of Adjustment meeting Monday evening. And I would like very quickly, it's a very full agenda, but I would like to be able to just tell the team what we got.
Yeah, let me just take a look at the calendar. I think I'm available. We could do it sometime tomorrow or sometime Monday.
Well, to Rusty's point, I'm very supportive of deferring it because the links is what I didn't get. And so I'm thinking I'm not making a lot of sense of this. So
Yep.
if we can table it, I'm fine with that. If you need a
We
motion,
try-
if you need a
we
motion,
try-
I'm happy
the-
to make one.
The intent, Robert, is to make it
Easier.
to go through and to clarify some things like our decision on the appeal was appealed to district court. And it was dismissed at the district court level, not on its merits, but because of when they submitted the appeal. They've got 30 days to do it, and they felt that that 30-day clock started when the minutes from the meeting took place. So we added in here that the ruling is effective at the end of the meeting when it takes place. Just to, we're parroting what the district court judge said. We're just putting it in here so people know and understand.
And out of context, I was not a part of that second appeal, although I did provide testimony during their appeal. And I kind of kept an arm's distance, but kind of listened to what they were doing. And you're right, what you did by adding that clarity in there would have saved, that group of people a lot of money because they spent it with a lawyer.
So what I'll say is if in going through it, Rusty has seen some errors or some things he doesn't understand, then we didn't meet our goal and we want to clear that up.
Hence the Napoleon Corporal. And for those that don't know the term Napoleon Corporal, Napoleon always wrote his orders and handed it to a corporal. And if the corporal understood what Napoleon was trying to do on a campaign or a mission, then he figured he had it simple enough that his other generals would. That's
Well,
the
we
term.
used to, yeah.
Yeah,
as
so
we used to say,
I'll
we
be
wanna
your
make it
Napoleon's
astronaut proof.
corporal.
Are you making the motion?
I make the motion to table. Yes.
Table it for 2 weeks.
Where's the thing up on the
11A.
11A? Table 11A till for next council meeting.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
But it's a
Thank you,
good
Mr.
job.
Ramon.
Really excellent work, what I saw.
Well, we'll see when we talk.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, council. It does not reflect it up there, but it will be tabled.
Thank you.
It's past 6-0. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Louis.
Okay,
Mayor LaBar,
Yes.
over here. Michael, just sorry. It's okay.
yes, God.
Here.
I know it's late. I'm sorry.
We're all hearing voices, it's just not that one. Just a point of clarification, does the council have the the Word document with the hot links in them.
No, I do not. It came out today.
This
Then you sent it
morning.
out. in Civic
So we,
Club.
yeah, we found out today that the hot links in the or the Civic Clerk version were stripped out. So
Correct.
I shared with Councilmember Neal the original Word document that has them back. So we will distribute it to the rest of you.
Okay, very good.
Very good. Suzanne, is 5 minutes enough time for your presentation?
I can do this in 30 seconds.
Very good.
This is just as City Attorney Wilson will say, a housekeeping issue. Every year prior to an election, we have to set the form of election. So this is a resolution number 884, establishing the form and procedures of the April 5th, 2022 regular municipal election. The regular municipal election for the city of Woodland Park held on April 5th, 2022 shall be conducted as a mail ballot election following the Colorado state statutes concerning mail ballot elections and utilizing rules and regulations promulgated by the Secretary of State for the conduct of mail ballot elections. Section 2, that the method of voting shall be the Secretary of State approved ES&S voting systems under the direct supervision of the designated election official for the city of Woodland Park, which is myself, City Clerk Suzanne Leclerc.
Very good.
I just need a motion and
I'll move to approve resolution 884 as presented.
I'll second.
hey, council.
Point of order. Mayor, I make a move that we extend the meeting till 1 AM,
Can I
but we
just
take a,
finish the vote here?
oh, sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I just have to state it for the record.
Okay.
Motion carried unanimously. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
I now move that we extend council till 1 AM with a 5-minute convenience break starting now.
Sure.
Do you want to vote?
I second the motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thanks.
Aye.
5 minutes.
Yes, we can do it that way.
Yeah, okay.
Sure, thank you.
Normally, I'm happy to let everyone chat extra long. But tonight I already thought God was asking me what time it was.
Here's Scott.
Turns out it wasn't God. I was just hallucinating. It was my city manager. That's how long we've been sitting up here. So, all right, so now we are on to item 11C. Everybody here? Yes, okay. And that is approval of resolution 885. And I'm going to go ahead and either Councilmember Alfieri or Councilmember Zulawaga are going to present it. I would urge you to be brief for the sake of time.
Okay, so myself, along with Councilmember Zuluaga, would like to present to Council Resolution 885. This is a resolution opposing the most recent implementation of the mask mandates on the employees of the city of Woodland Park and within the city of Woodland Park facilities. This newest mandate was enacted by the city manager, Michael Lawson, on January 7th. At that time, the mandate covered all city employees as well as visitors to and within all city facilities. Within 48 hours of that implementation, there was a quote clarification that visitors to city facilities would be strongly encouraged to wear a mask, but that it would not be enforced upon visitors within city facilities. However, this mandate still remains in place for city employees. I find it disheartening that at this point, we are still imposing such mandates on anyone. Keep in mind, as is stated in this resolution, we can encourage employees and visitors alike to thoughtfully consider a range of COVID-19 prevention strategies that align with their personal medical situation and religious beliefs, including hand washing, social distancing, use of medical prophylactic devices such as masks, staying home when sick, and or receiving a vaccine. In each case, it is their personal responsibility and free will choice. At this point, I do not see the need or the necessity to implement such measures on our employees. I thoroughly support the choice of all employees to choose as they need to, but I do not want to be responsible as a city for affecting their employment if they are following the advice of their personal physician, their closely held religious or constitutional beliefs. I will mention that before this meeting, I actually did go and grab a box of the masks that we have in our city hall right now that our employees are supposed to wear that we give to our visitors. The whole idea of this is to help stop the spread of disease, a medical condition, help stop the spread of the disease is what we're told. And right on here, one of the things it says is non-medical use. So again, under the basis of why this mandate was placed to begin with, having some sort of medical necessity to prevent against virus and disease, and yet the equipment we provide to our employees and our visitors clearly states that's not what it does. I encourage the city manager to release this mandate immediately, to encourage all of our employees to do as they need to protect their own personal health. I do question the authority of the city manager to implement such mandates. And with that, I will turn it over to council.
Councilmember Zuluaga.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I'd like to say I very much respect and value our city manager and the job that he's doing. I agree with him on many issues. When this came down on Friday, I was taken aback. This is the first time I've seen this type of action that's so out of character from who I've come to know. And so I looked at that and I said, what's going on here? We have seen a precedent being created in this country over the last 2 years. And what's happened is we've started to accept it. As a people, we've started to accept the violation of our free will and our rights. And so we saw it happen from the president down to the governors, down to the counties. And so cities followed suit. And what I've seen is the city manager step out of a role that is his role into a role that is unconstitutional. So where I normally don't speak out about the city manager, because my job is oversight, his job is to run the city, I believe that he has stepped over my First Amendment rights, staff's First Amendment rights, and all of your First Amendment right by the very posting on this building. It says masks are required. No, they're not. No, they're not. The only thing is in this mandate, which I think is unlawful, is for staff. But it insinuates on the door that it applies to you. So I'm troubled to have to bring this resolution to the city, but I am bound by my oath to uphold the Constitution and your rights to bring this to the table.
Council? Okay, I guess I'll go. So I want to clarify some things. I appreciate both of your positions because I agree with you. I don't like masks. I don't want to wear a mask and I don't want to be told to wear a mask. Here's the difference about it being unconstitutional, and here's where the issue lies. Okay, it lies in the charter and the rules within the charter in section 4.3 and 4.4. That's where Michael's authority lies. And he has the authority to direct his employees. And he has the authority to direct for health and safety. He is an employer and they are his employees. Just like if you worked at a construction site and your boss told you, you gotta wear your hard hat. It's not gonna save you from getting crushed under a wall. It might protect you from brain damage. Might not, but he still has the authority. And when you signed your employee's contract with your employer, you agreed to abide by the rules he sets forth. Now, we are the oversight to our city manager. However, the way you're attempting to go about the oversight is not appropriate. To sign a resolution is to take a vote against his authority that he has been granted, which is then a violation of our charter by us. If you take issue with something the city manager is doing, it is where we have an executive session, or it is where you can raise the issue. I don't really recommend that you slap him on the hand in front of the public. I don't really think it's incredibly professional at first. I think giving the opportunity to discuss the issue with him aside, because it is a professional, contractual relationship that we have as employees and employer. I also think that in his annual review, there is a place where you can criticize and he can review that criticism and choose to discuss it with us and fix it as well. I am not aware of any employees in this building or our other facilities who have been fired because they will not wear their mask. I am also aware that mask was not the only option. They were also allowed to work from home if they chose. They did not have to come into the building if they did not want to wear a mask. I don't agree with the mask mandate. I don't agree with it. But it is not my authority to tell our city manager how to handle this particular situation. It is one where he is taking up the option to protect his employees the best way he knows how at the time. I'm not going to argue the science of it. I may not agree with the science of it, but that is not my point or position to take with him publicly in a resolution where I vote against him. It is not professional, and it is not the appropriate channel to take. You can tell him you are not happy with it, that is fine. What you're doing right now, okay. You have a right to speak your displeasure. But doing it in a resolution where all of us must vote is not appropriate. It's not the way you conduct business professionally with your employee. And it is not the way we conduct business according to our charter. And I'm going to go ahead and defer to our city attorney to see if I have any idea of what I'm speaking about.
Well, is there a question in there? I mean, I
Does
will
he
say
have the
this.
authority under the charter?
The charter says that neither the mayor nor any member of the council should dictate the appointment or duties of any officer or employee of the city, except as otherwise provided in the charter. So that limits the power of the council. You have to have specific authority for the council to intervene. And then the provision continues, nor shall the mayor or any council member prevent any officer or employee, which the definition of employee includes Michael, prevent any officer or employee of the city from exercising his judgment in the performance of his assigned municipal responsibilities.
Right, and one of his responsibilities is to keep his employees safe. And we may not all agree that masks are the answer to that, but it's just about all he has right now and asking his employees to stay home. And he is also subject to the guidelines of the CDC and our health department. And if he loses a bunch of his employees because they were all sick and he did nothing to mitigate it, who's going to be in trouble? Not council. So my concern is not that you are voicing your opinion in any way. My concern is the manner in which you are attempting to voice your opinion.
Well, let me try and answer some of your questions. I understand you don't want to debate the science. I don't either. I don't think any of us do. But the mask by definition is used to prevent the spread of disease and illness. The definition of a prophylactic device is designed to preserve health and prevent the spread of a disease. Other examples of medical prophylactics are things like dental cleanings, birth control, pap smears, colonoscopies, mammograms, vitamins. Does our city manager have conversations or implement mandates for our employees for the use of other medical prophylactics? So you can say he has the authority under his clause that does refer to safety and access. But when you look at masks in comparison for what they are to the use of other prophylactic devices, he doesn't control that. And to my knowledge, no employer has the right to enforce the use of such devices. You say he has to follow the rules of our health department. Currently, there are no restrictions coming from our Teller County Board of Health.
He also has to follow the state public health orders.
And again, the state public health orders from the governor were lifted July 8th of last year for an emergency, executive order claiming emergency. So again, you can claim that
the
it's
emergency that he falls under. It is the public health orders that government entities are strongly encouraged to follow the best practices for disease mitigation found in state health department guidance. The guidance states that the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment recommends wearing a mask around others, even if you are vaccinated against COVID-19. That's what he's under right now.
And I highly support that. Encouraging, not mandating.
I would say-
following that guidance.
I would say it is encouraged because this audience does not have masks. Our city attorney is not wearing a mask and he is an employee of ours.
He's contract.
He's an employee of ours and
Of the
the city, of the council. And he's in this building and it's encouraged and it says on the door required, and Michael is not enforcing it.
I understand
And
that.
he's probably not going to fire someone for not wearing it. But he doesn't have an option of what else to do to try to mitigate what is happening with our staff right now. And to that point, I'm going to go ahead and let Michael tell us what's going on with our employees and where you're at with the statistics of COVID and how they've infected or affected your staff. Because ultimately, Michael is in charge of his staff. We aren't. And we can voice our displeasure, but he still can make the decision. And that's my point. The point is, I'm not going to vote against him for something that the charter allows him to do. So please, Michael, go ahead.
And I appreciate that, Mayor LaBarre. Do you mind if I maybe expand upon that? You mentioned the data,
However you
but
need to
just
explain it,
give
you're
a
welcome
little
to.
context for everything that's going on for folks here and then for you all as well.
Absolutely.
So first of all, an initial apology to you all. It's never a manager's goal to put their council in a position like this one with the decision they make. So my sincere apology for that. It's not something I relish, certainly. We will change the signs on the door. So thank you for that. So this decision obviously was not fun or easy, and it wasn't. It actually came at a point of some desperation, to be perfectly honest. So why now? Why would we do this now? We're making forward progress. We're just about done with COVID. Omicron's really mild. Why? So on January 7th, we had one report after another. That day, that evening, actually, when we made the decision after conferring together, my decision, talked about it with our staff, our executive team. We ended up having to send, I believe, 6 people home all at once that week. So we are already pretty thinly staffed as it is, and sending 6 people and all from all different walks within the city, if you will, city hall, police, field services, sending 6 people home like that on a Friday night. It's challenging. Fast forward to this week, just between Tuesday, and we had Monday off, just between Tuesday and today, I have 9 people out with COVID, either positive test or exposed. I have to send them home because they're presumed positive. It's a lot for our already thin staff that's already dealing with a number of resignations and the fact that it's very difficult to hire people right now. So with this mask mandate element, calling it that, I should have called it requirement, it doesn't matter, it's the same thing. Trying to do 2 things, right? As you all mentioned, trying to protect our employees' health first and foremost, because our employees are my responsibility, and by proxy, their family's health is my responsibility in a sense. But per the charter, and what you all hire me to do is to make sure that the operations of this organization continue no matter what. To Mayor LaBarre's point, if the operations stop, it's my fault. And so you trust me to do that. And if I have so many people out of the workforce, it's already affecting us and how we do our operations. We're coming up with contingency plans in case that number grows. if I can't provide services, that's a big problem. So we, as you know, we provide police services. Of those 9 people, 4 of them are in police. We're not fully staffed. We're getting there. We're getting close, but it's a major problem when we're out of police officers. You know, we're going to get snow tomorrow. I'm very concerned if our whole snowplow team goes out, or even just 1 or 2, because we're so thin already. Water, we got to keep the water flowing. There's so many things we do that only we as a city do. You can't go over to Cripple Creek and get police services in Woodland Park. It doesn't work that way. I don't like the critical infrastructure essential dichotomy that has been set up by the federal government in the past, but we are the only game in town for some of these services. So in doing this, we are throwing everything we have within reason to make sure that we keep our facilities open, our streets safe, our snow plowed, the pipes flowing, and everything else. We have had shut down facilities due to COVID in the past. 3 times we've had to close the aquatic center. When it first started, when COVID first started, we had to shut it down for a few weeks. We had to shut it down in July of this year. We had to shut it down in May of this year because of COVID outbreaks. We had to quarantine people. So we have been impacted, and we've had to reduce the amount of services, something no manager, no council member ever wants to do. So masks are no one's favorite, including mine. I was in Arapahoe County just a few weeks ago, and Arapahoe County has a countywide mask mandate. And I thought, that's weird. Why do I have to do that? I did it. I didn't really like it. I understand it. I do now a little bit more, but it's a tool. It's not a silver bullet. It's one of many tools that we have. And if we have tools at our disposal, we should use them, again, within reason. So we didn't rush into wearing masks when the Delta variant was running rampant last year. We didn't go to mask. Omicron is eating our lunch. We've gone from 200 to 300 active, or I can't remember what we call it, but caseload in El Paso County, because they have a little bit better data than we do here. 200 to 300 cases per 100,000 people, December 28th. So fast forward like 3 weeks, we have 6 times that amount of cases just about in El Paso County right next door to us. So Omicron has done one of these. If you look at the graph, I don't have the graph, but it's unprecedented in the almost 2 years we've had COVID, just where this stuff is. So it is mild, but it's everywhere, and it's taking people out all at once. And again, if you're providing critical services, it's a problem. So we, in the email sent out that I shared with you all, I said, masks are required. However, we're also social distancing. We have plastic shields for some of our employees. We have hand sanitizer everywhere. We are doing remote work. We fogged the building, and we're doing all these other things too. So it's not just like this mask is going to save us from Omicron. That's not our thinking. Doesn't make sense really. We are giving multiple accommodations to employees, as Mayor LaBarre said. We have using the CARES Act money from 2020. We have laptops for just about all of our office-based employees. I've encouraged directors, I've encouraged employees directly to work from home if they can. As an accommodation, not everyone can use a laptop. You can't patch a pothole from your couch. So,
no.
So we do our best with the tools that we have. So we've tried to be flexible. If someone had a religious objection, if someone had a physician's note, of course we're going to accommodate that. Obviously, we're not real super harsh on this thing. We're just doing what we can, right? So employees are not required to wear a mask at their desks. If they can be 6 feet away from people, they don't have to wear a mask. It's only in common areas, meeting rooms, so on and so forth. We have staggered shifts for our employees, folks who can't social distance. We're putting them on different schedules from one another as much as possible. And visitors, Councilmember Alfieri was correct that the initial email said visitors will be required to wear a mask. We did back down from that pretty early on. We thought about it a little bit more and let's not do that. So efficacy and requirements of masks. I've had a lot of emails from folks in the community, and I appreciate being heard. Or I have heard you. I've read every word of them. So thank you. I've heard from council. I think I've talked with every one of you. We talked a lot about it earlier this week. Councilmember Zulawaga, Councilmember Alfieri, and I have talked a couple of times as well. So I've heard from folks, and the science. I know folks have given me lots of references from folks, other people who say masks don't work. The CDC has 18 different studies on their website saying masks absolutely do work. So I'm not a medical doctor, respectfully, none of you are either. We've been going with the CDC. That's kind of our best shot. I know people don't like that a lot of times, but that's what we're doing. And so if people want that information, I'm certainly happy to share it. And I'm not going to debate the science. I was a political science major, not a real science. But I don't know that world all that well. So there are a few pieces of erroneous information out there that I did want to correct. No employees have been fired. I think there was one seasonal employee who may have resigned. I know there's some other employees who have expressed some dismay with this. Certainly we're not fired. We've chatted with that individual, and as long as they don't want to come in and work while the mask is in place, that's fine. We've worked with them. So no one's lost their job. Lifeguards have never been required to wear masks while they're guarding the pool. There was some misunderstanding early on about that. I'm not sure why that happened. Requiring people to wear a mask in a pool is silly. So we don't require that. Scuba mask, but not COVID mask. And it's not a very important data point. I've not heard complaints directly from employees. I know a lot of employees don't like it. Probably all of them don't like it. But I think the vast majority of them understand it to some extent. I've had several employees thank me for it. We have several immunocompromised individuals who, some of them, even though Omicron is much lighter weight compared to Delta, we have some folks who are really struggling with it. And so that's always on my mind as well. Some other data for you, and then I'll close out here. As of the end of 2021, we have 95.33 FTEs budgeted, full-time equivalents. Those are our full-time employees. Vacant as of the time we made this mask requirement, 20 and a half of them. Okay, so we have a lot of vacancies just to start out with. That leaves us with about 75 employees that are actually currently working. So we're already down 20 and a half people before January 7th when we put this thing in place. I told you we lost 6% or 6 people the day that we put this in place. That's 8% of our active workforce, 8% like that. And if you look at 9 employees who are out this week, that's 12% of our active workforce. And so when you look at vacancies and you look at the folks who are out with COVID, that's 31% of our total FTE that we don't have. And so when I tell you that I'm concerned about our ability to deliver services, you understand that I'm doing it without 31% of my full staffing. And that also pushes on all the rest of the staff who's already wearing multiple hats in a number of cases, who want to go on vacations and go see their kids play sports games and all that other stuff. So it's not an easy decision. It's not what I like. But in the interest of trying to stem the tide of this thing progressing forward, or at least stagger it or slow it down a little bit, we're throwing everything we can at it. So that's where I'm coming from. Just some context for you.
I'm going to ask council who hasn't spoken yet if you have anything to add, or.
So I have a few. I struggle with this resolution not because of what's in it per se. I agree. I don't like mandates. I don't like vaccine mandates. I don't like mask mandates. But Michael is trying to do what Michael thinks is best for the city. I am not going to micromanage him. We hired him to do this job. The biggest problem I have with this is it violates the charter. And by violating the charter, if we pass this, we're going to set a precedent that the charter doesn't mean crap, and I'm not doing it. Sorry.
Councilmember Case?
Thank you, Michael, for all of that clarification. I think that knowledge is powerful, and I'm sure a lot of it people weren't aware of, and I appreciate that. I have always said that I won't support anything that violates our charter. I will support, like we've had how many hours of conversation about updating our charter so that it fits with what our needs. But violating the law is not something I practice. We talk about having integrity and trust and telling the truth and abiding by the Constitution and the law. And freedoms are not in the Constitution, they're in the Declaration of Independence. And so I struggle with it. Anything personnel related should not be done in the public forum. It should be done in executive session with the employee, giving them the opportunity to explain themselves as an employer. And I can't support this. I understand it has not had legal review either. And so for all those reasons, and it's not because I favor masks or anything else, I don't approve of mandates either, but I do approve of the manager looking out for the best interests of the employees and the situation that they're in. These guys here, when they're full staffed, are working very hard for very long hours. And when they're down like this, it's really taxing on the rest of the employees. And when they get stressed and overworked like that, then they're more susceptible to things. And so I'll leave the management of the employees in Michael's capable hands. And I'm sure if they have issues, they'll have a conversation with their supervisors or with Michael. He has an open door and they can certainly do that. So thank you.
Councilmember Neal?
Well, the two reasons why I won't support the resolution. The first you covered for it's outside of our authority to do this resolution. But the second is I'm not going to get baited into the political divisiveness of the country. We've got two political parties that have chosen a medical situation and have turned it into a political one. I'm going to maintain the greatest freedom that I have, which is the freedom of my thoughts, my freedom of my brain, my freedom of my intellect, and I'm going to do the research. And when I do the research, I'm going to conclude that the Global Medical Authority has spoken en masse, and it outweighs what the political or television and media community wants to brainwash people into thinking. I think the masks are a tool. They're not a perfect tool. They do not 100% stop the spread. They do slow the spread. It is a tool that Michael has at his disposal. And if he chooses under his authority to try that tool to handle the situation that he's just eloquently laid out for him, I think it's a wise choice to try because the global medical community agrees with him. I know you can find outliers of medical people, onesies and twosies, even the Supreme, please be quiet.
Order, please.
The Supreme Court in Jacobson v. Massachusetts recognizes that you can always find an outlier in the medical community that disagrees with the global community. So I have to turn to the greater global authority. And I do the research. I'm fortunate to be married to somebody in the medical research community, and the literature is overwhelming. So I think it's a valuable tool, and if Michael chooses to do it, so be it. I'm not going to violate our charter, though. So for two reasons, and I'm on the record for saying it. Thank you.
Thank you. And since every council member has had their chance to speak, I'm going to go to the public first so that they don't have to keep waiting. And then I can return back to council. So I'm going to start with Mr. Brad Dombey, if you'll come on up to the podium. And I'd just like to remind the public also that this is an issue between employer and employee. This is not a mandate for the city and the citizens of the city as a whole. Although our employees are citizens, but they also have that contractual obligation with their employer. Mr. Dombey, please.
I'm Brad Dombey, and I live outside the city. My son is a 15-year-old who has served as a lifeguard at Woodland Park Aquatic Center since August. So my son's an employee. David takes the responsibility of lifeguarding seriously, and he enjoys his work. I recently received a compliment from the assistant manager commending David as being a responsible employee, that when he is given a task, the manager can leave and be confident that the task is completed. The aquatic center was desperately short of lifeguards the first week of January, so David volunteered to work extra hours after school to help out his managers. At the end of his shift on Friday night, January 7th, he was notified that starting the following day, by order of the city manager, he would be required to wear a mask while lifeguarding. That all patrons of the aquatic center would be required to wear masks when not swimming, and lifeguards would be required to enforce the mask mandate as part of their regular duties. My son returned home that evening very troubled by this surprise mandate. He believed that blind compliance to this mandate would put the lives, health, and safety of the patrons and lifeguards at an unnecessary risk. David could have emailed his managers, called, or simply not returned to work, but he chose to go in person to address his concerns. Saturday morning, David presented himself ready to work an 8-hour shift and presented his case to the assistant manager. Regrettably, neither the assistant manager nor manager stood up for their employee. David, being unwilling to compromise his convictions, was sent home, was removed from future work schedules, and no communication has been made from the managers of the aquatic center or the city to David since that day. Mayor, I would say to you that I find that also unprofessional. David found himself standing alone against Goliath, against this city hall. Fortunately, he's not alone. I have heard from city council members that some of the measures initially taken by the aquatic center staff were not measures intended to be taken, and other measures were rescinded, but the mask mandate remains. I could not be more pleased with the stand that my 15-year-old has made against this illogical, ineffective, and fear-inspired mandate. I was willing to support my son's decision no matter what he decided. And surprisingly, he chose the highest road possible. He gave his leaders the benefit of the doubt and a chance to courageously stand with him in the face of oppression. He made his case in person, believing that they would understand and fight for him. It is because of David's example, his stand, and courage that I stand before you tonight. I believe there is much more at stake here than requiring free Americans to wear or not wear a cloth on their face. As a patriotic American, I recently felt the sting of shame for our nation as a British friend scoffed at us being the land of the free and the home of the brave, as he observed America's reaction to this virus. Where are the brave in this land of the free? How cheaply have Americans sold their freedom in exchange for compliance and convenience? This mask mandate, like others across our country, is a simple example of the erosion of freedom in America. How much freedom are you willing to allow to be lost before you stand? How much freedom will you give away until you realize your treasure chest of freedom is empty? It is too late to stand for freedom when you're being herded into rail cars destined for death camps. Freedom is too easily lost and extremely difficult to regain. The value of freedom can only be measured by the blood that was paid to purchase it. No amount of freedom is worth losing, since every measure of freedom is invaluable. I implore you to stand with David tonight. Be accountable to this future generation. Be able to look back to tonight and remember that you stood for freedom. Lead the city above the clouds to raise a high standard for other American cities to strive to attain. Be the city on the hill, a beacon of hope for freedom in the shadow of America's mountain and God Almighty. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, the next person I have on the list is Biba Hermit.
Good evening. It's late, so I'm not going to say everything I wanted to say, but I did want to express my concern, similar to Mr. Dombey's, over coercion versus freedom. I understand your pain. I understand that you have employees that you want to protect, but however great that desire is, I do not believe that desire, as strong as it is, has the ability to trump the First Amendment and our freedoms. And so I just wanted to express my displeasure over the coercive nature of this. I understand what you're trying to achieve, but I think freedom is a greater value.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, the next person I have is Taylor Seeley.
So I am Taylor Seeley. I'm a resident of Woodland Park, and thank you for letting me speak. So I'm just wondering, first of all, if England, the United Kingdom, yesterday eliminated all their mask mandates. Colorado eliminated them a little bit before. Some of the states in the United States have eliminated them before now. Why all of a sudden Woodland Park needs to implement a mask mandate? So that's the first thing. The other thing is relying on the CDC and government health agencies in general, including the Colorado health agencies. They often have good scientists, but it's important to remember that their leaders are politically appointed and might be inclined to support their political party's point of view, such as the CDC. So CDC scientists in the summer of 2020 did one study where it said that 85% of the people who were hospitalized with COVID had been wearing a mask, and only 6% had not been wearing a mask. So that shows that the mask did not do any good, and that's from the CDC. Also, they did a later study that summer, which showed that neither masks nor disinfectant or hand cleaning affected the transmission of COVID. The reason is that COVID is spread by, they now know, aerosol particles of 0.1 micrometer, which is very tiny and easily goes through any masking, even medical masks, and around the edges. Smoke tests have shown that most of the exhaust that comes out of people's mouths wearing masks comes out the edges, and that can be shown in smoke tests. So also, if you tape the edges of them or something like that, you would suffocate basically, because the masks don't let enough air pass through to support life unless it comes out the edges. So I guess I think what else I was going to say here. So basically, I don't think the President of the United States has the authority to force mask use. much less the city of Woodland Park. And if the city council of Woodland Park doesn't have the authority to override the city manager's illogical mandate, who does? I mean, can he do anything he wants? So with all due respect, but I don't think you have the authority. So masks cause carbon dioxide buildup. That's been shown in studies, and it's above levels considered to be safe by the government health agencies. They also can contribute to gum disease and increase the likelihood of catching COVID because of that. I believe that's all I have right now. So the science, the true science doesn't really support the mask. They're no more than a superstitious observance, in my opinion, or a political observance. So the scientists in the health agencies support that. Their studies support that. Just because the leadership doesn't support it, it's important to remember they're political appointees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next on the list is Mike Nakai.
Thank you, Council, Mayor, Mike Nakai, Woodland Park. What I've heard tonight are primarily objections to this resolution, plus I've read the resolution, are centered around government overreach. I get it. We have seen in the last couple of years shutdowns, vaccine mandates, vaccine cards required to enter a restaurant, restrictions on head counts in indoor events, the number of people you can invite in your home. That's a great one out of Vancouver. But what I want to talk today about is perspective. And I'd like you to put this in perspective and how it applies to this ordinance. So let me start real quick with an example of what I call real government overreach. Since we had Sally here earlier, history was a big part of our discussions earlier, and I would be getting Sally brownie points for bringing this up. So, and I understand if you get enough brownie points from Sally, you actually get brownies. So somebody let her know. So on February 9th, 1942, FDR signed Executive Order 9066, which forced 120,000 Japanese to relocate to several internment camps, one of which was right here in Colorado. Note that 80,000 of those 120,000 were American citizens. These people were locked up as being American citizens. That's what I think of as real government overreach. You want to talk about violation of constitutional rights? There you go, people. And this happened only 80 years ago. My father's Japanese, and at the time he was 13-year-old living in Manitou Springs with his family. My grandfather and grandmother came over from Japan, but all of the kids were born here. So I can assure you that even though this didn't affect citizens in Colorado, the exclusion zone on the West Coast was limited, but I can assure you they were worried that this would come farther in. Okay. So when you guys talk about government overreach, I just want you to put some things in perspective. One gentleman mentioned fear, and he's correct. Widespread fear after Pearl Harbor drove this flawed policy. And today with COVID, we have also seen fear drive flawed policy with respect to COVID. The one thing I know about COVID is that nobody has all the answers. Okay. And what you know, each of you, what you know today in your heart will likely change as time passes. Okay. For example, remember the stay-at-home push 15 days to slow the spread in 2020. I mean, like even a few months later, that seems like that effort seems like spitting in the wind, right? Because that effort was taken with only a few thousand cases in the US total. I think we had, we're up to 10,000 cases in El Paso County, just, on a daily basis. So put things in perspective when you think about this. And that was a Trump policy, by the way, but I'm not going to sit here and armchair quarterback this. Our public officials are doing the best they can. I don't believe anybody that has mandated these things is just really out to take your rights away. I don't believe that is people's nature. I don't think that is their goal. That's why they became a public official. In March of 2020, my company was deemed essential from the lockdowns, and I've been wearing a mask at work for almost 2 years. Personally, and this is just my own opinion, it's not that big a deal. I got to wear a mask in an airport, on a plane. I have to wear a mask at every doctor's office, or if I go into the hospital. If I want to ride the Ramblin' bus to Cripple Creek, I got to wear a mask. Okay. Do I want my city to take reasonable measures such that the city services continue without interruption? Yes. Okay. Would you like to post your phone numbers on the city website for the citizens to call when their streets don't get plowed? Okay. Because the staff is out sick. I don't look at this personally as the city trying to mandate the health decisions of the employees, but rather trying to take reasonable measures to maintain the functions of this city. Basically, we touched on this as well with section 4.4 of the charter. The council has the right to hire and fire the city manager, but not dictate their actions. If you don't like the city manager, there's a provision in the charter for you to remove him. Okay. You can think of it as a bit of a balance of power. Okay. It's like the executive branch can appoint the Supreme Court justices, but they don't get to vote for them. Okay. They don't get to do their job. As far as restricting the city manager, because I believe the last item of the resolution was to restrict the city manager from any future mandates. Robert, you have often referred to this as the China virus. Are you confident that measures have been put in place to prevent another and possibly even deadlier virus from coming from that very same source? If not, then why would you tie the hands of the city manager for something that might happen in the future? Because if you put it in an ordinance, it ties his hands down the roads. So what I'm asking for is for us to apply some perspective. And this isn't a vaccine mandate. It's not a shutdown. And it's just a temporary mask mandate to try to keep the city running. And let's try not to make this something more than it is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got one more speaker signed up. I don't know about Zoom. Mr. Drew Hill.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Drew Hill. I'm here to support David Dombey, the lifeguard. And so I just wanted to speak in his defense. I really love David. I've gotten to know him well, and we're kind of like buddies. And when he told me about what came down, he really didn't have an opportunity. There was no recourse basically for him. And I know, Mr. Manager, that you said that you got an open door policy, or maybe it was someone else who said that. And that, you're easygoing on employees and things like that. But then that begs the question about communication and how the mandate was implemented. And I'm still left wondering, well, what about David? So I think you need to examine that aspect of managing the city, is managing communications with employees. Your entire downline. Any government overreach, regardless of scope, is too much. It doesn't matter what it is. And so I just wanted to make that point. In regards to staffing, I have a daughter who's a HR professional at Cornell University. And she told me that right now there's 4 million jobs that are not filled in the United States right now for lack of employees, and people are leaving the workforce in droves. And within 5 or 6 years, that number is going to grow to 30 million. So the employment crunch that the city is experiencing, not being able to fill all of their positions, is only going to be more and more challenging over the coming years. So I understand that you don't have a full staff to do the work that needs to be done, and perhaps fear what the impact of sickness would be on the workforce. But I think there's a reaction here that is an overreaction to try to protect the city from that employment crunch. It's going to continue and it's going to get worse. I'd also like to say that following the global medical consensus, to me, doesn't necessarily stand to reason, for the simple reason that then should we all be lemmings that are jumping over the cliff simply because, as it was pointed out earlier, so many of the bureaucrats are political appointees. And I'd like to reemphasize what another speaker also said, is that Great Britain not only did away with the mask mandate, but any kind of COVID passport, testing, and they're simply going to allow all of the measures that they've implemented to expire, I think, later on in March. And it should also be noted by the council that hotspots like New York State, California, and Florida have seen a precipitous drop in the cases of COVID. And it should be noted too, the cases don't necessarily mean hospitalizations, and they don't necessarily mean people who are exhibiting symptoms. And also that the method of testing these days has been shown to have a high degree of false positives. So the numbers can seem scary, but this has become an endemic. And I think the council needs to face that fact that this is an endemic and people will get sick and we will have challenges to meet our needs in terms of employment and maintaining critical services. But that's not going to go away when COVID goes away. Thank you.
Point of order, Mrs.
Yes.
Mayor, Miss
Yep.
Mayor.
Yep.
It is a 101.
Yep.
I move that we extend the council for another hour, hopefully at max, to 2 a.m.
Susie Ann's eyes just about popped out of her head. I will second that.
Alfieri,
Yes.
Case,
No.
Labar,
Yes.
Nakai,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Zulawaga.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries 5-1. I do have a speaker.
No, I would have gone for 1:30.
Yeah.
I hope we're done by then.
You do have a speaker.
I do have a
Really?
speaker on Zoom.
Okay.
Joe
And
Fleury's here.
that's Joe Fury.
Okay.
Joe, you can go ahead when you're able to.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to make comments on 11A and had my hand up, but nothing happened. Can I make those comments
Sorry.
now or later or what?
11A was tabled.
Well,
We
11A
tabled
was
it.
tabled. So Joe, if you'd like to either contacted,
That's probably why we didn't call
you know,
him.
contact Councilmember Neal with your comments and concerns, because he's going to continue to work on it with the Board of Adjustment members. And then we're going to be bringing it back. So if that would be all right, that's what we would prefer to do, since we're trying to just wrap up this one topic. I'm sorry we didn't see your hand earlier, but this 11A was tabled, so no decisions have been made on it.
It was tabled to February 3rd.
Yes, and it was tabled to February 3rd.
Okay, okay. And also Suzanne, my chat was disabled. That's why I could not answer you.
Oh, okay, because I did text you and say, do you still want to speak? Okay, gotcha.
Right. I couldn't respond. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, where are we? I don't have any more speakers signed up. And let's go ahead and get this topic wrapped up if we could, please.
Shall I?
Sure.
So, Michael, I appreciate the hardships that you have shared. I think there are plenty of us that have been there. I myself, when this started, worked 16 hours a day, 7 days a week for 7 days a week for 6 weeks straight. So I understand the hardship of being short-staffed and having people out, especially due to this pandemic. I cannot, no matter the impact on city staff, see that as a reasonable excuse to claim authority over someone's bodily sovereignty and personal medical decisions. It's just not a comparison or a trade-off that I can ever get on board with making. You said at one point, pointing to the audience, we're not super harsh on this. If we're not super harsh on it, why is it absolutely necessary that we impose this on our employees? Some of the arguments we have heard up here against this is, as you said, it's an employee issue. Take it to Michael, as he said. He has had numerous conversations with myself and Councilmember Zuluaga to no solution. I am going to call this as it is. You guys claim a violation of charter. I think that is a ridiculous, false excuse that you're putting out there so that you all don't actually have to give a valid reason for not protecting the employees and citizens' right to their own body. Because right here, relationship of council to administrative service, that the city council cannot prevent any judgment in the performance of his assigned municipal responsibilities. Does anyone want to continue to argue with me that having control over someone's body falls under municipal responsibilities? So you can use that as an excuse all you want, but based on what I just heard, everybody sees through it. It is not a charter violation, nor is it actually this resolution forcing him to do anything. Mr. Nakai, as you said, it is forcing him to refrain. Forgive me, my laptop has actually stopped working at this point. Forcing him to refrain from mandates. The last few statements of this resolution say, City Council of Woodland Park does not approve of the mask mandate issued to the city employees. The City of Woodland Park respectfully requests, does not direct, does not force him to change this mandate. We are not taking control of his authority. This is a request. It does not change anything. It does not force him to do or undo anything. Last line of this. Further, the City Council of Woodland Park respectfully request the city manager to refrain. Again, we are not forcing him to do anything. So I quite clearly call out that the excuses I've heard from 4 of these council members tonight, I just don't see the credit to whatsoever, but please continue to give me excuses.
Miss Mayor.
Sure.
I'm not sure, do we call you Miss Mayor or Mrs.
You
Mayor?
could just call me Hillary.
Hillary Mayor. All right, Hillary Mayor. This has been gut wrenching for a lot of reasons. And so just summarizing here. We all up here took an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of Colorado, and the charter and ordinances of our city. When a bad law or a bad decision trumps your unalienable rights, your God-given rights, and your constitutional rights, I swore an oath to uphold them. And that's for all of us in the city. I recognize that the city manager is working with a toolkit of tools that he believes are effective. I do not share the same toolkit. For the last 2 years, I have been researching a far different toolkit. And that toolkit's based on your and my ability to actually figure it out ourselves. Less government is better. We have allowed ourselves to be absolutely hoodwinked into giving away our rights, our freedoms, and our way of life because some globalist genius, some corporate international, I'm not sure what to call Mr. Gates and Mr. Fauci, but their agendas are very clever, very complete, and very invasive of your and my lifestyle. If we start believing in a global consensus, we're a bunch of idiots. We're a country that has been founded on freedom and principles unlike anything man has ever had in recorded history. And look at the rest of the world and how they have looked to us for 235 years and then been inspired to copy it into their own system. And they don't flock out of our shores, they flock into our shores. We must be doing something different and unique than we're not seeing anywhere else. So back to the comment of tying the hands of the city manager. Yes, that's what the Constitution's intended to do. It's intended to tie the hands of out of control government. And I expect you to tie my hands up here if I get out of control. And I don't mean passionate and emotional, I mean out of control in terms of what we are looking at the people's business and making erroneous decisions which are taking your freedoms away. So, you know, I'm too mindful that the direction that we're getting from these globalists on things like masks and things like solutions, there are doctors out there who have laid out very beautifully all sorts of solutions, whether you want to prevent getting this China virus, whether you got it, whether you're in the middle of it, whether you've got the vaccine, whether you didn't get the vaccine. There are solutions for all of that now. See, you and I are smart enough. We figured this stuff out and it's out there. My contention about this, and I'm so apologetic to bring it into a public forum, Michael, but it's this. Rather than thinking that we as government can fix the problems, how about we provide the information to our staff so they can make their own decisions? I have provided the city manager with a very widespread solutions, not only of the mass findings and all that. You can look at opinion or science or whatever, but then what happens if you get it one along here? What can you do? What can you prophylactically do personally from your own intelligence, your own research, and your own freedoms to say, I'm willing to walk into work without a mask on, and I believe that I'm not only my health is safe, but my colleagues are safe. Because if it's hitting everybody and nobody really knows what to do and you haven't really given them information that they can work with, you're basically saying the only tool I'm giving you is a paper sword, and the guy's coming at you with a different type of firearm, and you've only equipped him with a paper sword. But there's really a lot more. If you would let them think freely for themselves, there's a lot more tools in the toolbox that could be used. And so this, bringing this matter, I mean, it's obvious, it's very passionate to me from the principles of liberty and freedom. And I think we can solve it. I mean, I'll tell you businesses here locally in Woodland Park who had 100% of their staff out from COVID, 100%. And what did they do? They managed, we'll get through this. And we are a community. So if we don't have the snow plowed, we're a community. We can pull together. Maybe in the street, you got somebody who's got a snow plower and he'll go and do the neighbor's house and he'll do part of the street or whatever. We can solve problems as a community, not as a bunch of top-down, tell us what to do, don't have to think for ourselves. And that's the encouragement I hope comes out of this, that full disclosure is, hey, we're Americans. We're problem solvers. If we were Chinese, and no disrespect to Chinese, by the way, but if we were other cultures, they do not think outside the box. Americans, we always think outside the box. We can find a solution to darn near anything, and that's what makes us great. But because we're based on a community of freedom and not a bunch of government bureaucrats trying to dictate to us how we should be. And so I encourage my colleagues to affirm this, or I encourage our city manager to withdraw this so we can all go home.
I would like to move for approval of resolution 885, opposing the mask mandate upon the city of Woodland Park employees and within city facilities.
I'll second that.
I still have discussion.
Oh,
Well,
that's
we've
right.
been having discussion. I
So-
figured we'd get a motion on the floor.
That's fine, but my discussion is this: the resolution is the inappropriate vehicle for this. You are free and willing and able to express your dislike, your discontent, and your ideal of constitutional freedom. I agree with you. I agree with you on it. But this is the wrong vehicle for that. Because
about your oath?
you're punishing our city manager with a vote for something you don't agree with. And a resolution is not the appropriate vehicle for it. And I'm not going to allow you to say that we are not constitutionalists because we won't vote on an improper vehicle for it.
Then tell us what is.
I just told you, you don't have to take a vote. You have told the manager what your concerns are. You have voiced them. That is appropriate. The citizens understand what your concern is and that you would like the mandate withdrawn. That is appropriate. It is appropriate for the citizens to understand that and hear that. I agree with that. But I will not vote in a resolution on it because that is not the appropriate vehicle. So I'm not going to have you be able to stand on a soapbox and say to the citizens, see, I told you they're not constitutionalists, because that's a lie. Because you don't understand what the purpose of the resolution is meant to be. And it is also not well written. And it was not reviewed by a city attorney, and it is supposed to be legal. So I'm not going to let you hang the council that they are unconstitutional because of this particular vehicle, which is not the appropriate vehicle. So we can call for the vote, that's fine. But a vote of no does not mean that we support masks and people not having a constitutional right. Our concern has been voiced to the city manager, and we hear the concern of the employee who had an issue and felt like he was heard appropriately. That is between Michael and his employees. And I'm sorry that it wasn't communicated appropriately to him. I'm sorry that the citizens who are here have a concern about the employees being told to wear a mask. I don't agree with it. But it is our city manager's job and place. And my expressing I don't agree with it is appropriate, but voting on it in a resolution is not the right vehicle. Go ahead and call a vote.
So before you do, I'm sorry. I'm going to address something you said that's incorrect. You may not like the language of this, but just to be clear, all of this language was pulled from mandates from the governor's office of Montana, the governor's office of Texas, and the El Paso County Board, County Commissioners Board. So you can call it ill-written, but that's where it came from. So if that's not good enough for you, I don't know what to tell you. Secondly, again, I ask you, we have addressed this. We have brought a concern. They have gotten no resolution. You insist this is not the vehicle. What is their further recourse?
There isn't one. He is in charge of his employees, not us.
And as I have stated, not over their bodies and their medical choices.
If it were us trying to mandate it on the citizens of the city, that would be a problem for all of us. None of us would want that. But we are also not allowed, they have a contractual obligation that is different than what your constitutional right is.
No, Constitution still
So-
trumps that. So the fact of the matter
It
is.
doesn't trump contractual obligations between two parties. Try going to court with that.
So again, I'm not going to let that lie that you're
The
just
two
going to sit
parties
there
are
and say
the
it doesn't make
employer
sense.
and employee, and you consent to the rules under your employment agreement.
My
I
employer
don't
says to
agree
me,
with
my
it.
employer says to me, Robert, you know, we've got this problem. I want you to go and shoot the guy in cubicle C.
That's different. That's murder.
Extreme.
It's
That's pretty
unlawful.
extreme.
That's my point. It's an exaggerated unlawful, but it's unlawful.
Okay, well, restaurants can tell their employees that they have to wash their hands before returning to work. That's protection. Does that go against your constitutional rights? You shouldn't have to wash your hands?
I have to say it
It's
is,
an employee-employer relationship. We are voicing our concern that we don't agree with what the employer is doing to the employees. It is out in the open, it is voiced and has been shown, and it is a concern. We don't like it. No one sitting up here likes it. That's fine. That's the purpose of an open public dialogue. The resolution, like you said, doesn't mean he has to do it anyways.
yeah, but it makes a clear statement.
And
If
Our
you all
statements are
agree,
clear.
you don't like this mandate, then why are you not
Because I'm
voting
not
for it
gonna
to make the
vote
statement?
against
Mayor,
my
I call
city
the question.
manager.
Can we have a
Yeah.
roll call for the vote?
I find
please?
it very
Yes.
disappointing that you guys have no recourse with your elected officials. If they can't hold their employees
Can we call
accountable,
the question, please?
I don't know
Yes,
what your
question is
options
called.
are.
The voting's open. You may vote.
Thank you.
I don't.
I don't
I
have
don't
it.
have it.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to call it. Let's try it one more time. Do you have it now?
Yeah.
Okay,
I don't.
you don't. Mayor, would you like me to take it by roll?
Please.
Whichever is easiest.
Case,
No.
Labar,
No.
Nakai,
No.
Neil,
No.
Zulawaga,
Yes.
Alfieri.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion fails.
All right.
I'd like to thank everyone that came to speak to the council tonight. I do appreciate it. And I understand. I don't like it either. So,
None of us do.
but thank you very much. No, I did not.
We should go,
Ms.
perhaps we could
Alfieri,
go
I
find a
don't
coffee
appreciate
house.
your
It's
time.
121.
Right? All right, we're gonna move on to reports.
Just because I don't agree with you doesn't make me wrong.
We're at 12A. And I did have a discussion for consensus for who would run the meeting. Since we have pro tem, that's who will run the meeting for February 3rd and February 17th. I have no other reports. Councilmember Alfieri.
I have nothing at this point.
Councilmember Case.
I have nothing. Thank you. Our meeting for Parks and Rec was canceled.
Councilmember Nakai.
I just wanted to thank everybody that worked so hard on the Charter Review Committee. Frank, Don, George, everybody, thanks.
Councilmember Neal.
I do actually have liaison reports. The DDA had two meetings. The first was a regular meeting on January 11th, and then there was a special meeting on January 14th. There were two noteworthy items from the regular meeting. The first was Mike Williams and his investment organization was given a verbal 90-day exclusive to develop a project for Woodland Station. There was no money exchanged and there was no formal language that was agreed to. So instead of signing a document that was suspect on how well it was legally finalized, was viewed as not being prudent, but he was given a verbal, and Mike Williams was very pleased to have that. So he'll be preparing a few deliverables to come back to the DDA to help them decide whether to extend the exclusive relationship or to open it up to any other investor or developer, and whether there would be a formal document where there is an exchange or a laydown of earnest money, but nothing was collected. It's kind of a gentleman's agreement, and both parties were very happy with that. The second noteworthy was a list of attorneys was provided to the DDA. And I was actually designated as the person, because I had the time to reach out to those attorneys on the list, which I have been undertaking over the past 2 weeks. That is the regular meeting notes. The special meeting was simply for Mike Williams to come forward with his investment associates. He did bring Chad Anderson and Mark Crozier. Chad Anderson is the attorney, if I remember correctly, and they discussed the current desires and direction.
He's the team lead. He's not an
Oh,
attorney.
that's right. Chad was the team lead.
Yeah.
Not the attorney. The attorney was not present at the special meeting.
Correct.
That is correct. Team lead. They brought their current desires and direction that they were taking. It was purely an informational exchange from Mike Williams' group to the DDA to give the DDA a better sensing of the group. We finally had some faces in front of us and we were actually able to talk to them. It was a very good discussion and we'll see what happens. And that concludes my liaison reports.
Very good. Councilmember Zulaga.
Liaison report for the PPACG, that's Pikes Peak Regional Transportation Authority. Couple of things, a lot of Biden boondoggle funds are coming into the state. It's going to put a lot of money into the elderly care. So one branch of what PPACG is elderly. We only have 2 certified agencies, I believe, here in Teller County. And part of the strings on it is you have to already be in the hopper. So, but if you do have ideas of things with elderly care that you'd like to see implemented, there's 2 organizations here that you could feed that through so they can apply for federal dollars on that. Also, a lot of infrastructure dollars are also coming our way. They're still not defined. So PPACG is looking real carefully at what that's going to look like for us. We have the reliever out study in the hopper for that. We also have the development of from Evergreen down to Kelly Road, that the drainage and fixing that out, that's all coming into the pipeline. So we'll have funding for that here, I think, in 2024. And the last thing is that we have a legislative team that evaluates the legislation that's coming down from Denver. So there are issues that affect transportation, affect our region, and some of us monitor that. And if there's stuff that we're really like smarting about or bitter in our teeth about, we have some input back. It's a very short response window, but we have it so that we can have some input, some regional input into some of the legislation that's coming down thick and fast now in Denver, because we're right in the season. And that's all, council. And thank you all from the community. I really appreciate your staying power tonight. It's been amazing. Thanks.
Thanks. City Attorney.
Nothing for me.
All right. City Manager.
Just thank you to the Charter Review for all their hard work and hours. So it's appreciated, y'all. That's it.
Very good. Am I missing anyone? I don't think so. All right, this meeting is adjourned.